Shalom, Doowovid here. Welcome to Week in Review. Hope everyone had a good week and God bless. A lot of things to talk about. Still big stuff happening in Israel, the war carrying on. So probably not quite as many updates this week because, God forbid, maybe it was less eventful, and a lot of what I said the last few weeks will largely cover that. So it looks like the UAW has reached an agreement with Ford and Stellantis and only remains in strike with General Motors. And the UAW historically has had the most strikes recently with General Motors. I think recently they had a strike purely with General Motors. So I'm guessing that the debate on modern day debate is unlikely to happen. He wasn't getting back to me. And I think his only hope was that Destiny was going to be interested in the debate. And it looks like, ironically, he's all caught up with the war in Israel. So, but I did prepare a PowerPoint for the debate, and I'll go over that today. So hopefully that'll be interesting, and a little bit about the direction of technology and some interesting factors, God forbid, about the decline of America and manufacturing trends. Actually, I didn't go to the Automotive Testing Expo, which I've went and streamed the last few years, and just wasn't feeling it. There's still construction on the highway, and I thought maybe the UAW debate was going to happen this Wednesday, and then it didn't, and then Thursday. So, but I'll go over those slides. Hopefully, those will be interesting. Also, big news this week is the state AI report from 2023 from, I guess, a private organization that's been doing it for a few years. So I will cover that in depth. That'll probably be like after Israel, so that will probably be even like 2 hours into the program, and I'll go over all of that. I'll put and if any guests want to come on or something, also. So there'll be quite a bit on Israel. I'm going to talk about Shea Mendlowitz, the godfather of Jewish music, who passed away this week at 61. Doowovid knew him quite well. We worked together in a stock trading office, and he was friends with my landlord and mentor at the time, Shimmy Bertrand. So I have some interesting stories and recollections of memories of Shea Mendlowitz of blessed memory, a Hasidic Jew who was somewhat the godfather of modern Jewish music. So wave more for Lamb. Be good to see you in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. So a wave more for you. Say Friston and Wolfron are finally talking. So I mean, you could catch me in your repeat, or like I'll be going for a few hours, so you could catch up in 2 speed or later, because I'll probably be going for like 5 hours. So I'm just looking for what you're talking about. So machine learning street talk, and so it looks like a premiere. So it's a pre-recorded conversation of Friston and Wolfron, which I will put in the chat for anyone who wants to check that out. Thanks to Wavemore for pointing that out. So definitely two people, both that I follow pretty closely. I've fallen a little bit behind in the active inference due to all the stuff happening in Israel, and like God forbid, I was streaming a lot, talking a lot about Israel, and watching a lot of content, and trying to keep close to what's happening. And I didn't even go to any protests, but there's protests, like multiple protests every day related to the war. So it looks like the Friston Wolfron program is about an hour in. So feel free to come back afterwards, and I'll be covering the AI. So let me pop straight into screen share. There's a lot to cover here. Let me just see that. I should be live on Twitter. Sorry, just a little low energy here, and there's a lot of important stuff to cover. So Yep, I'm live on Twitter. So here, just for those who are interested, is the State of AI report, 160 slides, and I plan to go through the majority of them. And but I'm going to cover all the other stuff first. Maybe the UAW thing I'll do before or after, but so there's a lot of stuff to get to before I'm going to get to that. So if you want to go with Wolfron and Friston, you could come back. So come back later for that, or if you're interested in the Israel stuff. Um, okay, so let me just cover a little of the things that happened this week. I watched Jennifer and the Memes of Destruction, the Cosmic Council, and it looks like Jennifer Church of Entry has joined Memes of Destruction for a few of these Cosmic Councils, and this one was the first one I finally caught all the way through, and it's pretty interesting. Jennifer had forwarded me this document she made on her definitions or formal system for logic or like a worldview. And so she went through that with Memes of Destruction, something if we were still doing week in review, probably would have done. However, so encourage people to check that out. Um, and we'll see maybe at some point, talk more with Jennifer. But I've been so busy with other things that I said she's given me some of her writings that maybe she hasn't published yet, and I've looked at it but haven't covered it because I've been so caught up with the war in Israel. Interesting. So 2024 in October 8th will be a total solar eclipse, and it has good viewing over the area of Niagara Falls. So my parents actually already over a year in advance booked uh like an Airbnb for the weekend of the solar eclipse. So like it's like a whole house that so Doooovid and my parents, maybe my sister, maybe a few other people, anyone in my area wants to go to Niagara Falls. We have a whole house booked in Niagara Falls for the weekend of April 8th in 2024 for the complete solar eclipse. So, New York Times is mentioning how prices are rapidly increasing. So my parents had already booked for the solar eclipse over half a year ago. And, so it's still half a year away and the prices are rapidly going up. So that should be very interesting. I forget how often solar eclipses are, like once every 20 years or something, or different parts in North America. And I think I remember when I was in elementary school, there was a solar eclipse. And maybe it wasn't a total solar eclipse, it was a partial one. And like I remember the sun disappearing and it turning dark for a few minutes. And that was, like 30 some years ago when I was in elementary school. So look forward to that. Um, I'm going to be covering in depth the state of the AI report. It's pretty interesting. There's a lot of interesting things, a lot of relationship to intelligence and expertise. And like last week, I was talking about reading a paper on computational intelligence. So here's this guy, Wes Roth, who is going over it. And they'll be similar to, Doooovid. I will just be going through and highlighting some of the interesting things in the slide presentation. University of Michigan, Sean Carroll, Saturday Morning Physics, was a guest last weekend. So, Doooovid was in the physics department, University of Michigan, undergraduate, but it was too difficult and ended up just a general studies degree and civil engineering. But Professor Chupp, who does the Saturday Morning Physics, still like 15 years later, a good program. So they had a big name, Sean Carroll, in this week. Here's AI Explained, a good channel, and also a little quick snippet coverage of the AI State of AI report, and also a little interesting thing from AI Explained on GPT-4V vision. So, GPT-4 has came out, and it's one of the most powerful things ever. So this is focusing purely on vision, which has more implications to robotics. But ChatGPT-4 and the vision aspect of it is also vastly increased. So, um, and we'll talk more about that when we look into the state of AI report, state of AI. Um, the Republican Jewish Coalition was this weekend in Las Vegas. Marian Adelson was there, of Sheldon Adelson, of blessed memory, the godfather of the modern day Republican Party. Um, None of the speeches were really that interesting. I guess Vivek Ramaswamy, the big news, Mike Pence dropped out of the Republican primary. And so the next Republican debates are November 8th. So Mike Pence dropping out, that's big news. Um, the new House Speaker was there, and Vivek Ramaswamy went like all in on pro-Israel sentiment, although a little different in the sense like Israel doesn't need America's help so much. So Vivek Ramaswamy, is fully supportive of Israel, Israel's right to defend herself, obligation to defend herself, willingness to diplomatically back Israel, basically doing whatever they want militarily to eliminate whatever perceived threats they may have, even calling the Jews God's chosen people, and those who bless the Jews get blessed from a Hindu perspective, but also saying that the U.S. shouldn't be involved. America should be focusing on our own problems. Israel could handle herself. Okay, so that was basically the news I wanted to cover. So let me just put this here because I'll share it again. The State of AI report, which I will be going over in depth after I cover Israel. Maybe I'll do the UAW slides first. So that might be already like an hour and a half away. So here was a few interesting things. Like I've been watching, Mario Knopfel. I'm going to talk about the space he had with Eric Weinstein the other day, who was on twice, and he's basically constantly on covering the Israeli wars, and so he's live right now, hours each day, and so there was a new report out about the new elites of X identifying the most influential accounts engaged in Hamas Israel discourse. And it's mentioning that although there are, so I'll just read like the very beginning here. Since the first news of the attack on Israel by Hamas, we have seen anecdotal reports from users of X that the platform has become less useful for surfacing verified news and more generally disorienting. Though a novel data collection process, we identify highly influential accounts in the Hamas-Israel discourse on X that comprise the most dominant English language news sources on Twitter for the event. In this Center for an Informed Public Rapid Research report, we compare these accounts to traditional news sources to find on average they have far fewer subscribers while achieving far greater views and of more recent popularity and show a greater posting frequency. Most of the accounts also use video and images frequently, framed in emotional ways. Strikingly, many of these accounts have received prior promotion from ex-owner Elon Musk, either through direct recommendation or through Musk account replying to their content, which may explain some of their dominance on news Twitter. With 7 accounts racking up a cumulative 1.6 billion tweet views over the 3 days of post, our analysis points to a new crisis Twitter that is faster, more disoriented, and potentially more shaped by Musk himself. So these are the 7 main accounts that are the new elite of Twitter that are getting the most traction. And here you have Visgrad, Mario Knopfel, Aston Defender, The Spectator Intex, War Monitor, Colin Rugg, and Censored Man. And Doooovid was almost on the Mario Knopfel show regarding ban the ADL. You could see Mario Knopfel follows you. Mario Knopfel actually follows Doooovid because I was almost a guest on his program. And so maybe in the future I still will be a guest on the program. But he kind of has, like I said, this model where they make you wait and wait. Like, so he said, like, you could be on the show and then like waiting like hours and hours in the lobby, where just maybe they're going to bring you on, and they're like, oh, we didn't have a chance to bring you on, maybe next time. And now there's like hundreds of people waiting to speak. So I have given up on that was back when banned the ADL. So now if the Israel Hamas war, I have given up on trying to be a guest on his show, but I still view it frequently. Here you can see the total views across all items in the hundreds of millions. The new elites outperform traditional news sources in both total views and views per tweet. Crisis events often end up in media hierarchies, a pattern which has been noted regarding Twitter before. The upending can produce new sets of elites that can outperform traditional sources of news, at least for a period of time. Sometimes these shifts are transient. Other times they reshape the social media landscape in more permanent ways. Still, other times they amplify shifts already in progress. We were interested in how they discovered highly influential accounts performed relative to traditional news accounts, which many X users follow. We curated a second set of top subscribed news accounts to X from the 100. So you could see like CNN breaking news has 64 million followers, CNN, New York Times, BBC Breaking, BBC World, all tens of millions of followers, Reuters, and compared to these new elite that some of them only have hundreds of thousands or at most the low millions of followers. And then you're looking at the tweets. Their study is specifically related to tweets on Israel Hamas by date and the engagement. So here's traditional news sources like BBC, um, CNN, New York Times, Reuters versus the new elites. And so you could see that the tweets from the new elites were more frequent and more viewed. Possibly the high number of views is related to the frequency, but even limiting to single tweets and viewership, that you could see that tweets on Israel Hamas by date, engagement, and source type of over 10 million views, that only one of them was from the traditional media. And all the other mass viewed items came from these new elites of Twitter pages. And here you can see most of these are relatively new accounts. Mario Nuffel just started October 2020. Censored Man, December 2022. Most of them had very minimal following. Even just recently, that Censored Man only had 1.6 thousand followers, January 2023. Mario Nuffel, July 2022, only had 74,000 followers. And so here you have the number of Elon Musk replies. So here you have Mario Nuffel, a favorite of Elon Musk, who has replied 51 times. Colin Rugg replied 51 times. Censored Man only once. Followers that does Elon Musk actually follow these accounts? And subscribe. So Musk even subscribes to Mario Nuffel, Scent Defender, Colin Rugg, and War Monitor, although whatever reason Musk subscribes but doesn't follow War Monitors. Elon Musk even once joined Mario Nuffel's program in November 11th last year. And then a little about their pictures or videos, or claiming that their content is more emotionally charged than other content, more update, and a little your personality attack. So I found that pretty interesting. And people who follow Twitter, and I have definitely been following these accounts. Like, I read the New York Times, I don't follow the New York Times on Twitter, but I read the New York Times, and my mom has a subscription. CNN, I still check CNN, watch a little of their news content, but definitely media landscape has changed, and to see a little numbers on that is interesting. Okay, God forbid, my friend Shea Mendlowitz passed away. I'm sorry, Shea Mendlowitz, as said, Doooovid I've spoken about when I was in Borough Park. I used to eat Shabbos by and then became my landlord, Shimmy Bertrand. And Shimmy Bertrand had went to grade school with Shea Mendlowitz. And he had a good friend, Shlomi Reich, who also went to school together with, and they were very close friends. And about the same time I was meeting Shea Mendlowitz, I started in day trading and then ended up in I day traded in a few different places. I day traded with Dave Shine in Manhattan, and then I was in name the place is slipping me, a different place for a while, and then eventually we settled upon the Five Towns in the office of Shlomo Meir of blessed memory, who my friend in Jerusalem and eventually later boss in day trading, Jakob Zoldan, married Shlomo Meir's daughter. And at the time, Shlomo Meir had made a whole bunch of money in the oil commodities exchange. And his father had seats on the oil commodities exchange in Manhattan. And he had done something and um, been disqualified from trading, although I think his family might still own the seats on the exchange. I'm not even sure. I've lost touch with them. But he had made substantial sums of money in the oil commodities exchange, and he had used that to open up a day trading office. And he had this beautiful office in Hewlett, and he lived in Cedarhurst, and it was mostly modern Orthodox Jews, and most of them even wore yarmulkes to work. Not all of them, but and it was a lot of old timers, although not sometimes just middle-aged men. And he had this big office of computer and stock traders, and he was affiliated with the same company that we were trading through. And he recruited us, our group, under Jakob Zoldan, who eventually married his daughter, to come to his office because he had this largely empty office and it wasn't being utilized. So Yaakov had 20 traders under him, and he recruited him to come to that office. And one of the people from the Five Towns, and Shea Mendlowitz, although he came from Borough Park at that time, had moved to the Five Towns and lived in the Five Towns, and he hung out and traded stocks during the day. Relative to people in the office, Shea did not have as much money as a lot of them. He had some money. He was, prominent in the music business and CD deals, but he wasn't a big trader. And but he traded a little bit. He hung out there, and he had his stocks. And so, I worked in the same office with Shea for maybe a year and a half. The time that I was there, I was there out the I don't know, full time, trading 9:30 to 4, and then later a lot of times I only worked half a day, and I would just trade in the morning and leave at noon. But I spoke to Shea Mendlowitz. We worked together in the same office hundreds of hours. We spoke tens of hours at the office, and we also had mutual friends because at the time I was in the apartment of Shimmy Bertrand, who was his childhood buddy in Borough Park. And so I remember Shea Mendlowitz very well. And then later, who also was from this trading crew, Yaakov Gluck, who, from Borough Park originally, and worked together, in the same office with Shea Mendlowitz. We got into producing Jewish music, and we had bands, and we're booking, concerts and bars, and produced a few CDs and different things. And Shea Mendlowitz was somewhat like our mentor. And we were doing like a little bit more moderns. Like Shea Mendlowitz was basically like Hasidic music, Orthodox music, wedding music. Um, and we were more like bars. Like we had Piamenta, we had we promoted a few bands like Blue String, or a few like YU bands or modern Orthodox bands, even the Moshav band. Um, we didn't really promote like Shea Mendlowitz Productions. We were more like renting out bars and clubs in New York, which was um, a little bit like different genre than Shea Mendlowitz. But Shea Mendlowitz, also kind of helped and mentored us. And he died at 61. I remember back then he had health issues. I'd visited him in the hospital, so at that time he would have been in his 40s. So like my age, like, so when I knew Shea Mendlowitz, he was my age now. And maybe a little older, and he had health issues. I remember visiting him in the hospital and various things. So God forbid he passed away at 61. You're like, we'll miss you. Let me read a little bit of his obituary. Yeshiva World News regrets to inform you of the patira of Rav Shea Mendlowitz, a music producer who worked heavily influenced the landscape of Frum music for 4 decades. He was 61, a trailblazer and visionary in the music industry. He produced hundreds of music albums, including some of the greatest hits for Mordechai Ben David and Abraham Fried. He was also the producer of 15 of the legendary Haas concerts, the first one which took place 35 years in January 1988 at Lincoln Center, when Sheya was just 25 years old. Sheya grew up in Flatbush, attending Yeshiva Torah Tamima as a child. His entry into the world of music came through his second grade Rebbe, Reb Eli Teitelbaum, Zochrona Lebracha, who headed the original Pirkei choir. Sheya joined the choir, appeared on the fourth Pirkei choir, and later sang in the Sidei Chemded alums. And I forget the exact story, but like at some point he was also in Mumkach Yeshiva, and maybe Torah Tamima for a period like a year or two was housed in Mumkach. And I met Eli Teitelbaum when I lived in Borough Park. In 1979, he produced the Amudei Shish Boys Choir LP, then solo produced the Amudei Shish Wedding album, which was released the following year. She went on to produce Avram Fried's first studio album entitled No Jew Will Be Left Behind in 1981. The same year, she was involved in 2 of Mordechai Ben David's release, Mordechai Ben David Live, his first album, and Memories, which was written in memory of his mother. Over the following year, she and Mordechai Ben David jointly produced a number of hit albums together, including his MBD and Friends, mostly Haraz, Yisrael Lamb, and the Philharmonic Experience, and 25 Years of Jewish Music, 1988. Shea Mendlowitz went on to produce MBD's Siman Tov, Kitzad, single album, and the double album. She produced his first concert in 1981 at the Felt Forum in Madison Square Garden, featuring Mordechai Ben David. He was the composer of one of the most famous Siman Tov and Mazel Tov tunes of all time, first sung by at the Chassan of the Belzer Rebbe's son, which is still used at Jewish weddings throughout the world. That's Siman Tov and Mazel Tov and Mazel Tov and Siman Tov. Yehi lanu kol Yisrael. Siman Tov and Mazel Tov and Mazel Tov and Siman Tov. Yehi lanu kol Yisrael. Oy Siman Tov and Mazel Tov and Mazel Tov and Siman Tov. Yehi lanu kol Yisrael. Yada da 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 dum yum bum ba 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 bum. Yada da 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 dum. Yada da da dum ba dum da da dum. Yada da da dum bum 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 bum. So that's a pretty common tune sung at weddings. And Shea Mendlowitz was kind of a behind the scenes figure. So like a lot of people have heard of Avram Fried and Mordechai Ben David. Shea Mendlowitz, like people in the Orthodox Hasidic community knew Shea Mendlowitz, but he was more producer and behind the scenes fellow, although that song is pretty popularized, very common at Orthodox weddings and simchas. She had a special fondness for authentic Jewish music and insisted on promoting it as much as possible. One thing I tried to preserve Jewish music. Everything is influenced by its surrounding, and people try to take the rhythms of secular music and put Jewish words to it. But I wonder if that's really Jewish music. He said in an interview earlier this year. So what I've tried to do is preserve the Jewish identity of the music. The stuff that's lasted through time are the real old songs, the Hasidic stuff and the Karlbach stuff and the Mudgitzer stuff, because if you take all the arrangements and extras out of it, you're left with a beautiful, pure melody. She has suffered terribly from a slew of ailments and medical conditions in the past few years. Incredibly, he never complained, and he was unable to walk the past few years. A close friend made a shul for him in his home, where 3 minyanim every Shabbos and Yom Tov. He always had a smile and a good word for everybody. He was in and put of the hospital recently, and his condition deteriorated until his patira early Friday morning. God forbid, he might have had diabetes and a feet problem. It said like he had health problems back when I knew him, and so 61. Shlomo Meir, God forbid, passed away in his late 50s. So another article, Sheya Mendlowitz, he had also produced albums with Piamenta, who Doooovid had worked with. Shlomo Simcha was his main guy, and Yossi Green, Yaakov Shweki, and so even the Chabad sites are, Avram Fried is one of the most famous Chabad singers. So Sheya Mendlowitz helped produce those first albums. So Sheya Mendlowitz is remembered well among Chabadsters. Also, here you can see pictures of Sheya Mendlowitz in his early years meeting the Lubavitch Rebbe. So on several occasions, he came for Sunday Dollars, Kol Shes Bracha, Lekach, and other distributions. He's survived by a son and 2 daughters. So God bless you, Sheya. You can see pictures of Sheya with the Lubavitch Rebbe. So Sheya was a good man. He was nice to everybody. He was particularly nice to me. I remember, I was in the 5 towns when I was day trading. I was trying to be Hasidic. Everyone else was, largely modern Orthodox to secular, although they were, very Zionist leaning. Sheya Mendlowitz could have mixed in with the modern Orthodox. Although he was Hasidic and still worked in Jewish music, he lived in the 5 towns, and you could fit in with the modern Orthodox crowd. Although he was Hasidic, and he always respected me for trying to be Hasidic, and we had the common friend of Shimmy Bertrand, his childhood friend, and so say Sheya Mendlowitz is the godfather of modern Jewish music. He, I even have interesting stories that I remember about him that maybe very few other people even know. That heard but Sheya Mendlowitz produced some of the first popular Jewish music. You had like Perche and like boys choirs. The name's slipping me. The Mudgitzer, who had studied under the Lubavitch Rebbe. With Rav Moshe Wolfson and Shlomo Karlbach. So there was Jewish music, but it was mostly poorly produced. There was like a singer, maybe like 1 or 2 instruments. And Sheya Mendlowitz was the first one to fully produce Jewish music, although it was, his first productions might have just had like a synthesizer, keyboard, beat machine. But his later productions even had like full symphonies and high-level studio production. And he was also the master of the wedding band, because in Jewish music, the crowd and finance level for Jewish music is relatively low. So you're going to be lucky to sell tens of thousands of copies of a Jewish music. So if you come out with a Jewish music CD, even if it's very popular, maybe it'll sell tens of thousands of copies. And so you could make you could be upper middle class, but like even from being the biggest Jewish music star, it's still hard to make a living. Like Lipa Schmelzer, he made relatively quite a bit of money. Maybe some of his albums sold like 100,000, and I'm not even sure if they sold 100,000. There's some concerts, but Jewish music concerts are actually relatively rare. So they like the Haas concert for one time a year, or occasional concerts. But the main time you see Jewish music is at weddings, sometimes bar mitzvahs, and other like community events that will bring in a band. And so these events, like a Jewish wedding, sometimes you could get paid as much as, like, if you're a big name, I mean, it might even be more these days, like $5,000. Like Mordechai Ben David, when I remember 15 years ago, Mordechai Ben David's appearance fee, maybe they charged more for the band or setup, but with like $5,000. Like Mordechai Ben David could make like $5,000 in a night for appearing at a Jewish wedding or bar mitzvah. You even see like bringing to Detroit. If you're in Detroit and you have your bar mitzvah or your wedding, and they want to bring in a big singer, you got to pay these guys thousands of dollars in order just to and traveling expenses and their band and everything. So Sheya Mendlowitz was like the godfather of Jewish music and a booking agent for bar mitzvahs and weddings. And when I worked in music, it is very, very difficult to make money in music. Like to come out with a CD, to produce a CD, and to sell it. If you're lucky to sell a few hundred CDs, most bands come to their own concerts and try to sell their own CDs at their own concerts. Let alone to get your CD in stores or distributed. And so if you're like in Jewish music, you could get your CD distributed at Judaica stores across the country. Like Detroit has 2 Judaica stores. Maybe a few synagogues carry CDs, but there's only 2 Judaica stores. They might have CDs. So if you're a minor Jewish band, even getting yourself distributed in like the Judaica stores in Detroit, they have a few like Jewish music stores in Brooklyn, like Mostly Music, I think was called, on 13th Avenue. Places like Eichler's have all CDs, but Judaica stores have Jewish music to a large extent. But the distribution network is relatively small. Like Israel, New York, New Jersey, maybe Chicago, Miami, Los Angeles, on the periphery, things like Detroit. But I mean, you're lucky to sell like 10, 20 CDs in Detroit. And, so most bands are struggling and they don't make a living as musicians. If they do, it's through weddings and bar mitzvahs and the occasional like Jewish event, like a school will bring a person in. So it's a low money return. And Sheya Mendlowitz was, he was in the 5 towns, which is a very wealthy area. But I think even like that, like in terms of money in the stock office, like he was not a major player in financial terms. But people respected him because he had a golden heart. He was a nice guy, and he was very musical. And when it came to like parties or communal events, he could become like the center of the party, like leading chanting or bringing the big names in music to come along. So God bless you, Sheya Mendlowitz. Rest in peace. I remember you well, and although we hadn't had contact, we might have been friends on Facebook, although I think he had like 2 accounts with like 5,000 friends. So like he knew so many people that I had in contact with him since I left New York. And but God bless you again, Sheya. Rest in peace. Okay, so let me read through this real quick. An important issue on Interfaith and on Sam Woll. So unfortunately, there's no update on her murder, who did it, why they did that, why they did it. It may not be known. God forbid, even to speculate. So we don't know. But now it's already been a week, and the events in her memory are largely over, and feel the lack of the work that she did. So one of the things that she was big in was Interfaith, and I think to some extent I had a hand in helping her get her started in Interfaith. that, when she came to Detroit, I was already involved in Interfaith, and she largely inherited the network of Rabbi Dorit, a Doot who had an Interfaith network. And, I have a lot of Rabbi Dorit, a Doot's Interfaiths on my YouTube channel. It's some of the first things I put on my YouTube channel. So this writer for the Free Press, he used to come to the Hare Krishna temple. He's Arab, and so he wrote this article on Samantha Woll's legacy continuing in Michigan interfaith work amid tensions. Rolling to the south in a bus visiting historic civil rights sites in May, the Reverend Kenneth Flowers and Samantha Woll spent time getting to know each other. The two Detroit faith leaders were touring Alabama and Georgia with a coalition for Black and Jewish unity, a Metro Detroit organization formed a few years ago to foster relationships between the two groups. Woll, president of Isaac Agree Downtown Synagogue in Detroit, was eager to learn more about Flowers, pastor at Greater Mount Moriah Baptist Church in Detroit, and how the civil rights movement inspired all his work. Flowers recalled, adding that he remembers Woll being a careful listener and sometimes interested in the history of Black struggles. She said, "I'm trying to learn more about the Black community and other communities, saying that we have to work together," said Flowers, who was attending another Black and Jewish event in Detroit on October 21st when he heard that Woll had been fatally stabbed outside her home in Detroit. She was 40. "We were just devastated," Flowers, whose work has been influenced by Coretta Scott King, said of Woll. "She left a legacy of bringing people together, whether it was Blacks and Jews, Muslims and Jews. She was just a loving person, a kind person, someone who I could see as a major leader of Black-Jewish relations going forward. It's just a tragedy, but I believe her light will shine again, because when we come together, Blacks and Jews and Muslims and Jews, it will cause her light to illuminate." Flowers' memories of Woll are echoed by several interfaith and community leaders who spoke to the Free Press last week about her legacy and what it means as tensions rise amid the Israel-Hamas war that has entered its fourth week. In Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu communities, they recall Woll as someone who seemed generally curious about different cultures and faiths, looking for ways to promote dialogue, even when it was painful and awkward. Her death sparked fears of anti-Semitism, but police and Jewish leaders in Michigan have said they have no evidence her killing was motivated by anti-Jewish bias. A soul in search for common ground. In Metro Detroit, there are at times clashing views on the war, and different groups have mobilized to promote their viewpoints. On Friday, the Jewish Community Relations Council American Jewish Committee released a list of faith leaders in Michigan, including Flowers, who expressed support for Israel and criticized Hamas for its October 7th attack. Over the weekend, Arab American and Muslim groups continued to hold protests against Israel's action in Gaza that have led to thousands dead. Woll, who was liberal and supportive of Israel, dealt with those tensions in her work with diverse communities, but urged more dialogue as a way to maintain connections. When Black Lives Matter activists who had often opposed Israel became more active in Detroit, Woll, who home had a Black Lives Matter sign on the front window, suggested even more conversations were crucial. Her brother-in-law recalled at her funeral, "Being progressive while also being pro-Israel has its increasing challenges, but it can work," say some Jewish activists. "They're not contradictory," said Rabbi Asher Lopatin, executive director of the Jewish Community Relations Council of the Metro Detroit American Jewish Committee. "You can care about fighting racism, and you can love Israel, and you can be a Zionist and be a progressive." Woll, also involved with Muslim outreach, helped form a group to foster Muslim-Jewish relations. "Her death cannot go in vain," said Fatima Salman, a community organizer in Bloomfield Hills who was active in the Muslim community, who sometimes worked with Woll. "You want her life works, her legacy to go on. You want her goodness and her purity to keep moving on, in our community, bringing people and different ideas and different viewpoints together. I hope and pray that the work of hers continues." Woll's Facebook page shows a person who was sympathetic to immigrants and minority groups. "Refugees welcome." A sign reads in the header photo of her page. A builder of bridges who left a lasting mark over the years. She was mentioned Martin Luther King Jr. and Occupy Wall Street movement and other liberal movements. At the same time, she felt a connection to Israel and once worked there at a center that helped assault victims. Speakers at her funeral said she attended a pro-Israel rally held in Southfield 2 days after Hamas's attack that Governor Gretchen Whitmer spoke at. Lopatin said on Thursday 2 pro-Israel signs were seen below the Black Lives Matters poster on the front of her home, a decal that read Detroit stands with Israel, and a small photo of an Israeli flag. It is unclear when the pro-Israel images or the Black Lives Matter poster were placed. Woll's legacy will play out in the coming weeks as Metro Detroiters hold a series of interfaith events, including one Sunday night at the Northminster Presbyterian Church in Troy that will seek to promote peace and understanding. On Monday, the Reverend Charles Williams, a pastor at historic King Solomon Baptist Church of Detroit, who leads the local chapter of the National Action Network led by the Reverend Al Sharpton, will host a forum with Jewish and Muslim leaders. And I guess that's tomorrow night. And next month, in memory of Woll, the Bap Shri Sramarayan Mandir in Sterling Heights will host the annual Hanukkah Diwali celebration that brings Hindus and Jews together to celebrate the two holidays. We will remember and honor the life and legacy of Samantha Woll, reads the flyer for the Hanukkah Diwali event that Woll took part in over the years. Padma Kupa, a Democratic former state representative whose district included Troy and Clawson, recalled meeting Woll for the first time at the first Hanukkah Diwali event in 2015. I think I even have that one on my YouTube page. Over the years, they became friends. Woll managed Kupa's run for House Representative 2018 when she became the first Indian American woman and first Hindu elected to serve in the Michigan legislature. Warm and friendly and very intelligent is how Cooper remembered Woll. She understands pluralism, like you can be right, I can be right, we can have two different realities, like multiple truth hypothesis. Cooper said Woll had a desire to repair the world, known in Judaism as Tikkun Olam, while she has a desire to pursue Dharma, a Hindu concept of good actions. We fed off each other, Cooper says. Woll also later worked on a campaign for Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel and for U.S. Representative Lisa Slotkin of Lansing. I'm struck by the spiritual strength Samantha had, said Stephen Spritzer, Executive Director of the Michigan Roundtable of Diversity and Inclusion. It was a fusion of your faith, you practice, that allows you to transcend a normal noise to deeply connect with somebody. Family rooted in Jewish community. So her mother's a dentist and her father is an internal medicine doctor. So the article goes on. So mention one other article about Sam Woll from Rabbi Jason Miller, popular blogger in the area, who was at University of Michigan, and your brother went to school for at the Hillel Day School. So, Samantha Woll was an activist from her very early times in University of Michigan, and ran against Coca-Cola. She had at one point been a very pro-Israel activist in various things. So here's the U of M Hillel. And so, yeah, God bless you, Sam Woll. And you're just thinking about it. Okay, she was she was involved in Democratic politics, and she combined her activism with Democratic politics. Doooovid was neutral. Doooovid was always neutral in politics. Like, I have some conservative leaning. Generally, if people, I'm a libertarian. So I never mixed my activism with politics. I never encouraged people to vote one way or another. If I never encourage people to vote at all, generally, I'm very down on the system and don't think taking part in the system really makes a difference. So her activism was directly combined with the Democratic Party, and there's a nature of like frame games in the diversity industry where part of it comes down to using these interfaiths for protests, for activism on issues, and combining with the Democratic Party. And then if it's the nature of being pro-Israel and the Democratic Party should go with Israel, you could see part of the interfaith community falling apart due to, instead of remaining neutral, trying to say like it's very important that you support Israel now, and maybe the Hindu or some of the Christian groups will fall behind Israel, and then the Arab or Islamic communities are very unlikely to fall behind Israel. So it was the nature and also kind of the fakeness of the interfaith community, where like I went to a lot of those events. I went to a lot of interfaith events. I went to the mosque or Muslim events, Palestinian events, and the vast majority of them, I was the only Jew there. And the other ones, most of them were just a handful of interfaithers. And like the Jews who do interfaith, because there's a minority of Jews who do interfaith. And of the Jews who do interfaith, most Jews who do interfaith are also activists within the Democratic Party. And so you have these events where you have maybe like 5, 10 Jews, or sometimes they're hosted at a synagogue, and you'll have a larger community like Temple Bethel will, hosted interfaiths. And even those, like a minority of the congregation actually shows up. So unfortunately, interfaith is not that popular among Jews. Most of the Jews who do interfaith combine it with activism in the Democratic Party, and also will circle the wagons when it comes to dispute with Israel, as opposed to remaining neutral and form a discourse. So I did somewhat appreciate Frame Games, kind of like diversity industry, and the nature, like Rabbi Sean Zevitt, who Frame Games had, like with the Starbucks protest back then, had came to the downtown synagogue. So it's a little bit interesting, the dynamics of interfaith and democratic activism, which was not the method that Doooovid went about. Wave more for, so feel free to enjoy the Stephen Wolf Run special edition. I will next be moving into Israel. So, if you want to come back for the state of AI, I probably have at least an hour on, the state of Israel, and I'll probably do the UAW slides before I even get to the state of AI, and then maybe I'll read a few papers. So, I wanted to cover a little week in review, some more on Samantha Woll. She was a good-hearted person, although not any connection to her death, like God forbid. She was relative, a good person, nice, warm, kind-hearted person, like all the things you see in the paper, and just my general criticism about the diversity industry and interfaith, where how sincere is the interfaith, and does it directly get pushed to, okay, vote for this candidate, or what you need to do is get involved with the political process and vote Democratic, or kind of like the community has to have each other's backs on certain issues, and that could be like refugees or immigration or fighting hate, to some extent, like the diversity industry, where the interfaith community largely gathers together in opposition to white Christian males. And I even have it on my YouTube channel, the Diwali, the Hanukkah Diwali, where you have the Jewish congressmen and the Hindu congresswoman, and they're basically complaining about white Christian males. And so there is a certain element to the nature of interfaith in partisan interfaith. And I don't fault Sam Wolf for being like that. I say most of the interfaith community that's how it's practiced. Although I did interfaith, I tried to be neutral, nonpartisan, and understand the differences. I mean, to say like I recognize there is legitimate group conflict, and much of that group conflict is intractable. If it comes down to Arabs, Palestinians, Muslims, and Zionism in Israel, or even to Christianity, Hinduism, all of these various groups have intractable group differences, and as opposed to kind of like we're gonna have a kumbaya, and we're all going to like be able to agree and come together for this like multicultural dream. It's like, no, we should recognize that there's intractable differences and group conflicts of interest, although within understanding and celebrating each other's culture and appreciating the conflicts of interest, we could live together more in peace. So, certainly I had a different approach in interfaith than Samantha did. But that critique has nothing to do with her as a person, or God forbid, related to her death. Just my view on non-politicized interfaith. Okay, so let's get straight into the week update on the Israel conflict. And we see, first thing, we're witnessing the largest U.S. anti-war protest in 20 years since, the post 9/11 invasion of Afghanistan and Iraq, and we could rapidly be approaching um, even Vietnam level protests if this continues. Like, we'll see if this war continues um, for months or years. These protests could become larger than the Iraq Afghanistan because, to some extent, uh, the U.S. was attacked in 9/11 in the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, and there was much larger public support for going after bin Laden than for the U.S. supporting Israel and the question of our national interest and a different political climate. But to see some of these protests around the world, here in Metro Detroit the other day, I think there was possibly as many as 25,000 people at the Palestinian protest in Metro Detroit. Some of these protests had hundreds of thousands of people in London, the one in Turkey, 1.5 million people, India. Um, there might have been multiple protests in America that had more than 100,000 people. You could see the one in the takeover of Union Square, um, where hundreds of people got arrested doing a sit-in, demanding a ceasefire now, and if not now, Jewish Voice for Peace growing. Jewish Voice for Peace, but like I have on my YouTube channel, a very marginal group, just a handful of people. Now definitely growing. If not now, had a period, 2014 after the last Gaza war. Um, and then if not now, it kind of died out with not much war happening in Israel. But now, if not now, has back in the game. Although it seems like Jewish Voice for Peace is now larger because they've been consistent. Um, Although if not now, usually does not cross event with Palestinians. They have their own separate protest, usually targeted against politicians or Jewish organizations to stop the support of Israel's militarism, as opposed to protesting together with Palestinians, which is more Jewish Voice for Peace will do. Um, but look for continued protests all across the nation. Um, Here you can see in Ann Arbor, there are protests at University of Michigan and daily. So, not just like one protest. Like when God forbid, after October 7th, there was first a protest, a vigil for Israelis that over 1,000 people came to. But now, 3 weeks into the war, um, basically all the protests are for Palestine, and they get bigger and bigger. Marches, closing down the street, more and more people from a diverse background joining, more and more organizations joining the protests. So that's where Doooovid first got involved in Palestinian activism, was as a student at University of Michigan. In fact, how I got involved in streaming, like Richard Spencer, at the time, it was after or before the Gaza war, um, where no, after the Gaza war had died down in 2016. After Trump got elected, 2017, Richard Spencer was doing his college tour, and there were mass walkouts and protest against Richard Spencer that were bigger than these Palestinian walkouts. But it could be, University of Michigan, since Richard Spencer, these are the biggest walkouts. And Doooovid got involved in sympathy and pro-Palestinian protest as a student at University of Michigan. And here you could see the student walkout in some of the protests at University of Michigan. Okay, so I'll look at some of these streams I did this week. So last week I had Kevin McCarran on my channel. I saw he talked to Lucas Gage last night, and he actually mentioned Doooovid, and Lucas remembered me from Adam Green. Like I've spoken with Lucas maybe just once on the Brundlecast, like in 2018. And actually Richard Spencer was on that one, and maybe even High T. God forbid, Handsome Truth of the GDL was on that program also, God forbid. But he's got his Christian buddy and his Bible stuff and the Third Temple. So we spoke and we spoke and we spoke, and some of it was interesting, a little bit about the Third Temple and the possibility of the connection of what's happening in Israel to rebuilding the Third Temple, and the possibility that within all the turmoil that Israel could close off the Temple Mount site to Muslims, take the Temple Mount, and there would even be a push to rebuild the Third Temple during the war. And that's always a possibility. There are always Jewish fundamentalists that talk about the Third Temple, and in the time of war would be like the Kotel. The 67 war was when Israel seized control of the Western Wall and of the Temple Mount, and then later relinquished control of it to the Jordanians. So if the war increased and there was widespread uprising with the Palestinian Israelis, Arab Israelis, it could be possible that Israel would seize the Temple Mount. And I've heard various extremists talk about rebuilding the Third Temple. And so we're just like hypothetically, you can see the value of the multiple truth hypothesis I was trying to explain to Kevin. I'm not sure how much he got it. And I also noticed something from the discussion with Kevin is for the multiple truth hypothesis, just to say that there's multiple ways of looking at things and to analyze them and possibilities. Generally, I think I work with nihilism as the base theory. So in my mind, the base theory might be some sort of Judaic understanding. However, in practice for discussion and hypotheticals, I will generally work with nihilism as the base theory, just meaning that there is no meaning, that even like if I live or die means nothing. Life itself has no meaning. I have a preference that I don't die, that I don't suffer, but it's not necessarily meaningful or connected to good or bad, whether I die or suffer. It's just my preference. And in relation to group strategy, group conflict, to look at that as simple preference and completely neutral of morality or good or bad. So generally, if you're trying to understand different viewpoints, I think some form of like nihilistic materialism is the safest base structure. Just to say that work with the base structure that let's assume that there is no meaning to life, that it makes no difference or anybody else lives or dies besides their own personal preference for um, survival and prosperity. That like I would prefer to survive and prosper and minimize my suffering, but there's no objective meaning to me doing that. And whether I were to die or suffer or God forbid any of these other things is not objectively bad or is nothing more than my personal preference. And even on all of humanity, to say if humanity in totality were to cease existing, that there would be no intrinsic meaning. Like it's not bad. There's no intrinsic goal. Like we must protect humanity. We must limit suffering. So the baseline of nihilism, and then from there you could work with something like the ahimsa principle as a foundational principle of saying, well, there is a phenomenon of suffering, and collectively, at least as an individual or from my group or in totality of all of humanity or all of the world, that this suffering is preferably limited, called the ahimsa principle. And then other ideas, like I was trying to explain to him, the Judeo concept of Jews having a third level of the soul that non-Jews don't have. And so that would necessitate working in a dualistic realm where this third part of the soul would be something non-physical. And so the non-Jewish soul is also non-physical. The animalistic soul is also non-physical. So this third component of the Jewish soul that would be related to group activity and group strategy. And according to Jewish theology, the destination and purpose of creation and various things, it's a non-physical element. So I'm not sure Kevin got that in terms of having some baseline to judge theories off of, to say, well, okay, this is what these guys believe, this is what these guys think, and just like, okay, whatever. And then judging that as an hypothesis, and then saying, well, what's his theory? And whether he could clearly articulate a theory, and then just say, for the sake of argument, let's build our theories off of a background of nihilism, of nothing having meaning, and therefore to speak about things in amoral terms. And so when you come up with concepts of, well, is it good or bad? Is it evil? Or that is to be built up from a system, and that base level system is just, okay, there is a physical world, there is entities that have life, and those entities of life have some form of consciousness and some form of preference, and conceptions of good or bad or morality arise from that and may or may not have any grounding in reality, these conceptions of morality or good or bad, or even of consciousness in how we view the world. So if we talk again, we could talk a little bit more about that. But I think we had a little bit of a standstill, and like, so he brought on his like kind of like counter-Semitic Christian buddy that believes in the biblical scripture, but has still some sort of negative view or mixed view towards the Jewish people, and then we'll backtrack and so it's I'm not even sure I'd recommend watching it, but we'll see if those conversations continue. Um, so Stephen James did a big program, some big viewership. He had over almost like 50 people watching his program. Colin Liddell came on from Luke Ford, one of the founders of the alt-right movement, Kevin McCarran, and later Elliot Blatt and Conops. And we talked about the war in Israel and Hamas and various possibilities of what might happen and the direction things are going. And so if anyone wants to check that out, and props to Stephen James for hosting. We'll probably do another, like, as long as the war in Israel is raging, maybe we'll do a weekly program with Stephen James on the war in Israel. So post on Twitter if that happens. I also appeared on Sula Adir Weinrab, who did a call-in show. So I called in driving. Adar is visiting his family in Israel and might be called in. And he was talking about military prison. So like I used the StreamYard app and called in driving, mentioned a few comments, and I was mentioning universal humanism and trying to understand the prism of the war in Israel through universal humanism, and instead of like a good or bad, saying that whatever drives Jews is the same thing that drives Palestinians and all people, and the universal value of human life. And having that background from going to the Roper School versus a more pro-Israel, Judaic-centric, where you have a war between good and bad, where we're the good guys and they're the bad guys, and just saying, well, I'm not so sure we're the good guys and they're the bad guys. I believe in universal humanism. They're just group strategy, and even with that, like, okay, I'm on the human team, but okay, I'm still a Jew, and I still am part of this group, and we're in conflict with this other group. But what difference does it make to try to judge this conflict through universal humanism? And towards the end, we got more into talking about like what's actually happening, because like a lot of conversations just go on like moral indignation and just saying, well, I'm mad, they're bad, and we got to end this once for all. Like whatever they did, we have to create a scenario where they could never do this again, and largely ignoring the facts on the ground, or giving these like history lessons about why we're in the state we are today. And when you attach a morality to it, to say like we're the good guys and they're the bad guys, and there's a history, of us being the good guys and them being the bad guys, or like the conflict didn't start on October 7th, it started a long time ago, versus ignoring, like, well, what's the plan, what's actually happening, what are we claiming to do? Like, God forbid, as Jews, Israel, we might be you're really doing very dangerous things, and instead of focusing on like the history or the problem that like, or like the future that we want, we should focus on what we're actually doing. And so Adar talking about going to Israel, he's served in the IDF, he could be called up for reserves, and there's different positions in the reserves, but if he was called up for reserves and they sent him to Gaza, where he would be in the position to dissent, and then he, before being released, would probably have to spend a few weeks in military prison. So that's the current situation in Israel, although it is a democracy with elections. At this point, there's no elections called for. There's a unity government, and it's a military state. There's mandatory military service, and if you get called up um, and you don't show, you'll be sent to military prison. And if you get called up and refuse to go to where they send you, you'll also be sent to military prison. And that could even include, God forbid, giving up your life. So, say if they call you up in reserves and they send you in the front line in Gaza, where there's a reasonably high chance of casualty death, you risk prison, military detention for denying. Hey, Tingle, thanks for tuning in. God bless. So people can check out that program. Adar, kind of the leftist Israeli, been in America, former party promoter, descendant of the Baal Shem Tov. So check out his channel. And he said that he would be trying to do a weekly call-in show. So I hope to join him for the discussion. Also, he did that on Thursday. Also, Stephen James was on Thursday. So I'm not sure if he's planning on doing it Thursday, but I've been following his content since the war started. I've been following his content for a few years, but I've been watching quite a bit of his content since the war started. He's been putting out more content. So you check out that program. I was watching this debate, Coleman Hughes, like the philosopher from Colombia, popular streamer. He was on Joe Rogan this week. And on Joe Rogan, he was basically saying that he looks at a battle between good and evil, and Israel is good, and Palestine or Hamas is evil. And so he got pushback from some of his own followers that, like, he's too biased in favor of Israel. So he invited on a pro-Palestinian guest who, instead of, I guess, interviewing him, he was like a debate, because Coleman Hughes is like of the opinion that Israel's the good guy and Palestine are the bad guys. So it was relatively a pretty contentious debate. But I've heard Joseph Munir quite a few times. He's one of the big names in Palestinian activism, and so that was a pretty good debate. Mario Nuffel, who's still live right now, had Eric Weinstein on last night. So that's this live stream. It's still pinned on his YouTube, and it looks like he's still live. His programs go for hours. So at this point, he has Visgrad, one of the other big top big news streamers, and relatively to the new elite, they lean pro-Israel. So although not like the mainstream media, in terms of like the mainstream media, but compared to global sentiment, Mario is leaning pro-Israel, and he has, at this point, it's kind of like echo chamber of the same voices, and he's even silenced a few people that, although he has Syrian Girl quite often, and so he had Eric Weinstein on for last night in another debate, and kind of like Eric Weinstein is kind of justifying civilian casualties, that like basically saying, like, God forbid, it's sad and it's dangerous to see, but at this point, like a Sam Harris. He debated Sam Harris on trigonometry. Also, I'm not sure if I shared that, but on trigonometry, there was a debate between Sam Harris and Eric Weinstein, and watched that. And Eric Weinstein's maybe a little bit more to the left on Israel. I mean, they're both, I guess, technically on the left, Sam Harris and Eric Weinstein. But when it comes to Israel and Palestine, both Weinstein and Harris are largely defending Israeli military policy and justifying civilian casualties, just saying, look, in this scenario, Israel has the right to defend herself and eliminate Hamas, even if it causes mass Palestinian civilian casualties. So, mentioned like Sam Woll, the Democratic, so even Democratic leftist activists, the mainstream now defending Israel militarism, like President Biden, and we will cover that more. And looks like the Yeshiva Beth Yehuda dinner is tonight also in Detroit. Okay, so Jackson Hinkle, who was the most viral of all users on Twitter this last month, and has been a huge anti-Israel activist, teaming up with Haz Infrared, who I guess is here in Michigan. So, I know Haz Infrared debated Destiny. Maybe he was on the Kill Stream or Modern Day Debate, politically provoked. And so he said that he's actually here in Metro Michigan. I'm not sure if it's Metro Detroit, but he's been teaming up with Jackson Hinkle in exposing Zionism and arguing that the United States should not support Israel, and if anything, should even support Palestine and the illegitimacy of Israel. And he gave very persuasive arguments. Like, he was way better than Jackson Hinkle. Jackson Hinkle debated on Mario Nuffel, and he gave pretty good arguments. And, like, unfortunately, God forbid not to believe our own propaganda, like as a Jew, so to believe our own propaganda, that it's tough to defend Israel. And, so here you have Jackson Hinkle. I guess the Irish have also been relatively very anti-Israel. And, so there he is live with over 2,000 viewers and a rising star in media. He calls himself like a MAGA communist, so I don't know his exact politics, but teaming up with Haz, who is was definitely more better at forming a lot of these arguments, knew more about the actual situation of Israel, and I guess is ethnically Arab, really had powerful arguments about the illegitimacy of the creation of Israel and of the state of Israel, and the necessity of Israel to constantly be at war just to exist. And so he's arguing with various Zionists or Israelis, and you look forward to seeing more of that. And so you have these new rising star voices. I think Mario Nuffel stopped hosting the anti-Israel, the people who said that Israel is an illegitimate state. And although a lot of these people are becoming very popular on Twitter in these arguments against the legitimacy of Israel, not just coming from Palestinians, but becoming from American firsters, and just saying that America has no interest in the area of Israel or globally at all. And we'll get more into that when I look at the actual maps and what happened in the war this week and the bombing of the military bases. But I might even encourage people to check out one of these spaces with Hazeldin and Jackson Hinkle if you want to hear maybe like the strongest form of the anti-Israel sentiment coming from non-Palestinians. And if you look on Rumble right now, that like Fresh and Fit for a period that they were hosting, like Ryan Dawson, but here you could see that I guess they're not even holding him up here, but he's one of the top 5 programs on Rumble. That so people should probably be aware of those arguments and that growing sentiment. Here was something also like a new trending thing on Twitter was no oil for Israel. This could become a reality. How it play out in the war coming up if there was an oil embargo just against Israel. You say this is Ireland, like Ireland stands with Palestine, and that's been known in history. Like the Irish have for decades largely been pro-Palestinian, but like now it's soccer games, flooding soccer games with like Palestinian flags, and like Spain or various cases they've like forbidden people from carrying Palestinian flags, and a lot of these like soccer games are just like completely flooded with Palestinian flags. But here is the possibility that there could be an oil embargo just against Israel. And that would be probably through sabotage in Iraq. I'm not sure like the exact position who controls the oil in Iraq, and there might have already been some bombings. And Turkey, that Turkey controls also the pipeline that goes to Israel, that Turkey could shut off the oil to Israel. And so that was one of the biggest things trending on Twitter was no oil for Israel. And then here's an interesting news source, Ground News. So I see Ground News, they host some things on YouTube as like a sponsor. So I've heard them a few times. I've shared them in the past. But Ground News is like an aggregator of news coverage that will take a various issue and then it'll aggregate the various things. So here, if you have Israel military says expanding Gaza ground operation, internet cut off. So it's looking at 376 news sources, 68 leaning left, 69 leaning right, 83 center, and looking at the various news organizations, whether they lean left or right, and the percentage covering the story. And then you could see the difference between how left and right-wing publications present the same news story. So if here you're looking at like the timeline of a certain event and whether it's being covered by more right-wing or left-wing organizations. It's like Israel military says Hamas hiding tunnels, operation centers in Gaza. So, that's a story that's being covered by more right-wing publications than left-leaning publications. IDF assassination of Hamas commander hitting targets. WHO urges Hamas to resell hostages. Qatar sentences 8 Indians to deaths reportedly on charges of spying for Israel, as opposed to stories that are being more covered by left-leaning journalists like Al Jazeera. Gaza's correspondent loses 4 family members in Israeli airstrike. Biden condemns retaliatory attacks by Israeli settlers against Palestinians in the West Bank. So, it's interesting just seeing the various stories, like Hamas-run health ministry says 700 killed in 24 hours. And you see the various publications, and just that it's more likely to be various stories are either completely uncovered or covered by either the left or right, and then looking at the bigger stories that are covered by both sides, and you could see the way it was covered. So if you're talking, God forbid, Hamas-run health ministry says 700 killed in 24 hours. So, right-leaning IDF detained 930 Palestinians in West Bank since October 7th. including 608 Hamas members, and that might include the same thing as the title. But it's interesting to try to sift through the facts and the bias by seeing how multiple different news agencies cover the same story. Okay, so here's my last stream. So last night I was on Denying History's Twitter space with History Speaks, and Denying History is actually here in Ann Arbor area, specialized in like World War II and the Holocaust. And the first bit of the conversation was like History Speaks asked me about Hasidim. He asked me a little about like Notori Karta and Hasidic culture and views on Israel, Zionism, people who leave the religion, what does it mean to be Orthodox, Haredi, and a lot of these denominations. So it was like 4 hours. The first hour is largely History Speaks, questioning me like basic questions on Hasidism. Then we talked about the war, and there were a few interesting points. One is he did what's going to happen. There's a lot like the historical analysis of what led to the situation, what should happen. And so I was, as a thought experiment, saying, okay, so I'm not active in Israeli politics. I'm not in Israel. I'm not telling Israel what they should do, although like I am an American Jew, has the right of return. I studied in Israel 3 years. I almost made Aliyah when I was in Israel. I follow it. I'm very concerned. I'm part of the Jewish community. And of course, I have opinions, but I haven't really been politically involved. I haven't went to any protests. But generally, I'm of the opinion that the root cause of the problem is Zionism in terms of trying to have a Jewish state. Like I mentioned, Hazal Din and Jackson Hinkle, and Hazal Din, largely also saying arguments from a pro-Arab perspective that the root of the problem is Zionism. And, God forbid, as a Jew, unfortunately, because I fell in love with Zionism and the Jewish state and worked together with Israel for the majority of my adult life, and almost all my Jewish friends love Israel and are Zionist. Although, unfortunately, but I had studied in Israel under Haredi rabbis who were anti-Zionist, and in Brooklyn, the Sklender Rebbe of blessed memory, the Toltz Avram Yitzchak Rebbe of blessed memory. It's Toltz Avram Yitzchak Rebbe still alive, 80 years old. Rabbi Moshe Wolfson, 99 years old, somewhat neutral on Zionism. And I had argued with some of the Notori Karta rabbis, and I tend to come out anti-Zionist, meaning to say I think the largest cause of the problem is the Jewish state, and that I support a one-state solution. Although I'm not politically involved, I'm not protesting against Israel. Just if you ask me, that's my opinion, that we need a one-state solution with equal rights for everybody. Israel should absorb the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. And so we cover some of these topics, and I'm going to get more into some of the details. But one of the things I was mentioning was if there was going to be a ceasefire, what would the ceasefire look like? And if we were to move to a one-state solution that included the and I'll put the link in the chat. Like the chat's not that active, but if anyone wants to come on and talk about this, I also have papers to read and other things. But if someone does want to come on and talk about this, they're welcome. But What would a path from the current situation now to a one-state solution absorbing the Palestinians, giving them full citizenship look like? As opposed to now saying, well, we have to eliminate Hamas. And that means the war has to go forward and likely take multiple months, even years. So if we call the ceasefire right now and Israel gave up on Zionism, God forbid, got rid of the right of return for American Jews, for global Jews, and started the process of giving all Gazans, maybe all Palestinian citizenship, even granting Palestinians the right of return, maybe keeping the right of return to American international Jews, but also conceding the right of return to Palestinian Jews, allowing the people in Gaza to go back to the land that their ancestors were expelled from in mainland Israel. That so first caveat, we're in an unprecedented situation. Like, God forbid, at this point, there's no precedence to what's happening. Like the October 7th attack, the casualties on the Israeli side, completely unprecedented. Over 1,000 Israeli lives taken October 7th, God forbid, completely unprecedented. And then the Israeli counteroffensive, completely unprecedented in history. The bombings that have been going on, the amount of deaths on the Palestinian side right now, over 7,000 deaths of Palestinians, maybe over 8,000. It could be, after all the rubble is cleared, God forbid, there's going to be over 10,000. Like, even if there was a ceasefire declared right now, there are probably in excess of 10,000 Palestinians killed, God forbid. So this completely unprecedented. And also the amount of refugees, the people of Gaza that have been displaced, anywhere between 500,000 and a million Gazans currently that have been displaced. So we're already in a completely unprecedented situation. It might, be somewhat of a replay of things that have happened historically, but never at this level. And some of the things that are happening right now have never happened historically. So, say, like, no one knows what they're doing. People might have plans, but to a large extent, no one knows what they're doing. And so from that perspective, if Israel were to go for a ceasefire and even move towards an absorption of the Gazans, giving them Israeli citizenship, there would have to be like a blanket immunity to Hamas fighters, and or some sort of surrender. So if Israel said ceasefire now, and we were wrong about Zionism, we're going to allow Gazans in some relatively short fashion, like months to years, return to mainland Israel and live in together in peace with Jews, there would have to be a mass immunity granting to Hamas. There might be certain Hamas leaders or people that have blood on their hands that would have to stand trial, maybe be executed. Some of them might be exiled. Some of them could have commuted or short-term prison sentences. But if there's 35,000 Hamas fighters, and at this point, like the October 7th attacks, who knows how many people committed those crimes, killed people. Yeah, you're welcome to hop on, Samish, if you want to talk about it. I mean, you're giving like a pejorative that my idea is naive. I'm going to say we're in unprecedented time, and I mean, it seems naive. I mean, of you to be speaking on behalf of other people. So I'm speaking hypothetically as a thought experiment, and I'm just mentioning this because no one else is mentioning it. So I'm just going through the thought experiment. And I'm not saying that anyone is having these thoughts. I'm saying right now there are, Jewish Voice for Peace. Me and Samish met at a JVP event. Hundreds of JVP people have been arrested in Washington and New York, protesting. Jewish Voice for Peace held a protest. They were part of the protest. Our mutual friend, Samish, the Barbros, here in Metro Detroit, and say no, there is no plan. So I'm not disagreeing like Samish is saying there is no plan right now for how this would happen. But if there is a ceasefire and some sort of moving, that it has to be a one-state solution, and there is going to be a gradual absorption of all of the Palestinians in Gaza into Israel, including letting them eventually, over a short term, move back into mainland Israel, that would necessitate some form of mass immunity to Hamas. And I'm saying it's naive. I'm saying I'm trying to put it from a not naive perspective. I'm talking about the difficulty, why basically no one is saying what I'm saying. And even the people calling for a ceasefire now, very few of them have thought out what I'm saying. So I'm just going through the steps of what would be necessary. So if there was a ceasefire now, the first thing, okay, ceasefire, maybe Hamas keeps on firing rockets for a few more days or weeks, and Israel could just intercept it, or with go continue to take the precautions. Maybe there'll be a few Israeli casualties, but if a ceasefire now, if Hamas keeps on firing some rockets, Israel would just have to take the losses. And then eventually there would have to be a negotiation. Maybe there could be a vote among Palestinians if it's going to be a one-state solution, where if Israel put out the offer, even in Israel, like saying like there's no way Israelis would vote for this. So I mean, this is just completely hypothetical, because like there's no way that Israel would vote for it. But I mean, so hypothetically, let's say that Israel had a vote, a referendum, should we offer the Gazans full citizenship, and somehow the Israelis voted for that. And then the Gazans, if they had a vote, should we accept Israeli citizenship, and somehow the Gazans voted, yes, we accept Israeli citizenship, in whatever the percentages were. I mean, hypothetically, let's say somehow 70% of Israelis vote to absorb the Gazans, and saying that's, I mean, Samish is right. Like that's like, as of now, like only 3% of Israelis would probably vote for that. And like, if there was a vote right now for the incursion and a complete ground defense, like right now, like 90% of Israelis would vote for war. But I mean, just say hypothetically, if there was a vote, a referendum in Israel, should we give the Palestinians Israeli citizenship? And there was an overwhelming majority. And then there was a vote among the Palestinians, maybe first in Gaza, should we accept Israeli citizenship? And they voted overwhelmingly, a majority, yes, they should accept it. And then you could have like a kumbaya, where Israelis and Palestinians could live in peace, and the Gazans could return to the territory in Israel proper that they were expelled from in 1948 and 1967. And then you would have to deal with, well, what about Hamas? What about the people who still want to fight? What about the people who have committed crimes and need to be prosecuted? So, beyond that, there would probably have to be a mass immunity granted to Hamas, that Israel is not going to prosecute all but the worst offenders, like maybe a few hundred of the worst criminals among Hamas that have killed multiple people, or planned and were active in like mass killings, and be like Nazi war crimes or something like that, Nuremberg, where I agree, Samish, no one's saying what I'm saying. I'm just hypothetically laying out a possible path to peace. And I'm admitting that I have never heard anybody say what I'm saying. And I admit that probably only 3% of Israelis would vote for it. Although I think it's likely that maybe 30 to 40% as of now, Gazans would vote for what I'm saying. That like if Israel had a referendum, should we give all Palestinian Gazans Israeli citizenship, like only 5% of Israelis would vote yes. If in Gaza they had a referendum, should they, Israel's offering, the Gazans full citizenship, should they accept it? I would guess, although there's not clear polling, that like at least 30-40% of Gazans would vote to accept full Israeli citizenship. But like, yeah, so I'm just hypothetically talking about a scenario that is not the facts on the ground right now. But I'm just talking, what does the ceasefire right now mean? What happens? I mean, like, I'm assuming Samish supports the ceasefire. And like, I mean, said, you're more than welcome to join and express your opinion. And I'm not trying to debate. I'm just trying to give a thought experiment on some sort of way out of this mess. And so what happens if there's a ceasefire? What happens if there was a ceasefire tomorrow? What happens the day after the ceasefire? And so, yeah, most likely would just be they would rebuild the wall and they would maintain a military siege on Gaza, and Hamas would still be in control, and there'd still be the sentiment for a military to wage a military struggle against Israel, and for more, God forbid, October 7th style attacks. That's why I'm just talking hypothetically what the path towards a one-state solution would look like, what a peaceful path towards a one-state solution would look like. And unfortunately, like I mentioned, Yosef Mayamar, who you might hypothetically support a one-state solution, although he's in America. And so a lot of the Palestinians that would be supporting what I'm saying are actually in America, or the, like the right of return. And we could also include like what if would hundreds of thousands of American Palestinians return to Israel to help rebuild a one-state solution and try to work together towards a peaceful living together of Israelis and Palestinians? So I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to hypothetically state a path towards peace that no one else is saying. And no one on the Israeli side, besides like a few, I don't know what to call myself, eccentrics, fanatics like Doooovid might be saying, and a sizable amount. Like I think actually like a quarter to half of Palestinians are actually talking about what I'm talking about. Like I even think like Amir Zar or something like that, would probably like sit down and negotiate what I'm talking about, and that would be a path towards the granting of full Israeli citizenship, or in some like a Hueda Araf, could probably sit and negotiate the path towards the reabsorption of Palestinians into Israeli society. But yeah, this is a huge mess, and basically everyone's looking to war. I mean, and obviously, like, because Gazans, Palestinians are so underrepresented in military capacity that and suffering humanitarian disaster right now, that they're much more likely than Israelis. Like Israelis now, I'll get in a minute to some of the articles, but I mean some of the polling right now is like over 90% of Israelis support the ground invasion and the elimination of Hamas. And whether the Israelis understand the full detail of what that means, even if that means, so I mentioned, what about the 35,000 Hamas soldiers? So, so I'm saying the theoretical absorption in one state solution, there would have to be basically blanket immunity to all but the worst offenders, tens or hundreds of Hamas, and all the other people in Hamas would have to be given full immunity. And that's why people like Samish are saying, like, well, then there'd be a bloodbath. They come into Israel, and then they just kill people. It'd be a bloodbath, and that's what most Jews and Israelis are scared of. But for a one-state solution to work, you could tear it out over a decade. You could give like a path to citizenship that over 7 years or something like that. I mean, there's multiple methods to do it, but eventually, one-state solution would have to include a path to full citizenship over a reasonably brief period of time. Even like 7 years is a long time. So if there was a ceasefire and Israel said we're going to give all Gazans citizenship and reabsorb them into Israel proper and allow them to go back to their ancestral homeland, the path to citizenship, like, really can't be more than a few years. Even 7 years would be a huge amount of time. And even you're going to keep them in Gaza. So, like, if the path to citizenship is like 7 years, like in America, or 14 years, but to keep them in Gaza for like more than like a few years, to say that like within a year or two, you would have to allow like the majority of Gazans into Israel. And, if the people are more militant or however you test it in a way, but over a few year period, you would have to allow hundreds of thousands of Gazans into Israel. And the path to citizenship, and then the possibility that eventually all the people in Gaza would be able to enter Israel proper. A zero infinity. God bless. Long time no see. I'm not sure if you're following the war or whatever you want to pop on and talk, but yeah. So I was just talking about my hypothetical towards a ceasefire and a one-state solution, and what it would look like for uh, a path towards citizenship for um, all Gazans in Israel. No, currently there's no path to citizenship in Israel. There's no path to citizenship for a Palestinian to get Israeli citizenship. And so what I'm talking about is purely hypothetical. There's not a single political party in Israel that's proposing that I'm proposing. There's not even like Labor. I mean, maybe some of the Arab parties in Israel, possibly. I'm not even sure. So I'm talking about something that nobody is proposing. Some of the Palestinians are proposing. Most of the Palestinians in America. And, so it's unclear whether any Palestinians in Israel are actually proposing this. So I'm talking purely hypothetical, just to say, like, how the hell could we avoid World War III in this bloodbath that I'm about to go into detail into what's likely to happen? It's going to be a bloodbath. And one of these things, God forbid, where all scenarios likely lead to World War III. Okay, so I mean, someone wants to talk about that later. Come on, we could talk about it more. But, because it's purely hypothetical, I just thought I'd mention it. And it might come up more as this drags on, and the demand for a ceasefire, and say, well, what happens after the ceasefire? And saying, well, it's just going to be the ceasefire, and then they're going to rebuild the wall and continue the siege. And at this point, that may be impossible. That saying a ceasefire and a continuation of the siege may no longer be tenable. And I'm going to show that Israel really is planning on an expulsion, and I'll show the evidence, even that the U.S. is culpable in the Biden administration State Department, even till today, that the plan is actually to expel the Gazans into Egypt. Oswald, I'm not sure Kaufness, but I don't know what he would do or not. I don't know. I've tweeted him a few times, never replied to me. I don't even know if Kaufness knows who I am. He once like hearted a comment a few years ago I made praising his critique. But yeah, I was mentioning earlier, Zero, like, I'm a universal humanist, so my ideas are based on universal humanism. But yeah, I'm not. So I doubt that Nathan Kaufness would come to talk. I mean, if he did talk, we would probably talk more about his research than Israel Palestine. It doesn't appear that he has much expertise, or I mean, he's probably following some, but I'm not sure he really has much to add on Israel Palestine. Although he's made some tweets, and I call, like, basic Hasbora. I would interview Kaufness, talk to him about some of his research, but yeah, I'm not sure it'd be any use. Lauren, good to see you. God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Your 2 cent solution. So Lauren's smarter than Doooovid, keeping her 2 cents to herself, but Doooovid is compelled to share my 2 cents, considering the gravity of the current situation. Okay, so let's look a little bit at these mappings and the military channels. So Task and Purpose has done multiple videos on Israel Palestine. He did his version just today on Israel's 3-phase plan for invasion, which is basically to cut the north in half, push um, push the Gazans into the south, and then you do a complete ground sweep to uproot and so he has pretty good analysis, task and purpose, and he has multiple videos on so I think I mentioned this the other day. So phase one, here he's talking about the 2006 14 the aerial assault, phase two ground invasion, and then phase three is return of governance to Gazans, and it would be something similar in today's military battle, although Israel's plans are still not exactly clear. I went over last week some of that. So here you can see task and purpose. They had like the history and military breakdown of Iron Dome. And he also did something on their Merkava tank and the the subterranean battle, the terror tunnel, so called, and what the ground invasion and the tunnel battle would look like. So, encourage people to check out task and purpose videos. Um, I think Defense Politics Asia had another open mic session on Israel Gaza um, last night. I didn't join. Um, I was on Denying History's channel, but he did a few videos, on IDF on their not yet ground invasion, Douglas McGregor's unfounded claim that Israel had went in and with American forces and took losses in Gaza, that McGregor said that without providing evidence. And a little bit like this is also going to become important for the attacks on U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria, and like the U.S. bombing a certain site in Syria. And there's a lot of military bases. I think like Elon Musk had a tweet um, about Iran, and you could see some of the attacks. But I mean, just saying like all the various military bases around Iran of the U.S. military and in Syria. So like some of these are. So I might get into it also, like a possible stage two and stage three, that the axis could be involved in, including Russia, China, Iran, Turkey, Syria, Hezbollah lining up against NATO, the U.S., and Israel, and that possibly um, the question is if it's a multi-tier strategy where stage one is the war between Gaza and Israel, that they could let that carry on for even a few months before stage two. Stage two might be tit for tat battles with U.S. military bases. But if Iran is involved, you say, well, maybe the goal, God forbid, is the destruction of Israel, but likely a first objective would be getting rid of all these U.S. military bases in the Middle East. And even if Saudi Arabia turned against America or whatever happens, Turkey, Russia, I heard some military analysis that um, the claim that Russia could just start overpowering in the war, and like some people are even claiming that could take Russia could invade Kiev. Russia could be rolling tanks through Kiev in a few weeks now, and but so this was like the popular like has-been report video, over 1 million views, on how Gaza could trigger a regional war. And part of this mentions a Luke Shalom, God bless, um like Hezbollah and their strategy, and he's also showing the but part of Hezbollah's strength is its missile base that it hasn't used. And so if Hezbollah enters the war and starts and uses up its military base, Iran's deterrent against the United States is the missiles it has in northern Israel. And so the reason why the United States and the Allies don't attack Iran is because they don't want Hezbollah to launch their rockets into Israel, which, God forbid, would likely cause hundreds of thousands of Israeli deaths. And so if Hezbollah joins the war, that would diminish Iran's deterrent. So at this point, the likelihood is from the, so if America and Israel and NATO are the allies and the axis are Hezbollah, Hamas, Iran, Russia, Turkey, China, that the goal of this, God forbid, might include the destruction of Israel, but the goal is also the destruction of America. So, here's History Legends, a partner with Defense Politics Asia, and he didn't do anything, I think, on Israel this week, but he mentioned, Russia and the likelihood that Russia will basically completely crash through and maybe even take Kiev this winter. And some people have even said that Russia could take Kiev this month. That like the Ukrainians are on their last legs. Even if some of the military equipment, but Ukraine is basically finished. And at this point, Ukraine really doesn't have anything to offer. So if Ukraine offered a ceasefire and even ceded all of the territory that Russia is currently conquered, that Russia could probably keep on rolling to Kiev at this point with minimum resistance. And so that's unclear, but some of the military analysis have been mentioning that. This channel, Binkoff's Battleground, you're looking at a little bit about Iran versus Israel and some of the technology, Iraq, a little bit of a focus on the military bases, and like this is all speculation, but here you had speculation that possibly Russia could just crash through and take Kiev even relatively shortly. But this Caspian report was probably the more popular one with the details, and you're looking at when Hezbollah gets involved, if it gets involved, what are they waiting for? And so at this point, I guess Israel is like questionable. It's like if you're like, okay, Netanyahu, there might be a lot of corruption and incompetency in Israel, and questions of how Israel could even handle the war in Gaza. And as Israel continues the war in Gaza, that Israel loses its international credibility and America loses international credibility. As where if Hezbollah joins the war, then Israel might regain its international credibility. So the likelihood from the Axis strategy is that they will allow a pure fight between Gaza, Hamas, and Israel, maybe even for a few months. Maybe this will even go on another 2 months before you see an escalation from Hezbollah. A little tit for tat, missiles firing, but basically they're going to allow for a few months just a fight between Israel and Hamas. And the reason why they'll do this is multifold. One is to drain Israel of its military equipment, most specifically the Iron Dome. That if Hamas, over the next month, continues to fire hundreds of rockets, occasionally a burst of even 1,000 rockets a day into Israel, that they can drain the Iron Dome, maybe even the American supplies, to a point where America can't even supply refills of the Iron Dome to Israel. And also, Israel will lose its international reputation. Israel will be looked at as the bad guy if and only if the fighting goes on for an extended period of time just between Hamas and Israel. That generally the world will favor the little guy, the underdog, and if Iran and Hezbollah immediately team up against Israel, international opinion will probably shift back in favor of Israel, even though, God forbid, the human casualties and what they've done in Gaza and the inhumanity. But if Hezbollah and Iran attack Israel, that will shift public favor back towards Israel. So the strategy of the Axis, maybe even including Russia and China, and some people think that if China is involved, at some point during this, China is going to absorb Taiwan. And so they, like, another popular YouTube channel, a Real Life Lore, had a stream this week on two streams actually, how Taiwan will stop Chinese invasion, how the US and China are preparing to fight total war. They haven't covered Israel yet, but that what China would like to do is weaken the United States militarily and international reputation enough that they could reabsorb Taiwan. And so it's a long strategy. And the first part of the strategy includes probably allowing up to 3 months of Israel to attack Hamas with very limited outside interference, with the presumption that world favor will turn against Israel and the United States for supporting Israel. And Russia, in terms of that will diminish support for the Ukraine. Russia could wrap up the Ukraine war. Possibly Russia could even take Kiev. That if the Western support for Ukraine diminishes, the U.S. Congress right now, the new Republicans, they make, saying they'll support Israel but not Ukraine. That maybe in a month or two, that Russia could wrap up the war and even capture Kiev, and no one's going to be able to do anything about it, as international opinion will have turned against America, and the U.S. economy might be continually weakened, and U.S. military power overextended, and also China at that point might be able to recapture Taiwan. And then over this period of the next 2 to 3 months, where Israel is stage 2 and 3 will be being prepared. So stage 2 will be the expulsion of U.S. military bases in the Middle East, and most specifically in the corridor from Iran to Lebanon. And so it will likely be small time attacks. So for the next 2 or 3 months, you're unlikely to see large military attacks, but what you will see will be constant small bombardment of U.S. military bases, with the hope that the U.S. military bases will abandon ship, pull out, and then you'll have an open corridor for Iraqi troops, Iranian troops, and Iranian military shipments to reach Hezbollah. Well, this is pure speculation, Luke, but I'm basing it off of international military experts. So a lot of these are the most popular military channels on YouTube that are not based in the U.S., and a lot of them are pro-Russian. So, but yeah, I mean, it's pure speculation. But yeah, I mean, you could call it crystal ball, but I mean, Doooovid, chess player, speculation, analyzing the possibilities. the links in the chat if someone wants to come on and argue a little bit or share some thoughts. So like, these are just pure speculation. People tuning into Doooovid, and I'm giving some analysis of what might happen and why Doooovid predicts that you're going to see just tit for tat, minor escalation, and you're probably going to have a period of even another month or two of just Israel versus Gaza versus Hamas. And you're not going to see major stepping up with Hezbollah and Iran in that time. So during the time, what I'm calling stage 2, stage 1 was October 7th. Stage 2 is attacks on U.S. military bases, not necessarily all of the bases, but specifically the bases like in Saudi Arabia, but the bases from Iran, Iraq, and Syria. Like Saudi Arabia and so we're already seeing this, but to just say that it'd be a month or two of this, where U.S. military bases keep on getting attacked. There might be a little bit of bombing from the U.S., but the U.S. will largely lose its international credibility. So part of this is the international credibility game, and that's where the back of Turkey, Russia, and China. Now that we have a multipolar world, so like certainly the axis of like Iran, China, Russia, and Turkey is probably already more powerful than the U.S. Maybe like the U.S., England, France, and Germany. But if the axis relatively lays low key and just allows Israel to hammer Gaza with basically American support. So China, Russia, Turkey, they're going to be like, bad Israel, bad America. How are you allowing this? And that will allow the pressure for minor attacks against U.S. military bases and international pressure that America should have to relinquish and get rid of those military bases. And even U.S. support. So, I mean, Luke, my claim is that there's not going to be anything major. So the stage 2 necessitates the shift of national sentiment, public opinion against Israel in America. So for that, there's not going to be any major attack from the Axis during stage 2. And stage 2 is getting the U.S. to pull out of its military bases in the area of Iraq, Syria, and Iran along that border. So if there was a carrier, got sunk or a huge mass casualty event, God forbid you're talking war games and like World War III, that, so at this point, you're saying that, well, if they did something right now, the U.S. might just start bombing Iran and go to war and try to rally together the international coalition. So if like Iran or Hezbollah just started firing at U.S. naval ships off of the coast, then the U.S. might be able to rally together a force to attack Hezbollah, Iran, and put back together the coalition with Saudi Arabia, maybe China, or the EU. Different nations will pull together. So that's why I'm speculating that stage 2 is going to be no major escalations from the Axis, that the Axis have a long-term strategy, and that means that they want to just let Israel and Hamas fight it out for maybe even a period of 3 months, maybe even longer. And the only fighting besides that you're going to see are a few bombs back and forth between Lebanon and northern Israel, and a few bombs at U.S. military bases. So that's why I'm predicting stage 2, because stage 3, they want the U.S. military bases gone before they enter stage 3. Because right now, God forbid, if they bombed a U.S. carrier, well, they still have all these U.S. military bases and international sentiment is still possibly mildly in favor of America, um, it probably wouldn't work out as good for the Axis. So the Axis, what they want to do strategically over the next few months is turn international opinion against America and Israel and to get America to withdraw its military bases. And then from then, what they're already doing, I mean, this is already happening, but they're going to bring troops from Iraq and Iran to the northern border of Israel. And stage three could be all out war against Israel. And so stage three would, first of all, like I mentioned, they want to drain Iron Dome. So before they enter stage three, they want Israel not to have an air defense system. And they want the U.S. not to have military bases along Iraq and Syria through Iran so that Iran could have a clear territory all the way through. And also, like, the missile defense, that if they reach stage three, then they could probably, the first thing that they would do would be take out the air bases in Israel and the U.S. military. So, like, the slow bombing, they could destroy the ability for of the airfields at the U.S. military bases and so on. So that's my prediction of what's going to happen over the next few months. And so I think it's unlikely you're going to see an escalation, and you're just going to see tit for tat um, between Hezbollah and Israel on the northern border, maybe a few bombs from Syria, and you're going to see continual bombing of the U.S. military bases along this basis from Tehran to Lebanon through Iraq and Syria, mostly destroying their airfields. They'll probably leave alone the military bases along, Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and like public sentiment changed enough that Saudi Arabia and the UAE would expel the U.S. military bases. That's pretty unlikely, but at least even if they cause pressure from the UAE and Saudi Arabia again, so like stage two necessitates the changing of world favor against Israel and America. And in order to do that, they need to wait. And the sentiment will turn against Israel and America if they wait, and Israel wages an asymmetric warfare. And let's say, God forbid, God forbid, God forbid, and we're going to get into details about this next, that 2 months from now, you have 50,000 dead Palestinians, only like another few thousand more dead Israelis, and you have 1 million refugees still in a huge humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Basically, the whole world will turn against the U.S. and Israel, as opposed to if they immediately start the war now. So that's why I think right now the stage two strategy of the Axis is a waiting game. But God forbid, stage three could be the complete elimination militarily of Israel. And that would be where Iran, Syria, and Hezbollah go for a joint offensive through northern Israel. But that would first wait for the getting rid of the U.S. military bases, the depletion of Iron Dome, and possibly some of the U.S. military equipment. So right now, part of the goal is just to drain Israel of their military equipment in the war against Gaza and the international reputation. Okay, so that's my interpretation of, from following everything that's going on. I think the most likely thing to happen, and unfortunately, I think Israel and America might fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. So to say, that Israel is just going to go forward with the battle against Gaza, and if none of the Axis do anything about it, that in the next month you could have like casualty rate in Gaza like 50,000 people, and Hezbollah, if they still haven't joined in, besides a few missile firing, and even now, like Hezbollah, there's not really that much they could do, because America still has their military bases. The Iron Dome is still strong. That Hezbollah, at this point, if they join the war, would likely be defeated. However, if they waited a month or two, they would have much stronger chances. So, I mean, they could join the war right away, but that's just my speculation. And to say if Russia, so Hamas was just meeting in Russia, China's getting involved. And so if there is some sort of greater strategy of the Axis, that's my speculation of what the strategy would be. Yeah, and that's why, like what Samish was saying, that even the military experts say that Russia at this point, Ukraine might have to surrender, like even to negotiate like a peace. If Ukraine's like, now let's negotiate, and even to let Russia keep the land that they've already conquered, at this point, Russia might be able to demand complete surrender if the U.S. doesn't give the Russia more funding. If the U.S. doesn't give Ukraine more funding, Russia might be in a position to demand the complete surrender of Ukraine, including Kiev. And so it's difficult. Like if you're the Axis, and if you're to, God forbid, to allow 50 to 100,000 Gazans to be killed over the next few months. So if you're Iran and Hezbollah, and you're just saying, like steady, slow, don't shoot. And even over the next few months, where there could be as many as 100,000 Gazan casualties, God forbid, in all likelihood, like if it was just Hezbollah, they would probably start the war too early. But in order to win, they need the help. They need the backing of Turkey, Russia, and China. And the goal of Turkey, Russia, and China is not necessarily anti-Israel. The goal of Russia, Turkey, and China is anti the United States. And that's why there would and so this is like pure war game speculation. Okay, so let's talk about another issue of what does Israel really plan to do, and does the State Department of the United States, are they still planning on expelling the Palestinians? And so I mentioned last week that Israel's ground invasion, to be successful and limit civilian casualties, basically has to expel the Palestinians into the Sinai Peninsula, create like a temporary refugee, and then hopefully from the Israeli perspective, if they could get like 1.5 million refugees into the Sinai Peninsula, and then wage the war to completely eliminate Hamas over the next year or two, that and over that time, that most of the Gazan refugees in the Sinai Peninsula would be taken into other countries. So I believe that that's Israel and the U.S. State Department's current strategy. And I'll read a little bit of evidence, and it even says somewhat straight in President Obama's, President Biden's speech. So let me read some of these articles from Mondowise. And like, I haven't really been reading Mondowise that much, but when the war started reading, and most of these things are sourced, and I'll show you where it's sourced from. Israel think tank lays out a blueprint for the complete ethnic cleansing of Gaza. An Israeli think tank with ties to Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu issued a report on October 17th promoting the unique opportunity and rare opportunity for the relocation and final resettlement of the entire Gazan population, God forbid. After this article was originally published, the Israeli outlet The Cataclysm reported on a separate plan for the ethnic cleansing of Gaza that has been circulated by the Israeli intelligence ministry headed by Gila Gamliel. The leaked document was reportedly created for an organization called the Unit for Settlement Gaza Strip and was not meant for the public. The plan being proposed by the intelligence ministry, Palestinians in Gaza would be displaced from Gaza to the northern Egyptian Sinai Peninsula. In this report, the ministry described different options for what comes after an invasion of Gaza, and the option deemed as liable to provide position and long-lasting strategic results was the transfer of Gaza residents to the Sinai. The move entails 3 steps: the creation of tent cities southwest of the Gaza Strip, the construction of a humanitarian corridor to assist the residents, and finally the building of cities in northern Sinai. In parallel, a sterile zone several kilometers wide would be established with Egypt south of the Israeli border so that the evacuated residents would not be able to return. In addition, similar to the plan described in the original story below, the document calls for the cooperation with other countries, in fact, as many as possible, so that they may absorb the Palestinians who have been uprooted from Gaza. Among the countries mentioned as possible sites for Palestinians from Gaza are Canada, European countries such as Greece and Spain, and North African countries. The Hamas attack on Israel towns surrounding Gaza on October 7th has provided a pretext for an unprecedented genocidal revenge campaign by Israel involving the massacre of now nearly 5,000 Palestinians, including over 2,000 children. And that may only be the beginning. Now, an Israeli think tank with ties to the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is promoting plans for the complete ethnic cleansing of Gaza. On October 17th, the Miskov Institute for National Security and Zionist Strategy published a position paper, and see the link to the paper in Hebrew. Advocating for the relocation of the final settlement of the entire Gazan population. The report advocates exploiting the current moment to accomplish the long-held Zionist goal of moving Palestinians off the land of historic Palestine. The report's subtitle makes it clear there is at the moment a unique and rare opportunity to evacuate the whole Gaza Strip in coordination with the Egyptian government. The Miskov Institute is headed by former Netanyahu National Security Advisor Meir Ben Shabbat, who remains influential in Israeli security circles. The Institute's former chairpersons are founding associates, including Yoaz Hendel, a right centrist who was a minister of communications intermittently in the years of 2020 to 22, Moshe Yaalon, former defense minister, that both Hendel and Yaalon have become opposed to Netanyahu in recent years. Moshe Arnes, also former defense minister, and other top political personas. The main arguments of the report, which the Institute highlighted on social media upon the report's release, are translated as follows. There's a need for an immediate viable plan for the resettlement and economic rehabilitation of the entire Arab population in the Gaza Strip, which sits well with the geopolitical interests of Israel, Egypt, USA, and Saudi Arabia. In 2017, it was reported that Egypt, there were 10 million available apartment units, of which half were built and half under construction. For example, in two of the biggest Cairo satellite cities, October 6th and Ramadan 10, there is an immense number of built and empty apartments under governmental and private ownership, as well as empty lots for building that would in total suffice the housing of about 6 million residents. The average cost of a 3-room apartment of 95 square meters for an average Gaza family of 5.14 people in one of the two mentioned cities stands about $19,000. In calculating the total population that resides in Gaza Strip, which stands between 1.4 and 2.2 million people, it is possible to assess that the amount that would be needed for a transfer to Egypt in order to finance would be around 5 to 8 billion. An encouraging injection to the Egyptian economy at this magnitude would provide an enormous and immediate advantage to Egyptian President El-Sisi's regime. Such money sums compared to the Israeli economy are minuscule. The investment of a mere few $1 billion, even if it's 20 to 30 billion in order to solve this difficult issue, is an innovative, cheap, and viable solution. There is no doubt that in order for this plan to be enacted, many conditions need to exist in parallel. At the moment, these conditions exist, and it's unclear when such an opportunity will arise again, if at all. It appears that this ethnic cleansing plan is based on similar logic to that of the Abraham Accords, involving the infusion of massive sums towards despotic regimes to write off the Palestinian issue. But this time is not just about slow annexation and Bantustanization through economic peace, but advocating for the complete population transfer of Palestinians from Gaza. Previous calls for ethnic cleansing. It is not the first time that suggestions for full ethnic cleansing have appeared from Israeli analysts or even politicians. In the midst of the 2014 Gaza onslaught, Moshe Feiglin, who was then part of Likud and deputy chair of the Knesset, sent Netanyahu a public 7-point proposal for the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. He repeated the genocidal advocacy in 2018. Feiglin is now a libertarian politician. In a recent interview of Channel 14, Feiglin called for the Dresden on Gaza, referring to the World War II firebombing of Dresden in February 1945, killing some 25,000 people. A storm of fire on all of Gaza, he proclaimed, demanding to not leave one stone on stone and emphasizing total fire and the end of ends. The Miskov Institute's thinking has also been reflected in the Israeli intelligentsia. In 2004, the respected Israeli historian Benny Morris, who is self-proclaimed leftist, shocked many by bemoaning the fact that Ben-Gurion did not finish the job and carry out the full ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians, saying it would have led to less conflict in the ensuing decades. But he also said that a transfer and expulsion policy is only a question of time and timing. Morris argued that in normal times, such policies may be immoral, but in apocalyptic circumstances, they may be both moral, reasonable, and even essential. From his initial interview in Haaretz, if you're asking me whether I support a transfer and expulsion of the Arabs from the West Bank, Gaza, and perhaps even the Galilee and the Triangle, I say not at this moment. I am not willing to partner to that act. In the present circumstances of neither moral nor realistic, the world would not allow it. The Arab world would not allow it. It would destroy the Jewish society from within. But I am ready to tell you that in other circumstances, apocalyptic ones, which are liable to be realized in 5 to 10 years, I can see expulsions. Thus, the Miskov report would seem not only to be arguing that the forcefully displacement of the Palestinian population from Gaza, but that similar to the conditions that Morris laid out, this is a historic opportunity to do it. Israeli support. Since October 7th, calls for flattening Gaza have been rampant among the Israeli leadership and widely espoused across the population. On October 12th, Israeli Channel 12 published a report that about how the desire to ethnically cleanse Gaza has taken hold in Israeli popular culture. People from the political left and center have called for the flattening of Gaza this week, a very short past fantasizing about a nature party that would take place on what was Gaza land receive 100,000 likes and 60,000 shares. The young Tel Aviv woman who posted on Instagram had only 700 followers, but then the post exploded. She claims to be a centrist who always sanctified human rights. Compassion is the first emotion that is activated in me. She says, I do not want to kill Gazan babies. I never hated Arabs, and it's not like I started hating them this week. But after what happened, I say that the Gaza residents, your babies are your problem. The sentiment seems to match quite well with the broad calls from Israeli politicians for collective punishment, which have been coming from across the political spectrum, including those considered central or liberal. Meanwhile, while the world's eyes are on Gaza, ethnic cleansing is also being realized in the West Bank by Israeli settlers and soldiers. The terrorizing of mostly rural Palestinian communities in the West Bank has resulted in the uprooting of several communities before October 7th, but has accelerated greatly since, with some 545 Palestinians forcibly displaced from at least 13 communities since October 7th, according to information from the West Bank Protection Consortium and Israeli human rights organization Yesh Din. The murderous settlers attacks against Palestinians in the West Bank have gotten relatively little attention, like the murder of 4 Palestinians in Korsa on October 11th, and then the murder of a Palestinian father and son at the funeral. The number of killed Palestinians in the West Bank since October 7 is nearing 100 in 2 weeks in an unfathomable pace. Thus, these times are exceptionally dangerous for Palestinians. The Hamas attack seems to have reignited long-standing Zionist wishes, and now some want to exploit this public mood in support of a massive ethnic cleansing campaign. It doesn't mean that it will happen all at once, but as mentioned, in some places, it has already begun. Okay, God forbid. So that's one Mendlowitz report. Let me read the other Mendlowitz report. And as I said, these are widely cited, and so most of these have exact sources to other Israeli publications, documentation, and even American. So this article and what I said last week is that the United States, Germany, and UK are likely complicit in this plan, and the State Department of, say the US, UK, and Germany are likely still pushing for this. Plan to force Palestinians to sign yet another Biden disaster. The Biden administration has already aided and abetted the Israeli destruction of Gaza. Now the U.S. appears to be prepared to fund the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians from Gaza. At a press conference after his meeting with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz earlier this month, Egypt President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi declared, "We reject the displacement of Palestinians from their land. Moving them to Egypt is a military operation that could last years. The peace we Egyptians have worked for would slip from our hands, as would a resolution to the Palestinian issue." The message was intended for the United States and Israel, addressing the idea that Israel would use its campaign of death and destruction in Gaza to drive Palestinians out of the Strip into the Sinai Desert. Multiple reports indicated that this was the plan that the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken carried with him during his tour of the region shortly after the October 7th attack on Israel by Hamas. While al-Sisi's blunt refusal of the American plan was unusual, his declaration of solidarity with the Palestinian cause rang hollow to anyone familiar with the region. Egypt, and especially the Egyptian military establishment that al-Sisi leads, had long worked closely with Israel to manage Gaza. His stance comes from the internal concerns, particularly security concerns, and therefore could be changed if the circumstances leading to his stance change. That could be coming in the most powerful form to Egyptian eyes, American money. Biden's funding request. On Monday, U.S. President Joe Biden sent a letter to Congress. And so this actually President Biden's own words. So President Biden, you'll see it quoted in the article if you want to read through. I mean, it's a 70-page document, but this crisis could result in displacement across borders and higher regional humanitarian needs, and funding may be used to meet evolving programming requirements outside of Gaza, including Israel, West Bank, Lebanon, Jordan, Syria, and Egypt. And so this document includes funding for the resettlement of Palestinians in Egypt. This was President Biden's official signed document. On Monday, U.S. President Joe Biden sent a letter to Congress outlining his request for supplemental funding for Israel, Ukraine, the U.S.-Mexico border, and a few other issues. Aside from the bulk of the funds going to Israel for more weaponry, Biden also requested some funds to be spent on humanitarian needs for the Palestinians. These resources would support displaced and conflict-affected areas, including Palestinian refugees in Gaza and the West Bank, and to address potential needs of Gazans fleeing to neighboring countries, Biden wrote. One might think that this refers to temporary shelter and sustenance while Israel decimates Gaza, but the letter goes on to explain funding will also support life-saving humanitarian programming in Israel and areas impacted by the situation in the West Bank and Gaza, and to provide life-saving assistance, including food assistance, shelter, healthcare, water, sanitation, and hygiene programming. This crisis could result in displacement across borders and high or regional humanitarian needs. The funding may be used to meet evolving programming requirements outside of Gaza, including Israel, West Bank, Lebanon, Jordan, Syria, and Egypt. As Laura Friedman, president of the Foundation for Middle East Peace, put it, hard to see how this is anything other than the Biden been giving a green light to the outcome that will amount to a direct ethnic cleansing. Indeed, it sounds very much like the United States is preparing for a scenario where the people of Gaza, who are already overwhelmingly refugees, will be permanently displaced yet again, and Egypt would be the targeted location. Jordan has been discussed as well, but the Hashemite kingdom is already hosting too many refugees from Syria. The northern Sinai, on the other hand, is sparsely populated, and the United States hopes that if Egypt is promised enough financial incentives, given the dire economic state of the country right now, it might be willing to cooperate. Al-Sisi's proclamation are surely genuine as things stand now, and should he relent under U.S. pressure, he can point to these statements and say he was forced to accept by Biden, but that he still supports the Palestinian cause. As Jonathan Ofer reported, there are several plans floating around the Israeli government for the forced relocation of the population of Gaza into the Sinai. It's not clear how much traction they have gained among the inner circle around the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, but the increased pressure on Gaza's southern border due to Israel directing the population from the north to head into the direction certainly is an indication that the idea of sending Gazans to the Sinai is part of Israel's plan. The U.S. role. Moving the Gaza population to Egypt is not a new idea. There have been various formulations of this notion for decades. They have generally been inspired by Egypt's rule over Gaza from 1948 to 67, when it occupied Gaza but kept it separate from Egyptian territory, disconnected from the rest of the country. None of these old ideas ever made any sense for Egypt, but the situation now is different with al-Sisi facing elections soon, the country angry at the economic crisis. The United States hopes that its money and influence will make the difference and cause Egypt to be more susceptible to an American bribe. In the very long shot, it's a very long shot, however desperate al-Sisi might be, he realized that moving a large number of Palestinians from Gaza to Sinai is a powder keg of trouble, one that the Americans don't seem to grasp. As al-Sisi noted, Sinai would become a new base for attacks against Israel, and Israel, citing self-defense, and with the full support of the United States, would then launch its own attacks on Egyptian territory. That comes on top of the anger that would be directed at the Egyptian government for its complicity in what would undoubtedly be viewed correctly by Palestinians as a second Nakba. This is an even bigger concern, as at least some residents of the West Bank are also at risk of displacement, as Israeli attacks from both soldiers and settlers have been increasing under the fog of war in Gaza. In Washington, it is thought that money solves everything, and al-Sisi's vulnerability at this moment certainly enhances that possibility. The country's debt is around 165 billion, and the problems threaten both the Egyptian populace and many in al-Sisi's inner circle. An infusion of American cash and American pressure to cancel a substantial part of Cairo's debt are powerful incentives. The U.S. Security Advisor Jake Sullivan has also held discussions with al-Sisi about resettling Palestinians in Sinai, so Washington sees this as a real possibility. Biden's damage. President Biden is now talking about pushing for a renewed peace process leading to a two-state solution after the Israeli occupation is over. On Wednesday, he called for a concentrated effort for all the parties, Israel, Palestinians, regional partners, global leaders, to put us on a path towards peace. This would seem to be just the latest example of Biden's words not matching his actions, but in this case, it is even more dangerous. While the United States works with Israel to displace at the least a significant percentage of Gaza's population across the border into Egypt, there is no chance for any kind of diplomacy. Already, much of the northern Gaza Strip has been reduced to rubble. Even if the people who fled from the cities of the north were permitted to go back, there's nothing to go back to. According to at least one report, Gaza City, Jabalia, Beit Hanun, and Beit Lahia are all essentially gone. The United States is correctly seen throughout the region, and not just by Palestinians, as having facilitated and enabled this destruction. The lack of anything more than rhetorical action by Arab states, while perhaps surprising to no one, hardly grants them any credibility in laying out a future for the region that includes a free Palestine. And of course, there is Israel. The Hamas attacks on October 7th has a profound effect on the Israeli citizenry. Well, there is a very good chance that the massive security and intelligence failure that allowed the attack to have the kind of bloody impact that it did is going to mean the end at long last of Benjamin Netanyahu's political career. Israelis are now going to be even more reluctant to acknowledge Palestinian rights than before. Regardless of who leads the next government, it is going to be one that would require significant pressure from the U.S. to compromise, and Biden has made it clear that he will not apply that pressure, especially with an election looming. Thus, Biden's talk of a peace process now is clearly a fantasy and rhetoric intended to divert rather than resolve anything. Palestinian anger will be of an entirely new variety. Whatever the outcome in 1948, the Nakba was carried out with much of the world not being aware of it. Today, the ethnic cleansing of Gaza is on all of our televisions and smartphones. This time, Americans, Europeans, and yes, Arab leaders are all seeing it in real time and are either unable or more often unwilling to do anything. Many even support it, especially in the West. The angry Palestinians cannot help but feel at the indifference and hatred of their very existence will be a scar that will take a long time to heal and certainly will not help in finding a new track for a resolution. There is a way forward, but Biden will not take it and certainly will not even try to push it on Israel, which would hate it. It starts with Palestinian self-determination in the form of a new national elections that are held under international monitoring and without interference from Israel or the U.S. That is followed by talks brokered by the United Nations between Israel and the new Palestinian government, where any and all ideas for a permanent resolution not pre-approved by Washington are discussed in a process that all parties must engage with good faith on pain of significant economic sanctions. Only the UN Security Council can get that done, and the U.S. would have to agree. That is a fantasy, clearly, but no less of one than Biden's ideas, and no less than the absurd inconsistence of a two-state solution that has long since disappeared from the realm of realistic possibility. But one thing is certain, in the aftermath of the Israeli operation is one where Gaza's population has been forcibly transferred to the Sinai. We can expect no possibility of a reduction of violence in the near term, nor any serious possibility of successful diplomacy. It is a poison pill for the future, and one Biden would be well advised to abandon. He has already caused more damage in Palestine and Israel than any of his predecessors, and that is no small statement considering the damage successive administrations have done in the region over the decades. The Sinai Plan would only make it worse, much worse. Okay, God forbid, one last article on the likelihood of expulsion. God forbid, seeing what's actually the most likely to happen. And, as I said, even if the Axis strategy is to allow sit back and allow Israel to do this over the next few months, well, they tit for tat missiles on the northern front and trying to expel U.S. military bases in Iraq and Syria, allowing Israel and America and UK, Germany, NATO to do this would help turn global sentiment against the allies. So, God forbid, this what is likely to happen over the next few weeks or even few months before you see a serious coalition around, and God forbid, this could lead to the destruction of Israel months from now when the Axis finally are ready for their attack. But God forbid. So let's look at this last article. From Mata Masser. And yeah, so there's quite a few here. I'll recommend people maybe reading for you through, these are semi-long articles, and this is a newer article. So maybe I'll read this newer update on this also. Is there a part one? Let me see if there's a part one. Maybe I'll read the whole series. Okay, so let's start with this article. I guess, I'm sorry. I never looked at, I don't think I've ever really looked at this publication before. And okay. On October 24th, a document leaked from Israeli intelligence minister Gila Gamliel detailed that a durable post-war solution for Gaza has to include the transfer of Palestinians to Sinai, Egypt. According to the document obtained by the Israeli Calculus News website, the move would include a three-step: establishing 10 cities in Sinai, creating a humanitarian corridor, and constructing cities in North Sinai for the new refugees. In addition, a sterile zone several kilometers wide would be established in Israel and Egypt south of the border with Israel to prevent Palestinians from returning. The ministry, according to observers, doesn't have a strong weight in government, with intelligence apparatus operating from outside its framework. The existence of the document and the formal idea is not a surprise, but that it's leaked and the proof it is out there is interesting, says Daniel Levy, president of the London-based Middle East Project and former peace negotiator with Israeli Prime Ministers Ehud Barak and Yitzhak Rabin. Shortly after that, on October 18th, President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi delivered an improvised speech about the ongoing Israeli military assault against the Gaza Strip that followed Hamas's incursion into Israel nearly 2 weeks earlier. Transferring Palestinian refugees from the Gaza Strip to Sinai would simply amount to relocating their resistance, turning Sinai into a launchpad for operations against Israel, and granting Israel the right to defend itself and its national security by conducting strikes on Israeli land in retaliation. Sisi's vehement rejection of the second Nakba, especially after U.S.-led diplomatic efforts to pressure Egypt to create a humanitarian corridor, was turned into a quest to elicit public support for his government. With less than a month to go before presidential election that was hastily announced amid a crippling economic crisis, Sisi's then called for popular demonstrations to support his position. His appeal resulted in a few thousand people turning out for protest on October 20th, primarily in Cairo. Sisi's position is also consistent with the stance long held by previous Egyptian rulers who have historically rejected any Israeli attempt to displace Palestinians into Sinai. Whether or not Israel's current military campaign against Gaza succeeds in making the relocation plan a fait accompli is yet to be determined. Against this backdrop, Egyptian media outlets owned by security apparatus close to Sisi have been publishing and airing reports about an earlier Israeli blueprint to relocate Palestinians from Gaza to the Sinai Peninsula. Most of them claim to have revealed what they call the Elan Plan, named after a retired Major General Giora Elan, who served as the head of the Israeli National Security Council between 2004 and 2006. State-owned aligned media have made sure to highlight Sisi's uncompromising opposition to the plan, even if it includes offers for debt relief or financial aid packages from the Joe Biden administration. It is likely they are all reading the same script, said an Egyptian journalist after the media observer who spoke to Madamasser on condition of anonymity. But what does the Elan plan entail? The ex-Major General's proposal to hollow out the Gaza Strip as a strategic solution for Israel goes back nearly 20 years. At the time, Israel Prime Minister Ariel Sharon was preparing for a plan for Israel to unilaterally disengage from the Gaza Strip. He claimed that his initiative fell within the parameters of the 2003 Roadmap to Peace, overseen by the so-called Quartet of the European Union, the United Nations, Russia, and most importantly, the United States, which aimed to bring an end to the Second Intifada. According to a biography authored by his son, Sharon believed that the disengagement plan would isolate the Strip, even at the expense of the Israeli settlements there. Disengaging from Gaza would then free up resources to expand Israeli settlements in the West Bank, a much bigger prize in the eyes of the settler movement and a higher priority for Sharon's rival within the Likud party, Benjamin Netanyahu, now serving as prime minister. Although he was involved in managing Sharon's 2005 disengagement from Gaza, Elan was known to be a critic of the initiative, which led to his eventual resignation from the council. Around the same time, Elan developed an alternative scheme to pacify the Gaza Strip, according to the Elliot Abrams, who served as U.S. Deputy National Security Advisor under George Bush Jr. administration and who worked closely with Israeli counterparts in drawing up the disengagement plan. Elan sought to transfer Palestinians from Gaza to Sinai as early as 2004. He proposed that Egypt give up territory nearly 5 times the size of Gaza in order to absorb a significant portion of Palestinians from the Strip. In return, Cairo would be compensated with land in the southeast of Israel that would allow for a car tunnel linking Egypt and Jordan. However, former President Hosni Mubarak refused to cede any territory under Egyptian sovereignty, according to Hani al-Masri, the director of the Palestinian Center for Policy Research and Strategic Studies. The plan was resisted by all Arab stakeholders. Arab countries are sensitive to this issue, he said, especially Egypt and Jordan. This may not have been the first time that Israel presented Mubarak with such an offer. In 2017, Mubarak claimed that he rejected similar offers from Israel in previous years. In 2010, he claimed that Netanyahu government proposed to resettle Palestinians in Sinai as part of a land swap between Israel and Egypt, which Mubarak refused. His comments came after BBC Arabic reported that Mubarak had agreed to accept Palestinian refugees into his country in 1983 as part of a broader framework for ending the Arab-Israeli conflict, a claim the deposed president flatly denied. Despite having little support for the Sinai proposal, Elan continued to play an important role in Israeli military and strategic thinking over the following years, according to the well-known Goldstone report, which was the outcome of UN fact-finding missions set up to investigate violations of international law during the Israeli bombardment of Gaza in 2009. The military campaign known as Operation Cast Lead reflected a qualitative shift from relatively focused operations to massive and deliberate destruction. As it turned out, the new strategy had emerged from a change in military thinking that was obtained by the chief of the Israeli Defense Forces, Northern Command during the 2006 Lebanon War, and first implemented in the Dahlei neighborhood, a Hezbollah stronghold in South Beirut. The Dahlei doctrine, as it came to be known, was premised on the perceived necessity of destroying civilian infrastructure used by enemy guerrilla forces in order to paralyze and defeat them. In the years that followed, a group of senior ex-military officials, including Elan, continued to develop the thinking that underlies this doctrine. In a 2008 paper, Elan insisted that any future war on Israel's northern front would lead to the elimination of the Lebanese military, the destruction of the national infrastructure, and intense suffering among the population. In recent weeks, the idea appears to have gained a new lease on life. Amidst the ongoing Israeli military assault in Gaza, Elan has found an opportunity to combine his military strategy, which emphasizes the disproportionate intentional destruction of civilian infrastructure and populations, and the proposal to forcibly transfer Palestinians to Sinai into a single vision. In an op-ed published by the Israeli Fathom Journal, Elan wrote that the attack by Hamas on Israel, which resulted in more than 1,400 Israeli deaths and the capture of more than 200 prisoners, is unlike anything Israel has experienced in its 75-year history. To prevent a reprise, he asserted Hamas must be crushed. Elan believes that a much-anticipated Israeli ground offensive into Gaza will be too costly, and the IDF might find it difficult to defeat 20,000 Hamas fighters while simultaneously dealing with other fronts opened up by Iran and Hezbollah. Israel's safest option, therefore, is what Aylan called the dramatic, continuous, and strict siege over Gaza. According to Aylan, the 16-year siege that preceded the war was not tight enough. He argues that Israel was naive or even stupid to believe that it could allow the limited passage of materials into Gaza as well as Gazans into Israel for work. Instead, Israel should encourage Palestinians to leave the Gaza Strip altogether. The people of Gaza will have to leave, either temporarily or permanently, via the border with Egypt. He writes, when the people have evacuated and the only ones left in Gaza are Hamas, and when food and water have run out, we can also bomb the water facilities in Gaza so there will be no water. And at some point, Hamas will either be completely destroyed or surrender or agree to evacuate Gaza, just as Arafat was forced to leave Beirut after an Israeli siege. Israel issued a stern warning to Egypt and made it clear that it would not permit humanitarian aid from entering from Egypt into the Gaza. Israel needs to create a humanitarian crisis in Gaza, compelling tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands to seek refuge in Egypt or the Gulf. In another op-ed published in the Israeli Ynet website, Aylan writes that creating a humanitarian crisis in Gaza would compel tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, to seek refuge in Egypt or the Gulf. Ideally, he continued, such an evacuation would include the entire population of Gaza. While it's hard to determine how much influence retired generals like Aylan have over Israel's war cabinet, the tactics used by the IDF in its current assault on Gaza appear to align with much of what has been prescribed. Israel has collectively punished more than 2 million Palestinians in Gaza by blockading deliveries of food, water, medicine, and fuel to residents of the Strip, and it has ordered the evacuation of more than 1 million Palestinians from the northern part of the Strip to the south. According to Nimer Soltani, a Palestinian who teaches public law at the London-based School of Oriental and African Studies, there are 4 towns in the north of Gaza that have almost been erased following Israelis' attack: Gaza City, Jabalia, Beit Hanun, and Beit Lahia. He said that such actions constitute forced displacement through genocide, explaining that the definition of genocide includes the partial or complete destruction of a group of people based on their national, racial, ethnic, or religious identity. These are the roots of expelling Palestinians in Zionism, Soltani says, emphasizing that in periods of tension, the Israeli public increasingly buys into such actions by the far-right government. A war that is framed in existentialist terms creates a window of opportunity for the expulsion of Palestinians, he says. According to Soltani, the Israeli army seeks to target infrastructure across Gaza in order to destroy any armed resistance, an approach that is consistent with the Dahiyya doctrine, but doing so also violates international law, particularly in regards to Israel's obligation to respond proportionally and to protect civilians, an obligation that is still applicable in the context of an occupation. With Western nations largely showing complete support for Israel, the road is being paved for mass displacement. Elon's recommendations, which combine a deliberately induced humanitarian crisis with a program of expulsion, has also been reproduced by other strategists in Israel. In a paper published last week by the far-right wing Miskov Institute for National Security and Zionist Strategy, Raphael Ben-Levi argues that the entire generation living in Gaza today was raised on Hamas's ideology. Even if Hamas is destroyed, he says, there will still be hostility emanating from Gaza towards Israel. Therefore, Israel will not succeed in installing a compliant governing authority in Gaza, as it has done in the West Bank with the state of Palestine. For that reason, the only solution is for Israel to drive the Gazan population to Sinai and to launch an international initiative to accept displaced persons from Gaza in foreign countries. To achieve this result, the U.S. should pressure Egypt, Turkey, Qatar, and other countries to facilitate the transfer of Palestinian refugees from Gaza, Ben-Levi concludes. The genocidal language in Israel today means a complete descent into hell, says Levi. This is part of the permanent removal of Palestinians from this tiny part of historic Palestine. He describes what is happening in Gaza as something quantitatively and qualitatively different in terms of the blood, the displacement, and the Western support. And the displacement scenario could extend to other places. Those who oppose Israeli withdrawal from Gaza saw that by removal of over 2 million Palestinians from the demographic spatial consideration, it makes it easier to imagine replicating such a scenario, says Levi. Annexation and Nakba elsewhere are more realistic goals now. Levi suggests that mass arrest, administration of detentions, and killings in the West Bank might be accompanied by even more Israeli operations aimed at causing further Palestinian displacement beyond the Gaza Strip. Prior to the Hamas incursion and its aftermath, there were already milder efforts underway to induce Palestinian resettlement from the Gaza Strip. Before this last war, Egypt was setting up 1,260 kilometers for investment in industrial projects where Palestinians from Gaza can come and work, says Masri. This is why the port of Aresh is being set up, as well as the airport. This is not necessarily a migration project, but as they say, where you make money, you stay. According to Masri, however, the current war will surely derail the plan now, prompting Israel to find another way to fulfill its goal of displacing Palestinians from Gaza. In the past, the maximum attempt was to enlarge the strip for Palestinians, he said. Now the minimum Israel will go for is to make it smaller by installing buffer zones that people will not be allowed to live in, such as in the north of the strip. This is the alternative to outright displacement. Yet Mastery still believes that deliberations over the old plan were put on the table during the first phase of the American shuttle diplomacy when U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken was sent to the region on October 12th. At any rate, if the war persists for a long time, Masri and others believe that the Palestinians will eventually leave, especially those with employment opportunities elsewhere. We'll look at this last article, continuation from the series. The Sinai Solution, pacifying Gaza between 1967 and 63. Recent reports that the United States seeks humanitarian corridor from Palestinians trapped inside the besieged and bombarded Gaza Strip to leave for Egypt have triggered alarms. Many critics fear that Israel may exploit the opportunity to enact mass expulsions of a kind not seen in over half a century. Even as Egypt has publicly rejected such an outcome, the Joe Biden administration's U.S. $106 billion emergency funding request to Congress explicitly fantasizes about such a scenario. These concerns are not unfounded. Re-expelling Palestinian refugees to Egypt, and particularly Sinai, is an old colonial fantasy. The existence of the Gaza Strip reflects a paradox of the Zionist victory in 1948. On the one hand, Zionist colonists successfully removed the majority of the indigenous Arab population from the land, scattering them in all directions. On the other hand, surrounding countries did not all contain geographies that were hospitable for a reception of large inflows of Palestinians. While refugees on the northern and eastern front streamed into neighboring lands to the west, the Sinai Desert formed a natural impediment to the long-distance mass migration. Indeed, refugees mostly gathered in a tiny slice of historic Palestine that remained under Egyptian administration. This area, henceforth known as the Gaza Strip, famously became one of the most densely populated places on earth and the heart of Palestinian resistance. For this reason, since the occupation of Arab and Palestinian lands after the 1967 war, Israel's entertained notions of thinning out Gaza's population density through transfers to other parts of the region. In the immediate aftermath of the war, Menachem Begin, then a cabinet minister, proposed transferring Palestinians to Sinai, as did Israel's deputy prime minister at the time, Yigal Allon. Allon's broader plan of land and population transfers, which was eventually presented to the Israeli cabinet as a basis for a discussion with Jordan, served as an important vision document for understanding the demographic and territorial logic behind Zionist policies for the next few decades. The Allon plan, which went through successive drafts between 1967 and 1970, originally envisioned an Israeli annexation of the Gaza Strip. This would be achieved by the transfer of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians from Gaza to Sinai and the West Bank, the reduction of the Strip's population to manageable proportions, and the ultimate incorporation of the small territory into Israel. But this would prove to be a fanciful endeavor. Although the Israeli army conquered Gaza in a matter of days, Palestinians in the Strip mounted some of their most sustained and widespread armed resistance for the next 5 years. In response, Israel's general and later Prime Minister Ariel Sharon was sent to Gaza to carry out a pacification plan. Between 1971 and 72, the Israeli military established its control over the Strip, detained or killed hundreds of Palestinian guerrilla fighters, and deported thousands of civilians while making space for the construction of new Jewish settlements. Sharon's efforts culminated in the killing of Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine leader Mohammed al-Aswad, known as the Gueva of Gaza, the commander of the front's military action in the Strip, which marked the end of the armed resistance. While the Allon plan was never fully realized, a smaller-scale expulsion of Palestinians by the Israeli army did take place on the ground, which has been detailed in Sarah Roy's indispensable The Gaza Strip, The Political Economy of De-Development. Sharon demolished thousands of homes in the Gaza Strip refugee camps. This was a counter-revolution through urban planning. Bulldozers plowed through the densely built-up camps to create wider roads that would ease the movement of soldiers and military vehicles. Moreover, according to Roy, 12,000 relatives of suspended guerrillas were deported to detention camps in the Sinai Desert. The humane side of this ethnic cleansing involved the construction of alternative housing and the choice over refugees. In 1972, some displaced families were moved to a new housing project on the Egyptian side of the Gaza Strip southern border. It came to be known as Canada Camp and it was located on the former site of the Canadian UN peacekeeping contingent. The program of resettlement and annexation initially outlined in the Alone Plan was eventually abandoned by the middle of the 1970s. Under the Camp David Treaty, the families of the camp were allowed to return, not to their original land inside the Green Line, of course, but back to their place of exile in the Gaza Strip. Israel dragged its feet on permitting the returns, despite international pressure and foreign governments footing the bill. It took around 20 years for the families to come back to Gaza. There, they were placed in another housing project built on the grid pattern with wide, tank-friendly roads in the Tal al-Sultan area of Rafah. Even this minor success in partially reversing expulsions from Palestine, however, was bittersweet. Soon after the Al-Aqsa Intifada broke out, and in May 2004, the Israeli army reinvaded Tal al-Sultan, where it killed dozens of Palestinians and conducted mass house demolitions, dispossessed dozens of families for a third time, and so the saga of perennial dispossessions inflicted by Israel upon Palestinians in Gaza continued and still extends into the present. God forbid. And so I guess part 3 is not out yet, so it should be out in the next few days. So if people follow this page, Matamasser, for interesting articles. So God forbid, that concludes Doooovid's overview of the war in Israel this week. And so we'll see. Maybe I'll do a few more streams or spaces if it's interesting things are still going on. So let's look at my UAW slides that doesn't look like I'm going to get a chance to use for debate, modern day debates. It looks like it's not going to work out, but appreciate you guys being active in the chat and get some viewership back up due to the war. But so we'll look at my UAW slides, and then we'll look at the state of the AI report, and then I have a few articles to read, in continuing research. So, appreciate everyone tuning in. I haven't been following the chat that much, but when I watch back tomorrow, I'll look at the comments. But I appreciate you guys tuning in and giving me an active chat. If you have anything directly for me, do an @Doooovid, so I'll see it in red or orange. Okay, so I prepared this just in case there was going to be a debate on modern day debate. And I had a unique strategy. Oswald, I don't think there is a good single source on the Gaza conflict. Like that one thing I just showed you, they just have like an article every few days. I'm reading everything. And like I showed like the ground news where they show like the variety of sources. So from the left to the right. So I like the Times of Israel, the Jerusalem Post, Haaretz, Israel National News, the Forward, JTA, the Jewish Telegraph Agency, the New York Times, Mendlowitz, Allgemeine, Electronic Intifada. I mean, at this point, there's so much information coming out that, like, if you really want to know, you have to check all of them. So, and I'm not sure that like one is better than the other. So, if you just want to know a little bit, maybe you could just follow like Mario Nuffel on Twitter for the updates. You could watch things like Caspian Report or Task and Purpose, Defense Politics Asia for the little updates. But if you really want to know, you got to read like multiple articles, multiple sources. So I don't have a good answer for like on any of these. You just start reading as much research as possible. So I was going to. So I prepared an introduction for modern day debate, who I was most likely going to be debating Destiny. But now at this point, it looks like Stellantis and Ford have negotiated deals. Settlements, only GM is on strike, so it's probably unlikely that modern day debate will go forward with a debate. He was already kind of hesitant on it in the first place. But I put Andrew Wilson from the Crucible here, like, I'd rather be a streamer. The decline of American manufacture, that he basically quit his job in manufacture to be a streamer, and the abandoned factories, the UAE, eat the rich, and the rise of Elon Musk, and the superior manufacturing technologies. So some pictures. I had the Who is Doooovid, for what would have been my first appearance on Modern Day Debate. So my outline: the UAW demands, then thoughts, transition to electric vehicles, U.S. companies falling behind the Far East, dominance of Tesla and Elon Musk, autonomous vehicles, why the big three UAW model is non-competitive and bound to fail, general decline of America manufacture is an early indicator. So there's my outline. So if people weren't following the UAW, so like the demands, here you can see Sean Fain, the newly elected head of the UAW from earlier this year, largely elected because he had a more hardline, aggressive stance to strikes and negotiations, because the contracts were expiring. I'm not sure if it was like a 5-year or 10-year, whatever the last contract they agreed to. They were expiring last month, and they wanted Sean Fain to aggressively negotiate better contracts, and he wasn't able to do that, so they went on strike. And if you look at like 2007 versus today, you like the falling behind. The worker adjusted for inflation, maybe not even adjusted for inflation. So here it's saying this is not even adjusted for inflation. So 2007 starting workers were getting $19.60, which is now like $28 with inflation, and now they're getting $18 starting salary. The years to the top rate went from 3 years to 8 years. COLA was suspended in 2009, and I forgot what COLA stood for. Oh, cost of living adjustments. Okay, sorry about that. So COLA is cost of living adjustments. So they got rid of COLA, cost of living adjustments, retirement security, where they used to have pension and healthcare, where now the first tier hasn't had a pension increase since 03, and the second tier doesn't even have a pension or healthcare plans. And series of demands: they wanted restoration of COLA, 40% wage increases over 5 years, no more layoffs or plant closure, and so on and so on. You could pause or look for any of this information, but I was just going to give reestablishing the 8-hour workday, rank and file choice, control over line speed and production standards. Okay, so what's wrong with the UAW and the big three manufacturers? So if anyone remembers, I did a stream many years ago on automation and UBI. This I think I did all the way back in I did this all the way back in like 2020. So I did 2 streams. I did a stream on autonomous vehicles, driverless cars, and I went over some of these like transitions and the history and a lot of good information. So this was 4 years ago, back when like Andrew Yang, and I found like PowerPoints and good slides. And then I did one on universal basic income and automation that actually got pretty good viewership, with the one on UBI. So the one on driverless cars is one of my lower viewed streams. But I covered the transition to electric vehicles from ICE, internal combustion engine, which is the technical term for gas engines, and theoretically by 2050, we're supposed to have almost all electric cars being produced, and will slowly be a transition. So like by 2050, almost all cars being produced will be electric, and there'll be a phase out, and you'll see the shift from like gas stations to electrical charging, and the changing of the infrastructure and the grid. And this was generally accepted a few years ago with like the Obama, um, uh, the President Obama, like I forget the term, like the economic package that they passed that had a lot of this funding for these type things. And if you're looking at like fuel economy and CO2 emissions, so who are the worst in terms of CO2 emissions and fuel economy um, from 2016 to 2021? Stellantis, GM, and Ford, and by a lot. If you're looking like the average or um, the general estimates for uh, overall industry standards, the three huge laggers, like Mercedes is the only other one behind, but the three huge laggers are Stellantis, GM, and Ford. If you look on CO2 emissions, the worst offenders are Stellantis, GM, and Ford, and Mercedes, the only other of the major manufacturers that's behind. And then here, if you're looking at production in the last few years, like in terms, okay, like like a record profit, record contract, and so how did the automotive companies, the GM, Ford, Stellantis, mostly GM and Ford, become profitable in the last few years? It's been by mass producing truck SUVs. So, like when the Obama administration was around, they were trying to phase out. Um, they were trying to phase out these like big truck and SUVs. Like my dad drives like like a Suburban and like the Ford 150s, and like these are the most popular. Like I'm here in Metro Detroit, and like every other person, like I drive a Jeep, like a Stellantis Jeep, a Chrysler Jeep, but you're just talking like truck SUVs, not just like a minivan or Jeeps or pickup. Uh, but we were supposed to be phasing these out, and you could see there was already like small decreases. And then all of a sudden, like Trump gets reelected, and whatever happens, gas prices go down, and now like the most popular cars in America are the worst offenders in terms of fuel economy and CO2 emissions, like these massive trucks. And most of the people making these massive trucks are Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis. So, like, what they're negotiating, the record profits record contract, is the only reason why the big three have had record profits is because they're pumping out these automobiles that they're not supposed to be pumping out. The trucks have bad mileage and higher emissions, and they were supposed to be being phased out. But the demand, consumers wanted them, and gas prices were relatively kept low under Trump, and people bought them. So the manufacturers pumped out millions, tens of millions of them, even to see that, like here in the US, almost like a third of all cars pumped out are these truck SUVs. And so if you look at China's account of the global electric fleet, and like very few of these trucks are electric. Like you might have like some hybrid Ford 150s, but like generally it's the smaller cars that are electric, and like none of the trucks are electric. They're all like hybrid at most, and most of them are just like pure gas guzzlers. Um, so China, meanwhile, has taken 40% of the global electric fleet. And so you see US is lagging global transition to electric. So if you're looking here, electric vehicle sales by country, over half of all electric vehicle sales in the world 2021 was China, 10% Germany, 10% the US. About 600,000 electric cars were sold in the United States. And of the electric cars that are sold in the United States, over half of those are Tesla. And with the US, like, the amount of cars. So, relatively, the US has become non-competitive for electric vehicles. They've fallen way behind, and we're pumping out gas-guzzling cars that we're supposed to phase out, these trucks and SUVs, at the highest levels we ever have. And most of it is the big three. So, the big three just completely got rid of the historic plan for the transition to electric vehicles, gave up on electric vehicles, and started pumping out these massive SUVs again. And Tesla, took over in terms of production of electric vehicles, at least in the U.S. And here you see, like, U.S. companies fell too far behind to catch up, might go bankrupt. So EV battery manufacturers, and you're looking, well, who makes the batteries for electric vehicles? Top 10. None of them American. China, Korea, Japan. All of them. All the top 10 market share. And I mean, I'm not sure if China has over half of the market share, close to half of the market share. Korea is pretty big. Japan, but at this point, the U.S. is not even competitive in electric battery manufacture. Like, Tesla is trying to do some battery manufacture, but even like Tesla's battery manufacture, I think, is largely dependent upon China, or at least Korea. So Tesla in the U.S., top 5 ED automotive group share sales, Tesla represents over 50% of all electric vehicle sales in the United States. 30% the Tesla Model Y, 23% the Tesla Model 3, with the Ford Mustang Mach-E, 27,000 in 2021 sales, 4% of the market. The Chevy Bolt, 4% of the market. Then you have Volkswagen, another Tesla, Nissan. So Ford is the only one that's even on the list. Stellantis, the Chevy Bolt. So in terms of the U.S. auto sales, Ford and Stellantis are at 7 to 8% of the market, and GM's not even the top 5. So let's look at the market caps. So will only Tesla and Toyota survive? So if you're looking at the market cap of Tesla, it's actually went down quite a bit in the last few weeks. It was like 800 billion recently, but its market cap now is like 673 billion. Toyota's 236 billion. Then you have BYD, which I forget if it's like Chinese or Korean. Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, BMW. At 7 is Stellantis, under 60 billion. Ford and General Motors are not even in the top 10. And if you look at the PE ratio, investors are predicting that Stellantis, Ford, and General Motors are going to go bankrupt. They're not going to make it. They're not competitive for the future market. Even though the last few years they might have had record profit, that's only because they were pumping out vehicles that they weren't supposed to be pumping out, namely these truck SUVs. And long term, they're not competitive for the future. And there's another thing that you mentioned my public study session years ago, transition to autonomous vehicles, the timeline, the 5 levels of autonomous driving, from zero automation, driver assisted, function specific, partial automation combined autonomous function to conditional automation limited self-driving, high automation to fully autonomous. And there are also estimates of this being phased into by about 2050, through the different levels, where right now you have most cars have driver assisted function specific, like intelligent features add layer to safety and comfort. A human driver is required for all critical function. The car can alert the driver to conditions, environment, and obstructions. It can also offer assisted smart performance and driving capabilities. So a lot of new cars from all the manufacturers have level 1, some level 2, partial automation combined autonomous function. Key automated capabilities become the standard, but drivers still in control. At least 2 simultaneous autonomous tasks are managed by the vehicle in specific scenarios. A level 3, conditional automated limited self-driving. The car becomes a co-pilot. The vehicle manages most safety critical driving functions in known mapped environmental conditions. A human driver is still present and expected to manage vehicle operation. To high automation capable of performing all safety critical driving functions while monitoring environment conditions in defined use cases. So at this point, Tesla has level 3 cars. And if you're looking at like the various producers, Tesla's like way ahead in automation. And although level 1, maybe even level 2, you have some competition from GM, Stellantis, and Ford, almost no level 3, and they're not really competitive. I'm not so sure about like the Japanese companies or the Chinese, Korean companies, but like Tesla's just overtaking the market in terms of this transition. All the other companies have fallen behind the roadmap. Okay, so why is the UAW non-competitive to meet the challenges for the future? Training program. One of these things was in the deal reached with Ford, I believe, was reducing the training program from 8 years to 4 years. But at the time before the agreement with Ford and Stellantis, it was 8 years apprentice to journeyman, no incentive or reward for initiative. I mean, if you get a job with the auto manufacturers through the UAW, there's this mandatory program of 8 years from apprentice to journeyman, and you learn like certain things along the line, and there's no real path forward if you really have initiative and work hard or meritocracy. Like you can't really take a shortcut in the program. It's going to take you 8 years, maybe 4 years now, no matter how hard you work. And therefore the big 3 have all fallen behind the competitive standards of their competition. And it's this union structure that is part of the collective rot of the big 3. Average cost per worker for the UAW, twice as much for less productivity. Now around $66 an hour for UAW, $45 an hour for Tesla. If you add benefits, that could be like $100 some dollars with the new contracts that will go up. So the UAW worker who is already less productive than Tesla workers, than Honda workers, already costs 50% more before the raise. So if they're going to get a raise to like $80 an hour, whatever the new contract, they're going to be getting paid almost twice as much as other car manufacturers for doing a worse job. Asian companies and Tesla, most factories built in the last few decades integrated latest technology. So although there's been some recent manufacturer facilities, final assembly like Ford, Stellantis have been building some things new, most of the factories are very old and the equipment is outdated. The skills level for the workers is for outdated equipment, as opposed to Tesla, where almost all of their factories have been built in the last 10 years, some of them just the last few years, with the latest automation and technology. And I'm not sure about the Japanese companies, but the Korean and Chinese companies, almost all their factories have been built in the last few decades with the latest, best technology, and there's just no way for the big 3 to compete. Current manufacturer requires constant upgraded skills. So it used to be that you could largely get a job with the UAW, learn a few skills, and then work there the rest of your life and support your family, where one adult male could get a job in the factory, work in the factory his whole life, and support his family on a few skills that he learns in his 20s that is basically repetitive for the rest of his life, with maybe a few upgrades or training. Now that is not the case. You need constant retraining, many times every year, every few years, constant retraining. And if you learn how to do something in a few years, it's not applicable, and you have to constantly be retrained. And the union training structure is not conducive to this constant retraining. I mean, so it's possible you could have a union that does have that sort of structure, but the current union is not set up that way, and it seems unlikely to change. Another problem: U.S. companies are controlled by private equity, disconnected labor and engineers, lack of innovation. That almost everything in the United States, besides Tesla, which still has a lot of private equity, but they're all ran by bankers and private equity investment companies that don't come from engineering and have almost nothing to do with the company. So, like, who's running the company? Board of directors of people that have financial interest and are running the company from spreadsheets that know almost nothing of the engineering, aren't connected to labor, didn't rise through labor, and it's just part of the rot of, I mean, the UAW might agree with this, but it's just saying just part of the rot of the U.S. system. God forbid woke culture in terms of the unions and corporations also is not even unique to the UAW, but also to corporate structure, the woke culture, affirmative action, women leadership, all these woke things that have been forced upon the workers that, like Tesla's fought them back against, the Asian companies have fought them back against, and really only the UAW and the big three have implemented to their own detriment. Okay, in the last slide, decline of American hubris. So manufacture is an early indicator of American decline. So you see a chart there of U.S. real manufacturing output versus employment. So employment going down, although output had been increasing. Output has remained stagnant for the last few decades. And labor has started upticking, although output hasn't necessarily been continuing on the decline since the 80s. But anyone who follows Doooovid, like I go to these conventions, I've been talking. Manufacturers an early indicator. I know L. Jim is claiming EVs are dead in the water unless there's significantly better cells in all. No, I'm saying the transition is happening. It's just America, like decline of America. Saying like it's only America that's really falling behind, and even Tesla and all these things like EVs, like we should be on schedule. Like we're falling behind schedule, and they're blaming it on other things. Like I mean, there's some issues like hybrid or the shift, but I mean, yeah, there's still problems. I mean, we'll see. Decline of expertise, competency crisis, like the reverse Flynn effect. God forbid, just think like Andrew Wilson in The Crucible, quitting his job to be a streamer. Like he could be a smart guy and working in manufacturing. He's like whatever. He'd rather be like like talking to Destiny's ex-girlfriends. And like, what does he want to work in some factory for? He'd rather be like streaming. God forbid. So just the decline of expertise, competency crisis. Who wants to study engineering and like work in a factory and like tweaking some machine in the modern rot of American society? Rise of China, global competition using newest technology. Like I mentioned earlier, is most factories in America were built decades ago and have not implemented the newest technology, as opposed to competition from the Far East, where almost all of their facilities that have been built in the last few years, decades. Federal debt, market bubbles, over-reliance on financial tools, and biased international law, patents, corporation. Just a whole bunch of financial problems facing America. And failures of trying to use international law, patent law, corporate structure to control foreign nations and overcompensate for our decline. So this like hubris of like we're the best nation in the world, and like really we're resorting to like pathetic legal techniques to try to take advantage of foreign nations. It's not even working. God forbid, like the war in Israel, worsening global reputation, continual war, social engineering, woke culture, focus on social issues. So like even the corporations, the car manufacturers, they don't really focus on education and engineering. They're focusing on social engineering and social issues within the companies. Party and degeneracy as society collapses. Who wants to study science? Everyone just wants to party and degeneracy. And as society collapses, God forbid, immigration crisis, social cohesion, civil war. So those were my slides for some sort of introduction for modern day debates. It didn't work out. And now that they've reached an agreement, it's unlikely that it'll even be I'll ever use those, but I'll share those and maybe at a different point. Okay, man. Thanks for your comments in the chat, El Jim. It's an important topic. You hopefully get back to. So this was one of the main things I wanted to get to today, and it's over 160 slides, and it's the State of the AI Report 2023, and I shared those videos, and I'm not sure if Kevin McCarran's streaming now. Okay, well. God forbid, what's this? JF battling between black Israelites and Palestinians in Chicago. Okay, well, to look at that at a later time. So next on the agenda is the State of the AI Report, and there's a lot of interesting information here. So let me finish my coffee and I'll pour tea, and we'll get to it. This could be rather long. There's a lot of information here. Oh, can we just check my email real quick? Okay, so just check my eBay if any offers here. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for being active in the chat. Sorry, just need to check my eBay store and a few customers or comments, and then I'm going to pour myself a drink, and then we'll go through these slides on the state of AI. So these are pretty important. A lot of good information here. Okay, so this is really just a private equity firm. Like I was mentioning, the problems with manufacture and how everything's ran by private equity. But, private equity, there's a lot of competition, a lot of knowledge. And so Air Street Capital for 6 years now has been doing the State of the AI report. So, who is Air Street Capital? Nathan Benak, general partner, Alex Chalmers. People could look into the slides. They focus on the key dimensions: research, industry, politics, safety, and predictions. So the longest section is research, and we'll look at that in depth, and then a few more slides, and then we'll maybe look at politics and prediction because it's pretty long. So a few definitions: AI agent, an AI powered system that can take actions in an environment. AI safety, a field that studies and attempts to mitigate the risk, minor to catastrophic, which future AI could pose to humanity. Computer vision, the ability of a program to analyze and understand images and video. Deep learning, an approach to AI inspired by how neurons in the brain recognize complex patterns in data. The deep refers to the many layers of neurons in today's models that help to learn rich representations of data to achieve better performance gains. Diffusion, an algorithm that iteratively denoises an artificially corrupted signal in order to generate new high-quality outputs. Generative AI, a family of AI systems that are capable of generating new content based on prompts. Graphic processing unit, a semiconductor processing unit that enables a large number of calculations to be computed in parallel. Historically, this was required for rendering computer graphics. Since 2012, graphics processing units, GPUs, have been adapted for training deep learning models, which also require a large number of parallel calculations. Large language models, LLM, a model trained on a vast amount and often textual data to predict the next word in a self-supervised manner. The term LLM is used to designate a multi-billion parameter language models, but this is a moving definition. Machine learning is a subset of AI that often involves statistical techniques to give machines the ability to learn from data without being given explicitly the instructions for how to do so. This process is known as training a model using a learning algorithm that progressively improves model performance on a specific task. A model, machine learning algorithm trained on data and used to make predictions. Natural language processing, NLP, the ability of a program to understand human language as it is spoken and written. Prompt, a user input often written in natural language that is used to instruct a large language model to generate something or take action. Reinforcement learning, an area of machine learning in which software agents learn goal-oriented behavior by trial and error in an environment that provides self-reward or penalties in response to their actions, called a policy towards achieving that goal. Self-supervised learning is a form of unsupervised learning where manually labeled data is not needed. Raw data is instead modified in an automated way to create artificial labels to learn from. An example of SSL is learning to complete text by masking random words in a sentence and trying to predict the missing ones. Transformer, a model architecture at the core of most state-of-the-art machine learning research. It is composed of multiple attention layers which learn which parts of the input data are the most important for a given task. Transformers started in natural language processing, specifically machine translation, and subsequently were expanded into computer vision, audio, and other modalities. Okay, so the executive summary. Hey, Marshall, God bless. Yeah, me and Jen, her schedule changed, so Week in Review is just Doooovid for 6 months now. Research. GPT-4 lands and demonstrates the capabilities chasm between proprietary and next best option open source alternatives, while also validating the power of reinforcement learning from human feedback. Efforts grow to clone or beat proprietary model performance for smaller models, better data sets, longer content, powered by LLAMA half llama. It's unclear how long human-generated data can sustain AI scaling trends. some estimates that data will be exhausted by LLMs by 2025, and what the effects of adding synthetic data are. Videos and data locked up in enterprises are likely up next. LLMs and diffusion models continue to offer gifts to the life science community by producing new breakthroughs for molecular biology and drug discovery. Multimodality becomes the new frontier, and excitement around agents of all flavors grows substantially. Industry, NVIDIA rips through the 1 trillion market cap club with voracious demands for its GPUs from nation states, startups, big tech, and researchers alike. Exports control rate limit advanced chip sales to China, but major chip vendors create export control proof alternatives. Led by ChatGPT, Gen AI apps have a breakout year across image, video, coding, voice, and copilots for everyone, driving 18 billion of venture capital and corporate investments. Politics, the world is divided into clear regulatory camps, but progress on global governance remains slower. The largest AI labs are stepping in to fill the vacuum. The chips war continues unabated, with the U.S. mobilizing its allies and the Chinese response remaining patchy. AI is forecast to affect a series of sensitive areas, including elections and employment, but we're yet to see a significant effect. Safety, the existence risk debate has researched the mainstream for the first time and intensified significantly. Many high-performing models are easy to jailbreak. To remedy RLHF challenges, researchers are exploiting alternatives. As capabilities advance, it's becoming increasingly hard to evaluate SOTA models consistently. Vibes won't suffice. Okay, so that's just the summary. There's a lot of information. So I don't remember going over the 2022 predictions. No, Marshall, we didn't have any like falling out, or so it was just a schedule conflict. So I took Week in Review solo. You could still find her on Twitter. She still streams occasionally, or Memes of Destruction, other channels, but no regular program. So this was their predictions from last year. Some came true, some didn't. But I don't remember. I didn't go over their 2022 State of AI. So research. ChatGPT-4 is out, and it crushes every other large language model and many humans. GPT-4 is OpenAI's latest large language model. In contrast with text-only GPT-3 and follow-ups, GPT-4 is multimodal. It was trained on both text and images. It can, among other capabilities, generate text based on images. At 8,192 tokens when it was released, it had already exceeded the previous best ChatGPT 3.5 in possible input size. It is, of course, trained using RLHF. Equipped with these advances, GPT-4 is, as of the release of this report, the uncontested most generally capable AI model. So RLHF becomes MVP. In last year's safety section, we highlighted how reinforcement learning from human feedback used in Instruct GPT helped make OpenAI's model safer and more helpful for users. Despite a few hiccups, ChatGPT's success proved the technique's viability at a massive scale. RLHF involves human ranking language model outputs sampled for a given input, using these rankings to learn a reward model of human preference, and then using this as a reward signal to fine-tune the language model with using reinforcement learning. In its modern form, it dates back to 2017 when OpenAI and DeepMind researchers applied it to incorporate human feedback in training agents on Atari games and to other reinforcement learning applications. Reinforcement learning, human feedback is now central to the success of state of the large language models, especially those designed for chat applications. RLHF requires hiring humans to evaluate and rank model outputs and then models their preferences. This makes this technique hard, expensive, and biased. The motivated researchers to look for alternatives. The false promise of initiating proprietary large language models, or how RLHF is still king. So Berkeley researchers show that the fine-tuning small LLMs on the output of larger, more capable LLMs result in models which are stylistically impressive, but which often produce inaccurate text. So nothing is competing with ChatGPT, especially 4. Even so, researchers rush to find scalable alternatives to RLHF. In the wake of ChatGPT, many labs set out to answer the question, can we create models as capable and safe as OpenAI's LLM, but that drastically reduce human supervision. ChatGPT's 4's technical report puts the nail in the coffin of SOTA LLM research. OpenAI published a technical report on GPT-4 where it didn't disclose any useful information for AI researchers, signaling the definitive industrialization of AI research. Google's Palm 2 technical report suffered the same fate, while OpenAI spinoff Anthropic didn't bother releasing a technical report for its Claude models. Given both the competitive landscape and the safety implications of large-scale models like GPT-4, this report contains no further details about the architecture, including model size, hardware, training compute, dataset construction, training method, or similar. OpenAI writes in the GPT-4 technical report published on Arxiv. As the economic stakes and safety concerns are getting higher, you can choose what to believe. Traditionally open companies have embraced a culture of opacity about their most cutting-edge research. Unless Llamas reverse the trend, in February 2023, Meta released a series of models called Llama. At their release, they stood out as being the most capable models trained exclusively on publicly available datasets. Meta initially granted access to the Llama model weights on demand only to researchers, but the weights were quickly leaked and published online. The Llama 1 models used regular transformers with slight changes to the architecture. The authors also made a few changes to the optimizer and to the implementation of attention. Llamas set off a race of openish competitive large language models. After Meta released Llama 1, other institutions joined the movement to release the weights of relatively large language models. A few of them stood out, like Mosaic ML's MPT-30B, a few others. Meanwhile, another dynamic was taking place where the open source community fine-tuned the smallest version of Llama on specialized datasets and applied them to dozens of downstream applications. Llama 2, the most generally capable and publicly accessible LLM. In July 23, the Llama 2 series of models was released, giving almost everyone the right for commercial use. The base Llama 2 model is almost identical to Llama 1, but further fine-tuned using instruction tuning and RLHF and optimized for dialogue application. In September 23, Llama 2 had almost 32 million downloads. GPT and Llama win the popularity contest. ChatGPT has the highest number of mentions on X, followed by GPT-4 and Llama. While proprietary closed source models get the most attention, there's an increasing interest in the LLMs that are open source and allow commercial use. RLHF instruction tuning emerges the most trending topic since the end of 2022. Here you see at the bottom in blue, RLHF instruction tuning. Quantization started bigger and ended up smaller. You see chain of thought, parameter, efficient fine-tuning, autonomous agents, emergent abilities, interference efficiency, scaling laws. Our emerging capabilities and language models a mirage. Scaling laws that researchers developed for all types of machine learning models generally predict a smooth decrease in a model loss as a function of its parameters count and number of training tokens. In contrast, it has often been observed that some of the model's capabilities actually emerge unpredictably when a given unpredictable scale is suppressed. Some call this observation into question. Emerging capabilities might merely be artifacts of researchers' choice of evaluation metrics. Others are not convinced and offer counter-arguments to the points below. Stanford researchers have found that emergent abilities appeared only under metrics that non-linearly or discontinuously scale the model's per token error rate. Context length is the new parameter count. The AI community has extensively verified that when models are trained correctly, their parameter count is a proxy for their capabilities, but these capabilities are sometimes constrained by the size of input that language models can process. Context length has consequently become an increasingly important theme of research. Lost in the middle, long contexts mostly don't live up to the expectation. The race to the highest context length relies on the hypothesis that a larger context length will result in improved performance for downstream tasks. Research from various sources calls this hypothesis into question. When input length is long, even the best available language models can fail, or some multi-document questioning answer is the key value retrieval tasks. Keeping up with high memory demands, increased context length for large data sets requires architectural innovations. Can small with good data rival big? It is still largely explorative work. Microsoft researchers showed that while small language models are trained with very specialized and curated data sets, they can rival models which are 50 times larger. They also found that these models, neurons, are more interpretable. One hypothesis for why small models often aren't as good as larger ones, even on narrow tasks, is that they are overwhelmed when trained on very large, uncurated data sets. The 2022 prediction, language models trained on huge amounts of data. In 2022, we predicted a SOTA LM is trained on 10x more data points than Chinchilla, providing dataset scaling versus parameter scaling, although OpenAI didn't confirm, and we probably won't know anytime soon. A sort of consensus seems to be reached among experts about leaked information on the model size, architecture, and the dollar cost of GPT-4. GPT-4 was reportedly trained on 13 trillion tokens, 9.3 times more tokens than Chinchilla. Are we running out of human-generated data? Assuming current data consumption and production rates will hold, research for the Epoch AI predicts that we will have exhausted the stock of low-quality language data by 2030 to 2050, high-quality language data before 2026, and vision data by 2030 to 2060. Notable innovations that might challenge the hypothesis in this article are speech recognition systems like OpenAI's Whisper that could make all audio data available for LLMs, as well as OCR models like Meta Nougat. It is rumored that plenty of transcribed audio data has already been made available to ChatGPT-4. Breaking the data ceiling, AI-generated content. Another perspective that improving generated models open is expanding the pool of available training data via AI-generated content. We're nowhere near a definitive answer. Synthetic data is becoming more helpful, but there's still evidence showing that in some cases, generated data makes models forget. Despite the seemingly infinitely proprietary and publicly available data, the largest models are actually running out of data to train on and testing the limits of scaling laws. One way to alleviate this problem is to train on AI-generated data whose volume is only bounded by compute. Disentangling the real from the fake and servicing the real behind the fake. It's text and image generative models become even more capable. The long-standing problem of identifying what AI is AI generated and whether it comes from a copyrighted source becomes increasingly harder to solve. Research from the University of Maryland proposes a new technique for watermarking proprietary language model output, inserting a hidden pattern in text that is imperceivable to humans while making the text algorithmically identifiable as synthetic. This idea is to choose a few tokens at random and increase the probability of the language model generating them. They devised an open source algorithm that involves a statistical test which allows them to confidently detect watermarks. Google's DeepMind launched SynthID, a tool which embeds a digital watermark directly into pixel images. While imperceivable to the human eye, it can identify image-generated images. Breaking the data ceiling, overtraining. If we can't have more original training data, why not train more on what we have? Conflicting researchers indicates that the answer is, as always, it depends. Training for 1 to 2 epochs will generally be optimal. In some cases, pushing for a few more epochs can help, but too many epochs generally equals overfitting. Vibe check, evaluating general purpose LLMs, leaderboards, and vibes. As both open and closed LLMs multiply, users are left with a plethora of non-differentiated LLMs trained on more or less the same data based on challenging benchmarks. Stanford Helm leaderboard and Hugging Face LLM benchmark seems to be the current standard for comparing model capabilities, but beyond benchmarks or combinations thereof, with such flexible models, users seem to still prefer the more subjective vibes. State of language models for code. The leader in terms of coding abilities is unsurprisingly GPT-4, with code interpreter or now advanced data analysis leaving users in awe. Open alternatives like Wizard LM's Wizard Coder 34B and Unnatural Code Llama hold up with GPT-4 in coding benchmarks, but their performance in production is still to be determined. Both Unnatural Code Llama and Wizard Coder are trained not only on large pre-training coding data set, but also using additional language model generated instruction fine-tuning techniques adapted to code data. AlphaZero and DeepMind's gift that keep on giving, now for low-level code optimization. DeepMind released AlphaDave, a deep reinforcement learning agent based on AlphaZero that optimizes low-level assembly code used to turn high-level code like C++ or Python into machine-readable binary code through simple deletes and edits to an existing algorithm. AlphaDave found a method that speeds up sorting small sequences by up to 70%. AlphaZero has been used to reach superhuman levels in chess, Go, and shogi, and even to improve chip design. AlphaDave formulates code optimizations as a reinforcement learning problem. At time t, the state is a representation of a generated algorithm and of memory and registers. The agent then writes new instructions or deletes newer ones. Its reward depends on the correctness and latency. The discovered algorithms for sort 3, 4, and 5 led to improvements of 1.7% for sequences larger than 250K. They were open sourced in the ubiquitous LLVM library. Interesting though, careful prompting, a researcher managed to make GPT-4 come up with a similar optimization to AlphaDave's for sort 3. Where are we prompting? Take a deep breath. It's getting sophisticated. The quality of a prompt highly influences task performance. Chain of thought prompting asks the LLM to additionally output intermediate reasoning steps, which gives a boost in performance. Tree of thought further improves on that by sampling multiple times and representing the thoughts as nodes in a tree structure. The tree structure of a tree of thought can be explored with a variety of search algorithms. In order to leverage the search, the LLM also needs to assign a value to node. For instance, by classifying it as one of such, likely or impossible graph of thought turns this reasoning into a tree into a graph by combining similar nodes. It turns out that LLMs are also great prompts for engineers. Auto chain of thought matches or exceeds the performance of chain of thought on 10 reasoning tasks. Automatic prompt engineer shows the same on 19 or 24 tasks. Automatic prompt engineered prompts are also able to steer models towards truthfulness and or informativeness. Optimized by prompting shows that optimized prompts outperform human design prompts on GSM 8K and Big Bench Hard by significant margins, sometimes over 50%. Prompt trial and error. Downstream tasks are highly dependent on underlying LLM performance. However, changes in the same version of GPT models are not announced by OpenAI. Despite them being continuously updated, the same LLM version has been reported by users to have drastically different performance over time. Everyone had to continuously monitor performance as well as update carefully curated prompts. LLMs are learning to use software tools. The most immediate way LLMs can have an impact on the economy today is when they're enabled to execute calls to diverse external tools. The most obvious use tool is a web browser, allowing a model to stay up to date, but practitioners are fine-tuning language models on API calls to enable them to use virtually any possible tool. Open-ended learning with LLMs. Capable of code generation and execution, LLMs can be powerful planning agents in open-ended worlds. The best example of this is Voyager, GPT-4 based model, capable of reasoning, exploration, and skill acquisition in Minecraft. By iterative prompting, GPT-4, Voyager produces executable code to complete tasks. Note that mostly likely GPT-4 has seen a significant amount of Minecraft-related data, so this approach might not generalize to other games. The agent interacts with the environment through the explicit Java code via the Minecraft API. If the generated code succeeds at the task, it is then stored as a new skill. Otherwise, GPT-4 gets prompted again with the error. GPT-4 generates the task curriculum based on Voyager's state to encourage it to solve progressively harder tasks. Without entraining, Voyager obtains 3.3x more unique items, travels 2.3 longer distances, and unlocks key tech tree milestones up to 15.3 faster than prior soda. Reasoning with language models and planning with a world model. Reasoning has been traditionally thought of as searching a space of possible outcomes and picking the best one. By containing so much information about the world, LLMs offer the opportunity of generating this space, often called the world model, in which planning algorithms can explore reasoning via planning, uses Monte Carlo tree search to find a high reward reasoning path efficiently. The world model can generate action as well as predict the next state reached by taking that action. This produces a reasoning trace which makes the learning model more coherent than chain of thought methods, which predict next actions but not next world states. The rewards are also obtained from learning models and used to maintain a state action value function for planning with MCTS. GPT-4 outperforms reinforcement learning algorithms by studying papers and reasoning. Another text-only agent based on GPT-4 is Spring. It outperforms the state-of-art reinforcement learning baselines in open-world games with no training. It reads games, original academic paper, and plays the game through an LLM. Vision language models, GPT-4 wins, but API access is still limited. In new visual instruction benchmark consisting of 592 queries with a human-authored captions, vision language models are tested against human-verified GPT-4 and most come short of expectations. Leveraging LLMs and world knowledge for compositional visual reasoning, two methods, VisProg and Viper GPT, show how given an input natural language query about an image, an LLM can decompose this into a sequence of interpretable steps that call predefined API functions for visual tasks. The visual programming approach aims to build general purpose vision systems via compositional multi-step reasoning instead of end-to-end multitask training. Both methods use entirely off-the-shelf components. Leveraging LLMs for autonomous driving. Lingo 1 is Wayne's vision language action model that provides driving commentary, such as information about the driving behavior of the driving scene. It can also answer questions in a controversial manner. Palmy, a foundational model for robotics. Palmy is a 562 billion parameter general purpose embodied generalist model trained on vision, language, and robot data. It can control a manipulator in real time while also setting a new SOTA and VQA benchmark. Given its embodied intelligence advantage, Palmy is better at pure language tasks, particularly ones involving geospatial reasoning, than text-only language models. From vision language models to low-level robot control, RT2, vision language models can be fine-tuned all the way to low-level policies showing impressive performance in manipulating objects. They also retain the ability to reason about web skill data. And RoboCat is a foundational agent for robotic manipulation that can generalize to new tasks and new robots in zero-shot or few-shot, 100 to 1,000 examples, impressive real-time performance on a variety of platforms. It's built on top of DeepMind's multimodal, multitasking, multi-embodiment Gato. An autonomous system that races drones faster than human world champions. This is the first time win for a robot in competitive sport. Swift is an autonomous system that can race a quadrotor at the level of human world champions using only onboard sensors and computation. It won several races against 3 champions and had the fastest recorded time. Swift uses a combination of learning-based and more traditional techniques that combines a VIO estimator with a gate detection that estimates global position and orientation of the drone through a Kalman filter to obtain an accurate estimation of the robot state. Swift policy is trained using on-policy model-free deep reinforcement learning and simulation with a reward that combines progress towards the next gate and keeping it in the field of view. This increase pose estimation accuracy. The racing policy transfers well from sim to real when accounting for uncertainty perception. The emergence of maps in the memories of blind navigation agents. Map building is an emergent phenomenon in the course of AI agents learning to navigate. It explains why we can feed neural networks images with no explicit map and can predict navigation policies. The emergence of maps in the memories of blind navigation agents shows that giving the agent knowledge of only ego motion, change in agent's location and orientation as it moves, and goal location is sufficient to successfully navigate to the goal. Note that this agent does not have any visual information as input, and yet its success rate compared to sighted agents are very similar, only efficiency differs. The model doesn't have any inductive bias towards mapping and is trained with on-policy reinforcement learning. The only mechanism that explains this ability is the memory of the LSTM. It is possible to reconstruct metric maps and detect collisions solely from the hidden state of this agent. Cicero, master in natural language to beat humans at diplomacy. Meta trained an AI agent to play a popular multiplayer strategy game called Diplomacy, which involves planning and negotiating in natural language with other players over multiple rounds. Cicero achieved double the average score of human players online and ranked in the top 10% of players who played more than one game. The text-to-video generation race continues. Similar to last year, the race is between video diffusion and mass transformer models. Last year's Make a Video and Imogen were based on diffusion, while Finaki was based on bidirectional mass transformer. Instruction-based editing assistance for text-image generation. Last year saw the emergence of a host of text-image generation models, but controlling the generation requires experimenting extensively with prompts and custom syntax. This year has seen new methods enabling Copilot-style capability for image generation and editing. Welcome 3D Gaussian splatting. A new Nerf contender based on 3D Gaussian shows impressive quality while also enabling real-time rendering. Nerf meets Gen AI. Nerf-based generative models are promising direction for large-scale creation of 3D assets. Nerfs not only have improved in speed and quality, but also enable Gen AI to model 3D geometry. Zero-shot metric depth is here. Zero-shot depth models have recently been used as conditioning for better image generation. This only requires relative depth prediction, while other downstream applications such as robotics requires metric depth, which so far is not generalized well across datasets. Segment anything, a promptable segmentation model of zero-shot generalization. Dino V2, the new default computer vision backbone. A self-supervised vision transform model for Meta, producing universal vision features that can be used across a variety of image level classification and pixel level segmentation tasks without fine-tuning, and are competitive with SOTA open source weakly supervised alternatives. More accurate weather predictions in the nowcast and longer ranges. Skillful short-term participation predictions nowcasting today are blurry, prone to dissipation, and are slow. Medium-range global weather forecast using the accurate numerical weather prediction method is computationally expensive. For both problems, learned methods and physics-informed models that incorporate relevant priors are able to deliver performance improvements preferred by professional metrologists. New benchmark datasets such as Google Weather Bench 2 help data-driven weather models develop. Another year of progress in music generation. New models from Google, Meta, and open source community significantly advance the quality of controllable music generation. Though not the best in terms of generated music quality, Refusion was probably the most innovative model. Researchers fine-tuned stable diffusion on images of spectrograms, which are then converted into audio clips. Diffusion models design diverse functional proteins from simple molecular specification, designing novel proteins from scratch such that they have desired functions or structural properties. De novo design is of interest in both research and industry. Inspired by the success in generative model of image and language, diffusion models are now applied to de novo protein engineering. A model called RF diffusion takes advantage of the high precision residue level resolution protein structure prediction capabilities of Rose TTA fold to fine-tune it as the denoising network in a generative diffusion model using noisy structure from the protein data bank. Similar to AlphaFold 2, RF diffusion is best trained when the model conditions denoising on previous predictions between timestamps. RF diffusion can generate protein backbones with the desired features, and protein MPNN can be then used to design sequences that encode these generated structures. The model can produce backbone designs for protein monomers, protein binders, symmetric oligomers, enzyme active site scaffolding, and more. Learning the rules of protein structure is the evolutionary scale with language models. Atomic level protein structure can now be directly predicted from amino acid sequences without relying on costly and slow multiple sequence alignment. To do so, a mass language modeling objective is used over millions of evolutionary diverse protein sequences to cause biological structure to materialize in the language model because of the link to the sequence patterns. Predicting the outcome of perturbing multiple genes without a cell-based experiment, understanding how gene expression changes as a result of stimulating or repressing combination of genes perturbations is important to unravel biological pathways relevant to health and disease, but combinatorial explosion precludes us from running these experiments in living cells in the lab. Integrating deep learning with a knowledge of graph and gene-gene relationship offers a solution. Graph-enhanced gene activation and repression simulator combines prior experimental knowledge to predict the gene expression outcome given unperturbed gene expressions and the applied perturbation. For example, gears can be trained on the gene expression profile post-perturbation for 1 gene to 2 gene experiments, and then be tasked with predicting the post-perturbation gene expressions for 5,460 pairwise combinations. Pathogenic or not, predicting the outcome of all single amino acid changes. Individual changes in amino acid sequences that result from genetic variation can either be benign or result in downstream problems for protein folding, activity, and stability. Over 4 million of these missense variants have been identified through human population level genome sequencing experiments. Over 98% of these variants lack any confirmed clinical classification. A new system, alpha missense, makes use of AlphaFold prediction and unsupervised protein language modeling to close the gap. Google's Med2Palm language model is an expert, according to the USMLE. After a year after releasing MedPalm, the first model to exceed a passing score on the U.S. medical licensing examination, MedPalm set a new SOTA record result across more data sets as a result of base LLM improvements, medical domain fine-tuning, and prompting strategies. In a pairwise ranking study of 1,066 consumer medical question, MedPalm 2 answers were preferred over physician answers by a panel of physicians across 8 of 9 axes of our evaluation framework. Next, MedPalm goes multimodal. To bridge beyond text-based medical Q&A, Google first created Multi-Med Branch, a 14-task dataset that includes medical Q&A, mammography, and dermatology image interpretation, radiology report generation and summarization, and genomic variant calling. The dataset used to train large single multitask multimodal version of MedPalm with the same set of model weights. The system exhibits novel emergent capabilities such as generalization to novel medical concepts and tasks. An alternative lighter weight approach, Elixir, was also proposed. Elixir graphs language aligned vision encoders onto a fixed LLM, which requires less compute to train and shows promise across tasks, including visual QA, semantic search, and zero-shot classification. TweetStorm, a SOTA pathology language image pre-trained model for medical Twitter. It is no secret that quality data is king for building capable AI system, and no more so than in the domains such as clinical medicine, where quality data is expensive to produce. This work mines text-image pairs on Twitter to create the OpenPath dataset with 200 plus pathology images paired with natural language descriptors, inspired by OpenAI's contrastive language image pertaining model. Real-world inspired clinical systems designed for automated medical image analysis. Computer vision has been shown to be useful for breast cancer screening, all mammograms, and tuberculosis triaging. However, to enable practical and reliable use in clinic, it is important to know when to rely on a predictive AI model or revert to clinical workflow. AI for science medicine is growing fastest, but mathematics captures the most attention. The top 20 scientific fields applying AI to accelerate programs include physical, social, life, and health sciences. Out of the highest increase in the number of publications in medicine, we expect there to be significant research breakthroughs in the foreseeable future as a result of AI's use in the sciences. We see still the biggest mathematics, physics, then business. Most impactful research comes from a very few places. 70% of most cited papers in AI in the last 3 years have authors from US-based institutions and organizations. With the most being from Google, then Meta, then Microsoft, then UC Berkeley, DeepMind, Stanford, University of Washington, OpenAI, Carnegie Mellon, MIT, then some China, NVIDIA. Okay, industry. So I'm going to skip much of the industry part. I read through all of the research, at least the higher parts, but the industry, I'm going to skip through most of this. You see NVIDIA, a huge player in making these GPUs. AMD, competition with China. Here you see OpenAI's ChatGPT is one of the fastest growing internet products. You can see the investment level. Some of the capital raised here. So AI investment, in general, investment has been going down in 2023, but AI companies absorbed 70% of global private capital in 2023, up from 55% in 2022. The US continues to lead by a number of AI unicorns, followed by China and the UK. Huge lead here in the US. China to the UK a far third. Israel number 4. Although IPOs dried up in 2023, the mergers and acquisition market continues to stay strong. So conglomeration through mergers and acquisition with fewer IPOs. 24% of corporate venture capital investments went to AI companies in 2023. 24% of all VC investments into AI companies. Huge amounts. 23 see massive acceleration Gen AI funding, 18 billion so far just this year. Okay, let's look a little bit at the politics. Have we reached peak regulatory divergence? After years of speculation about mounting potential divergence in regulatory approaches, we're starting to see regulatory approaches stabilize and settle into a handful of distinct approaches. So you see the different countries relying on existing laws and regulation, introducing AI-specific legislation frameworks, or banning specific services. Light touch or pro-innovation skepticism of large-scale regulation. Represented by the UK and India, this approach operates on the basis that AI does not currently require any additional legislation. This includes Israel. So far, both the UK and India have stressed the economic and social upside of AI with the March 2023 white paper and a parliamentary response from India's digital minister arguing that any current risk could be absorbed by current sectorial regulation and privacy legislation. The UK did, however, include some AI principles grounded in the similar work for the OECD for regulators to follow, and invested an initial £100 million in a task force focused on a frontier model safety led by SOAI co-author Ian Hallgrove. The team appears to be first role in attempting to build a dedicated unit drawing on industry and academia to assess risk at the frontier. The UK also secured a special agreement with Google DeepMind, Anthropic, and OpenAI to gain early access to their most advanced frontier models to improve their understanding of risk. While popular with industry, it is unclear if these approaches will survive. Recently, the UK government dropped light touch from its vocabulary and has repositioned itself as the home of the AI safety database. The Indian Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has now said forthcoming legislation may indeed cover some forms of AI harms along Web3 and other technologies. wide-ranging legislation. The EU and China are leading the pack of passing new AI-specific legislation with especially stringent measures around foundation models. The EU's AI Act is entering its closing legislative status in the coming months. The Parliament's current draft has added regulations around foundation models and generative purpose AI systems, which are stipulated separately, while the rest of the AI Act hears requirements based on high-risk systems, how high-risk systems intended use is. In the Parliament's draft, all commercial foundation model providers are subject to special requirements. These include risk assessments, disclosing when content is generated AI, prevention of a model from generating illegal content, and publishing summaries and any copyrighted data used for training. Meanwhile, China brought in specific legislation on recommender systems alongside generative AI regulations. This updated previous deep synthesis regulation that required AI-generated content to be labeled, protections against misuse, barred anonymous accounts using services, and included censorship requirements. Developers will also have to register their algorithms with the government, and there is a special security assessment for any deemed capable of influence public opinion. China is expected to follow this up with a national AI law later this year, but details have not been yet released. Hybrid models, the best or worst of both worlds. In other markets, we're either seeing slimmed down national regulation or a preponderance of local laws while avoiding some of the challenges of major legislation. They also risk pleasing nobody. The U.S. is unlikely to pass a federal AI law anytime soon, and in some respects is pursuing a UK-style approach with an emphasis on voluntary commitments and research to establish what constitutes good practice. Some of these commitments, for example, involve third-party evaluations, but do not specify which third party this would be, and the company could theoretically ignore their findings. However, individual U.S. states have been moving to introduce AI laws that vary in strictness. We have mandatory transparency laws around profiling and automated decisions in California, Colorado, Texas, Virginia, and others. Meanwhile, New York and Illinois have specific laws around the use of AI in hiring decisions. Canada is attempting a slimmed-down version of the EU AI Act, banning certain applications and regulating others. Instead of EU-style sliding scale of obligation, Canada's Artificial Intelligence and Data Act only regulates high-risk applications. Enforcement will fall to existing department rather than a new regulator. This approach, however, has been attacked from both sides, with critics accusing it of both going too far and not far enough. State action on global governance in the early stages. Various global regulators have been floated as models, including the International Atomic Energy Agency, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and CERN. These proposals, however, remain confined to academic papers for the moment. The UK is planning to host a summit themed around safety and governance in November 2023, involving major democracies in China and its attempt to position itself as the world's leading safety research hub. The EU and the US have announced that they are working on a joint AI code of conduct, which will include non-binding international standard on risk audits and transparency, among other requirements. The G7 will create the Hiroshima AI process in collaboration with the OECD and Global Partnership on AI, which will set a collective approach to generative AI governance. We've also seen the first steps from the UN, which opened a consultation in August to inform recommendations on governance ahead of the 2024 Summit of the Future. As a result, the largest labs are trying to fill the vacuum as governments struggle to form deep shared positions on governance issue. The developers and frontier models are making a push to shape norms. Anthropic, Google, OpenAI, and Microsoft launched the Frontier Model Forum, a body designated to promote the responsible development of frontier models and to share knowledge with policymakers on over June 2023. Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, went on a world tour meeting policymakers and regulators in key markets. Altman's proposal include licensing regimes for powerful models and the introduction of independent audit requirements. Labs have also been producing their own policy proposals. OpenAI have argued that we will eventually need an IAEA for AI to audit and enforce safety standards, while Anthropic have outlined its portfolio approach to governance, combining legislation, independent auditing, and robust internal controls. The most far-reaching has come from the Mustafa Suleiman of Inflection, who, with Ian Bremmer of the Eurasia Group, outlined a three-tier global governance structure. The U.S. successfully enlisted its allies in the chip wars. Late last year, the U.S. introduced its toughest export control regime towards China in recent decades, barring the sale of advanced chips or tools made to use them to Chinese firms. This abandoned a previous policy of attempting to slow Chinese technological process in favor of actively trying to degrade Chinese capabilities. Japan toughened its export limits to include the equipment make less advanced chips. The Netherlands has widened its restrictions on export of the deep ultraviolet lithography machines. Their fine components make them hard to replicate, and there are few in circulation to smuggle. Germany has joined the U.S. in reshoring efforts by handling $15 billion in subsidies to Intel and TSMC-led consortium to build semiconductor plants in the U.S. There are lingering doubts about the effectiveness of this approach. Critics are questioning how realistic the EU drive for self-sufficiency is, considering their lack of control over the market for semiconductor raw materials. And the Chinese response remains scrambled. In the last year's report, we asked if the U.S. restrictions would lead to advances in Chinese research and development. The billions of dollars in domestic subsidies have so far been hit and miss, so the government is going on the attack. In May 2023, China responded by barring infrastructure providers from using chips made by U.S. company Micron, a relatively small player in the Chinese market. However, they've since introduced a licensing regime on the export of gallium and germanium, which are the earth metals used to make top-of-the-range semiconductors alongside components in solar panels and electric vehicles. In August, China blocked Intel's plan for $5.4 billion acquisition of Tower Semiconductor, which would have given Intel some of the foundry capacity it needed to fuel its ambition in challenging TSMC and Samsung as a supplier of chips to third parties. Perhaps as a tacit acknowledgement that these approaches aren't working, China recently flouted an idea of trying semiconductor access to progress on climate pledges. The U.S. immediately rejected this. Such escalating rivalry carries risk for both sides by restricting access to the China, as NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang has warned. The U.S. risks weakening the market for its own manufacturers, undercutting an objective of the CHIPS Act, and while China can push metal restriction so far before it damages its own exporters. However, does Huawei's new chip signal a breakthrough moment? Amid tightening restrictions, Huawei surprised the world with its new Mate 30 Pro phone, powered by the advanced Kirin 9000S chip, produced by China chipmaker SMIC. SMIC succeeded in replicating the manufacture process called 7 nanometer, producing the most advanced semiconductor we've yet to see from a Chinese company. While some commentators have struggled that this is a sign that the U.S. and Dutch sanctions are failing to have an anticipated effect, there are reasons to avoid jumping to conclusion. 7 nm is no longer state of the art, and this advance still leaves SMIC lagging the likes of TSMC by half a decade. It is not necessarily surprising that SMIC was able to make them using the Doooovid machines they already own. With access to more advanced lithography machines cut off, it may be harder for them to achieve 5 nanometers. The U.S. has also questioned China's ability to manufacture the chip at scale. It could well be that the Chinese government's day of mass semiconductor subsidy are far from over. Governments are building out compute capacity, but are lagging private sector efforts. Currently, the EU and US are superficially well placed, but Leonardo and Perlmutter, their national HPC clusters, are not dedicated to AI, and the resources are shared with other areas of research. Meanwhile, the UK currently has fewer than 1,000 NVIDIA A100 GPUs in public clouds available to researchers. The UK's Compute Review recommend building out a cluster of 3,000 GPUs that academics and commercial users could access in a set deadline of 2026 for bringing Excel capability online. The U.S. has plans to build out a national AI resource that would make 100 to 180 million hours on quad GPU nodes available to researchers. It currently waiting on Congress to authorize the required $2.6 billion investment over 6 years. However, both governments have faced calls to go further. Anthropic suggests the U.S. should invest $4 billion in creating a 100,000 GPU cluster, while the Tony Blair Institute has purchased for the UK to create a 30,000 GPU cluster. In the meantime, private companies are rushing to buy every GPU they could find. Baidu, ByteDance, Tencent, Alibaba have already spent $9 billion in NVIDIA orders for delivery over the course of 2023 and 24. AI and defense tech attracts record funding, but is politics still in progress? U.S. and European militaries have been trying to diversify beyond the primes to ensure they don't miss out on the latest advances in capabilities, but the number of winners remains small. Funding in U.S. defense startups hit $2.4 billion last year, more than 100 times the European total, but the number of companies able to win consistent, sustained work remains small. A coalition of U.S. VCs and tech companies are calling for reform to antiquated methods for developing requirements and selecting technologies. Anduril's Series E is greater than all British defense tech investments between 2013-22 combined, while Hessling's 209 million euros Series B is the only significant fundraise on the continent. Europeans LP largely aren't reversing their aversion to defense investment, meaning their supranational institutions are stepping in to fill the gap. Alongside the new €1 billion NATO Innovation Fund, the European Investment Fund is thought to have allocated €200 million to defense investment. Will these funds make big bets or go cautious and create a European valley of death? Meanwhile, Ukraine acts as a lab for AI warfare. Ukraine is providing an early glimpse into the future of war, combining intensive, often cheap drone use with advanced satellites and situational awareness systems. Drones are the most high-profile example, whether it's the Punisher drone from UA Dynamics, the Turkish Bayraktar TB2, or cheap homemade alternatives. The cost of fraction of the U.S. Reaper and Predator drones that have price tags of 30 to 50 million. Ukraine's Zvuk project detects the sound signatures of Russian missiles. Originally trained on video footage of Russian missiles, the system is supported by a network of acoustic monitoring devices across the country. After a successful trial in 2022, the Ukrainian Armed Forces fully authorized the use of the Delta in February. Delta is a cloud-based situational awareness system that integrates data in real time from different sensors, satellites, and drones, along with intelligence or images taken from those on the ground. The system is highly decentralized and avoids using either vulnerable mobile network or fiber optic cables by using Starlink. Have we entered the AI era in elections? Use of AI-based manipulation in elections has been mounting, and there are concerns ahead of the 2024 U.S. presidential elections following significant technological progress. Are the culture wars coming to AI? ChatGPT has become a flashpoint in a series of heated cultural debates, largely in the U.S., where particular conservatives sharing screenshots to allege bias in ChatGPT's training and fine-tuning. In response, OpenAI released a blog spot detailing its moderation methodology, and Sam Altman has suggested that in the future, people may be able to fine-tune ChatGPT iterations beyond some very broad absolute rules to remove OpenAI from some of these value questions. Following long-standing complaints about OpenAI's political correctness, Musk launched XAI, a startup focused on trying to understand the true nature of the universe. In a Twitter space following the launch, Musk emphasized that our AI can give answers that people may find controversial, even though they are actually true. Little is yet known about XAI's work. In August, political science journal Public Choice published a study finding ChatGPT to display a strong and systematic political bias, which is clearly inclined to the left, which in turn attracted a series of critical responses. Could Democratic involvement defuse challenging value questions? And as interest in alignment grows, interest in whose values we should be aligning to increase. This year, many of the big labs have been experimented with ways of involving the public in some of these questions. Job loss concerns are rising, but policymakers are adopting a wait-and-see approach. Research from both OECD and OpenAI suggests that we will soon see mass job losses in skilled professions, including law, medicine, and finance. The OECD warned that as many as 27% of jobs are in high-risk professions. There have been calls for AI development to be redirected into a pro-worker way, shifting it from automating human tasks to enhancing human decision-making. However, the forecasting power required to predict innovation with the necessary precision would be immense. More optimistically, there are signs that AI could act as a skills leveler. One paper found that consultants using GPT-4 significantly outperformed those who didn't at 18 different tasks, while studies looking at law, customer assistance work, and creative writing found low performers seeing higher performance gain. Industry has largely stayed quiet, but voices such as Sam Altman, Demis Hassabis, and Mustafa Suleyman have all expressed support for universal basic income. Safety. So, quick taxonomy of catastrophic AI risk. Before we dive into discussing AI risk news and debates, let us keep in mind what some AI safety researchers consider to be catastrophic AI risk. As with all this section, these should be taken with a grain of salt. like any domain involving forecast, and especially so with data-dependent, almost black box system, there is no consensus about the actual risk that AI systems pose on a reasonable time horizon. The figure below is taken from an overview of catastrophic AI risk by Dan Hendricks, the Center for AI Safety, Malicious Use, Bioterrorism, Surveillance State, Access Restriction, Legal Liability, AI Race, Automated Warfare, Evolutionary Pressures, International Coordination, Safety Regulation, Organizational Risk, Weak Safety Culture, Leaked AI Systems, Informational Security, External Audits, and Rogue AIs, Power Seeking, Deception, Use Case Restriction, Safety Research. The open versus closed source debate continues. Open source LLMs level the playing field for research and enterprises become of higher risk of proliferation and misuse by bad actors. Closed source APIs offer more security and control but less transparency. It's still fairly easy to jailbreak AI models even behind an API. Adversarial attacks work well even on aligned models behind APIs. Scalable supervision. Okay, and the predictions. 10 predictions for the next 12 months. 1. A Hollywood-grade production makes use of generative AI for visual effects. 2. Generative AI media company is investigated for its misuse during the 2024 U.S. election circuit. 3. Self-improving AI agents crush SOTA in a complex environment. 4. Tech IPO market on thaw, and we see at least one major listing for an AI company. 5. The Gen AI scaling craze sees a group spend more than $1 billion to train a single large-scale model. 6. The U.S. FTC or UK CMA investigate the Microsoft OpenAI deal on competition grounds. 7. We see limited progress on global AI governance beyond high-level voluntary commitments. 8. Financial institutions launch GPU debt funds to replace VC equity dollars for compute funding. 9. An AI-generated song breaks into the Billboard Hot 100 top 10 on the Spotify top hits. 10. And inference workloads and costs grow significantly. A large AI company acquires an inference-focused AI chip company. Okay, so there you have the report in totality. A lot of information there, and I read through large parts of it in totality, specifically the research and the politics and a little bit about the safety. So a lot of information there, and try to keep you updated, and you will see how this has relationship to some of my area of research and expertise: intelligence, the hard problem of consciousness, and you're trying to understand what is intelligence, what comes from the human mind, what's the difference from things generated by machines in the mind, and possibly connecting back to dualism or monism. A monistic explanation of computer intelligence is also something I want to work on. So yeah, El Jim, appreciate you still being there. So maybe I'm going to read one paper also. So I had a few papers. Let me grab another drink and then I'll. So I got to get up at a reasonable hour tomorrow, but I still got a minion here. So I thought, because I was talking to History Speaks and Denying History, that I might read through the Stanford Encyclopedia on the Philosophy of History. A lot of good information there. I want to read through this article on status function, speech acts, and the emergence of money, which relation to John Searle and the philosophy of mind related to social structures. And this one on hacking, on inevitability, contingency, and the epistemic significance of time, which discusses the scientific debate about inevitability versus contingency, whether scientific theories are inevitable or contingent, and like a time function. So that was pretty interesting. And like science as a social structure. So these are all things that hopefully I'll get to soon. So let's just do one paper this week, and I was going to do this last week, and this is about cognitive architectures, and something I've talked about quite a bit. John Laird from University of Michigan, who was at Carnegie Mellon. It was a student, Alan Newell, from Newell and Simon in the Cognitive Revolution. So and then I'll probably wrap up. So appreciate everyone tuning in, and a standard model of mind toward a computational framework across artificial intelligence, cognitive science, neuroscience, and robotics. So we'll see a little bit of why I went into detail reading so much the state of AI and the relationship of AI to a standard model of mind, as we've talked about in depth in past week in reviews. A standard model captures a community consensus over a coherent region of science, serving as a cumulative reference point for the field that can provide guidance for both research and applications. While also focusing efforts to extend or revise it. Here we propose developing such a model for human-like minds, computational entities whose structures and processes are substantially similar to those found in human cognition. Our hypothesis is that cognitive architectures provide the appropriate computational abstraction for defining standard model, although the standard model is not itself such an architecture. The proposed standard model began with initial consensus of the 2003 AAI Fall Symposium on Integrated Cognition, but is extended here via synthesis across the three existing cognitive architectures, ACTAR, Sigma, and SOAR. The resulting standard model spans key aspects of structure and processing, memory and content, learning and perception, and motor, highlighting loci and architectural agreement, as well as disagreement with the consensus while identifying potential areas of remaining incompleteness. The hope is that this work will provide an important step towards engaging in the broader community in further development of the standard model of the mind. Introduction. A mind is a functional entity that can think and thus support intelligent behavior. Humans possess minds, as do many other animals. In natural systems such as these, minds are implemented via brains, one particular class of a physical device. However, a key foundational hypothesis in artificial intelligence is that minds are computational entities of a special sort, that is, cognitive systems that can be implemented via diversity of physical devices, a concept lately reframed as a substrate independence. Whether natural brains, traditional general-purpose computers, or other sufficiently functional forms of hardware or wetware. Artificial intelligence, cognitive science, neuroscience, and robotics all contribute to our understanding of minds, although each draws from a different perspective in directing their research. Artificial intelligence concerns building artificial minds and thus cares most for how systems can be built that exhibit intelligent behavior. Cognitive science concerns modeling natural minds and thus cares most for understanding cognitive processes that generate human thought. Neuroscience concerns the structure and function of brains and thus cares most for how minds arise from brains. Robotics concerns building and controlling artificial bodies and thus cares most for how minds control such bodies. Will research across these disciplines ultimately converge on a single understanding of the mind, or will the result be a large but structured space of possibilities, or even a cacophony of approaches? This is a deep scientific question to which there is yet no answer. However, there must be at least a single answer for cognitive science and neuroscience, as they are both investigating the same mind or narrow class of minds, albeit at different levels of abstraction. Biological, cognitive, psychologically inspired research in artificial intelligence and robotics also may fit within this particular class of minds, particularly if the class is slightly abstracted, but so may other work that has no aspiration to such inspiration, yet still finds it in the same neighborhood for functional reasons. The broader class comprises what can be called human-like minds, with an overall focus more on the bounded rationally hypothesized to be central to human condition, that on the optimality that is the focus in much of artificial intelligence and robots. The class is broader than the more familiar one of naturally inspired minds, as it also includes both natural minds and some artificial minds that are not necessarily naturally inspired, yet functionally related. However, it is narrow in scope than human level intelligence, as it includes minds that are sufficiently inhuman in how they achieve this level of intelligence. The purpose of this article is to begin the process of engaging the international research community in developing what can be called the standard model of the mind, where the mind we have in mind here is human-like. The notion of a standard model has its roots in physics, where for over more than half a century, the international community has developed and tested a standard model that combines much of what is known about particles. This model is assumed to be internally consistent, yet still have major gaps. Its function is to serve as a accumulated reference point for the field, while also driving efforts to both extend and break it. As with physics, developing a standard model of the mind could accelerate work across the relevant disciplines by providing a coherent baseline that facilitates shared cumulative progress. For integrative researchers concerned with modeling entire minds, the standard model can help focus work on differences between particular approaches and the standard model, and how to both extend and break the model. Also, instead of each such researcher needing to describe all the assumptions and constraint of their particular approach from scratch, given the standard model, they can simply state how their own approach differs from it. Tables 1 and 2 in Section 5, for example, specify the standard model developed in this article and the standing on 3 distinct approaches with respect to it. In this process, the standard model itself could serve as something of an interlingual or shared ontology, providing a vehicle for mapping the common aspects and possibly uncommon terminology of disparate architectures into a common base. For theoretical and systems researchers who model build specific components of mind, whether learning, memory, reasoning, language, a standard model can provide guidance when they seek to expand to include aspects of other components. For experimental researchers who tease out the details of how natural minds and brains work, a standard model can provide top-down guidance in interpreting the results, as well as suggestive new experiments that may be both worth trying. For all researchers, a standard model can serve as a framework around which data that is used in evaluating single components or combinations of components may be organized and made available for use by the community, potentially growing to yield standard test and testbed. A standard model can also provide a sound basis for guiding practitioners in constructing a broad range of intelligent applications. The intent, at least for the foreseeable future, is not to develop a single implementation or model of mind by which everyone concerned with human-like minds would abide, or even a theory in which all the details are agreed to as correct. What is sought, though, is a statement of the best consensus given the community's current understanding of the mind, plus a sound basis for further refinement as more is learned. Much of the existing work on integrative models of mind focus on the implementations rather than theory, with too little interchange or synthesis possible across these implementations. The development of a standard model provides an opportunity for the community to work together at a more abstract level, where such interchange and synthesis should be made more practical. For this to transpire, though, will depend on researchers within the community being interested in relating their own approaches to the standard model and participating in its further evolution. In this process, it is fully expected that they will disagree with some aspects of the standard model presented here, leading ideally to efforts to either disprove or improve parts of it. It is also expected that the standard model will be incomplete in significant ways, not because those parts that are left out are unimportant, but because an adequate consensus of them has not yet been achieved. Omission from the standard model is thus often a statement of where a consensus is needed, rather than a consensus on the lack of either existence or importance. Although the boundary around the class of human-like minds is ill-defined, at least at present, we do anticipate an evolving dialogue around this, driven by a sequence of challenges from ideas and data that conflict with substantive ways with the standard model. For each such challenge, it will be critical to determine whether the consensus is ultimately that the standard model should be altered, either changed to eliminate the conflict or abstracted to cover both old and new approaches, or that the new ideas or data should be deemed insufficiently human-like and thus outside the class of interest. These will not necessarily be easy decisions, nor will the process as a whole be smooth, but the potential rewards for succeeding are real. This article grew out of the 2013 AAI Fall Symposium on Integrated Cognition that was initiated by two of us to bring together researchers across a set of disparate perspectives and communities concerned with an integrated view of the human level cognition. The full organization committee included representatives from cognitive science, cognitively and biologically inspired artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, and robotics. The final activity during the symposium was a panel on consensus and outstanding issues, at which two of us presented and the third participated. One of these presentations led to startling find that the wide range of researchers in the room at the time agreed that the content of the presentation was appropriate consensus about the current state of the field. Given the field's history of stark differences between competing approaches, neither of the initiators of the symposium had anticipated this is a realistic outcome, and when it occurred, it startled those in attendance. It implied that a consensus had implicitly began to emerge, perhaps signaling the dawning maturity of the field, and that an attempt to make it explicit could provide significant value. This attempt is what fills the remainder of this article. Section 2 covers important background that largely predates the 2013 symposium, and this effort, including several notable precursors to the concept of standard model of the mind, plus the critical notion of a cognitive architecture, hypothesis about a fixed structure of the mind, which is at the heart of this attempt. Section 3 introduces three cognitive architectures on which the effort here focused. Section 4 presents the proposed standard model that has been developed. Section 5 summarizes what has been accomplished, including a preface of the proposed standard model, an analysis of where the same three cognitive architectures sit with respect to it, and a discussion of where it will hopefully lead. Background. This attempt at a standard model of mind, although originating in 2013 symposium, did not spring there from nothingness, and Alan Newell was the root of much of what came before. One notable precursor from 3 decades earlier is the human processor, which defines an abstract model of structural timing regularities in human perceptual, mental, and motor processes. It supports predicting approximate timing of human behavior, but does not include any details of the underlying computational processes. A second, albeit rather different, precursor is Newell's 1990 analysis of how scale counts in cognition. Newell observed that human activity could be classified according to different levels of processing and grouped by timescales at 12 different orders of magnitude, starting with 100 microseconds and extending up to months. Well, the many disciplines that have studied the nature of mind have focused on different collections of level. This analysis provides a coherent framework for integrating research into phenomenon and mechanisms at different timescales. And with the notion of standard model, this echoes situations in physics and, in fact, all of the physical sciences and beyond, where the core phenomenon of interest stratifying according to time and length scales that, when combined, can yield models of more complex multi-scale phenomenon. Newell grouped these levels into 4 bands: biological, cognitive, rational, and social. The lowest biological band corresponds to timescales of processing for individual neurons and synapses, the functional building blocks of the human brain that have been the focus of neuroscience research. The next 2 bands up, the cognitive and rational bands, spanned activity from approximately 100 milliseconds to hours, covering the levels that have been studied by cognitive science as well as traditional AI research in reactive behavior, goal-directed decision-making, natural language processing, planning, and so on. The highest social band includes such high-order capabilities as theory of mind, organizational behavior, and moral and ethical reasoning. What this hierarchy suggests, and what is born out of the diversity of research in the disciplines such as neuroscience, psychology, AI, economics, sociology, and political science, is that there are regularities at multiple timescales that are productive for understanding the mind. For humans, the deliberate act level of 100 milliseconds is roughly the timescale of a simple reaction, although the roughness here obscures the fact that even simple reactions involve multiple internal processes, including perception, cognition, and action. More broadly, the deliberate act level is where elementary operations are selected and applied. Fundamental to this level and all levels above is the assumption that computational capabilities similar to a physical symbol system are available. The physical symbol system hypothesis states a physical symbol system has the necessary and sufficient means for generating intelligent action. However, in a break with tradition, the standard model does not assume that computation at the deliberate act level is purely or perfectly symbolic. We know from the computational universality of symbol systems that they are logically sufficient. However, considerable evidence suggests that many types of reasoning that must be directly available at the deliberate act level, such as statistical and spatial, are best realized there via non-symbolic processing. In the standard model, the critical feature of symbols is that they are the primitive elements over which relations can be defined, and where their use across multiple relations enables the creation of complex symbol structures, including but not limited to structures such as semantic networks, ontologies, and taxonomies. They use mirrors, the binding problem in cognitive neuroscience, which is concerned with how multiple elements can be associated in a structured manner. However, this model is agnostic to whether symbols are uninterpreted labels such as a Lisp or an ACT-AR, or whether they are patterns over vectors and distributed elements such as semantic pointers in Spawn, or holographic vectors in HDM, or whether both are available such as in Clarion and Sigma. What is important is that they provide the necessary functionality to represent and manipulate relational structures. In the standard model, non-symbolic numeric information has two roles. One is to represent explicitly quantitative task information, such as distances in spatial reasoning or times in temporal reasoning. The second is to annotate the representations of task information, symbolic and non-symbolic, in service of modulating how it is processed. The second type of numeric information takes the form of quantitative metadata, that is numerical data about data. The mind then clearly comprises at least everything from deliberate act level up, that is the top three bands in Newell's hierarchy. Many conceptions of the mind, however, also include some portion of the biological band as well, whether in terms of an abstract neural model or in close cousins such as the graphical model. Whether or not a portion of the biological band is included in the conceptualization, a model of the fixed structure at the deliberate act level that defines the symbol system and more is called a cognitive architecture. While models of the mind can be defined at different levels, we have situated ours at the deliberate act level because we believe that it represents a critical juncture between the neural processes that underlie it and the rational computations that it gives rise to. The standard model we are striving for here amounts to a consensus on what must be in a cognitive architecture in order to provide a human-like mind. In a significant break from much of the earlier work on cognitive architectures, this standard model involves a hybrid combination of symbolic and statistical processing to match the need introduced earlier for statistical processing in the architecture, rather than retaining to a purely symbolic model of processing. In consequence, it also embodies forms of statistical learning, including Bayesian and reinforcement learning. It furthermore embraces significant amounts of parallelism, both within modules and across them, while still retaining a serial bottleneck rather than being strictly serial. Further explanation of these shifts, along with remaining assumptions that define the standard model, can be found in Section 4. Typical research efforts on cognitive architectures are concerned with much more than just the architectural level, and thus may be more appropriately thought of as developing more comprehensive cognitive systems, although none has yet spanned the entire hierarchy. Often they start with one level or a few, but over time expand, becoming multi-year or even multi-decade research programs span larger and larger sequences of level. However, the standard model will not come anywhere near to providing a direct model of the entire mind. If we again look to the situation in physics, the standard model there is also not a direct model of the entire physical world, focusing as it does only on the relatively low level of particles. Still, it provides a critical foundation for the levels above it, up to including the full universe or multiverse, while being firmly grounded and constrained by the levels below it. The standard model of the mind likewise directly concerns only one level, but in so provides a critical foundation for the higher levels of the mind, while being firmly grounded and constrained by the levels below. With respect to the higher levels of the mind, there is an ancillary hypothesis to the standard model that they are defined purely by knowledge and skills that are acquired and processed by the architecture. In simple terms, the hypothesis is that intelligent behavior arises from a combination of implementation of a cognitive architecture plus knowledge and skills processing at the higher levels that amounts to the sequence of these interactions over time. Even complex cognitive capabilities such as natural language processing, as for example planning, are hypothesized to be constructed in such a fashion rather than existing as distinct modules at higher levels. Specific mechanisms can sometimes be decomposed at multiple levels. For example, a Forbes and Heinrich's analogy process can be decomposed into a SME mechanism located at least partly in the deliberate act level, together with attendant search processes such as MAC, FAC, and SAGE that operate at higher levels and could decompose into primitive X. The lower levels of the mind in the biological band or its artificial equivalent both implement and constrain the cognitive architecture. As the hierarchy shows, the concept of a cognitive architecture and thus a standard model need not be incompatible with neural modeling. Moreover, there is a potential not only for compatibility, but also for useful complementarity. Aspects of neural processing, such as generalization from distributed representations, have been captured in cognitive architectures in the form of some subsymbolic statistical mechanism. Conversely, the standard model can be defined as an architectural structure that can be beneficial in organizing and supplementing mechanisms such as deep learning when, for example, the need is recognized to move beyond the simple memory capabilities provided by feed-forward or recurrent neural networks. Furthermore, the traditional notion of fixed cognitive architecture has always been tempered by the idea that it's fixed only relative to the timescale of normal reasoning processes, leaving open the possibility that a symbol system could emerge or change during development rather than necessarily being in place at birth. The concept of cognitive architecture originated in Woll's even earlier criticism of task-specific models that induce a fragmented approach to cognitive science and the consequent difficulty of making cumulative progress. As a solution, he advanced the concept of an integrated model of human cognition on top of which models of specific tasks could be developed in terms of a common set of mechanisms and representations, with the ultimate goal of achieving unified theories of cognition. Like a computer architecture, a cognitive architecture defines a general purpose computational device capable of running programs on data. The key differences are that the kinds of programs and data to be supported in the cognitive architectures are limited to those appropriate for human-like intelligent behavior, and the programs and data are ultimately intended to be acquired automatically from experience that is learned rather than programmed, aside from possibly a limited set of innate programs. Cognitive architectures thus induce languages just as do computer architectures, but they are languages geared towards yielding learnable, intelligent behavior in the form of knowledge and skills. This is what distinguishes a cognitive architecture from arbitrary yet potentially quite useful programming language. From this common origin, the concept of cognitive architecture took form in multiple subfields, each focused on different goals. In cognitive psychology, architectures such as ACTAR, Clarion, and LIDA attempted to account for detailed behavior data from controlled experiments involving memory, problem solving, and perceptual motor interaction. In artificial intelligence, architectures such as SOAR and Sigma focused on developing functional capabilities and applying them to tasks such as natural language processing, control of intelligent agents and simulations, virtual humans, and embodied robots. In neuroscience, architectures such as Libra and Swan adopt mechanisms and organizations compatible with the human brain, but primarily apply them to simple memory and decision-making tasks. In robotics, architectures such as 4D RCS and DIARC concern themselves with real-time control of physical robots. However, there has historically been little agreement either across or within specialties as to the overall nature and shape of this architecture. The lack of such consensus has hindered comparisons and collaboration across architectures, prevented the integration of constraints across disciplines, and limited the guidance that could aid research on individual aspects of the mind. There is not even an agreed upon term for what is being built. In addition to cognitive architectures, a term that stems from cognitive science relevant work also proceeded on architectures for intelligent agents, intelligent cognitive robots, virtual humans, and artificial general intelligence. All these terms carry significantly different goals and requirements that span interaction with and control of respectively online resources, artificial physical bodies, and artificial virtual bodies, plus generally across domains. To the extent that the human-like components of these divergent threads can reconverge under combined behavioral, functional, and neural constraints, it yields a strong indication that a standard model is possible. One recent attempt to bring several of these threads back together was work on a generic architecture for human-like cognition, which conceptually amalgamated key ideas from CogPrime, CogAF, and 4D RCS architectures, plus a form of deep learning. A number of the goals of the efforts were similar to those identified for the standard model. However, the result was more of a pastiche than a consensus, assembling a disparate pieces from across these architectures rather than identifying what is common among them, with a bias thus also more towards completeness than concord. The standard model developed in this article is grounded in three other architectures and their associated research programs, ACTAR, SOAR, and Sigma. The first two are the most complete, long-standing, and widely applied architectures in existence. ACTAR originated with cognitive science, although it has reached out to artificial intelligence as well, been mapped onto regions of the human brain, enabling it to be integrated with the Libre neural architecture, and has been used to control robots. SOAR originated within artificial intelligence, although it has reached out to cognitive science and has been used to control robots. Sigma's more recent development, based partly on lessons learned from the other two. It also originates within artificial intelligence, but has begun to reach out to cognitive science. It is based on generalization notions of graphical models that has recently been extended to include neural networks and been used to control virtual humans. Here's a diagram of the ACTAR model. We selected these architectures because we knew them well. The ultimate goal is to ground the standard model in many more architectures and research programs, but in our experience, unless an expert on the architecture program is directly involved in such a process, the results can be more problematic than useful. So our decision was to hold off on analyzing additional architectures until we can involve others, possibly through a focused symposium or workshop, and hopefully then follow up with a longer and more comprehensive article. Nevertheless, between these three architectures, there is significant presence across artificial intelligence, cognitive science, plus extensions into neuroscience and robotics, although it should be clear that none of these three architectures actually originated within either of the latter two disciplines. Three cognitive architectures. The previous section introduced the general notion of a cognitive architecture. Here we introduced these three particular architectures we have focused on in extending the standard model beyond the initial synthesis at this symposium. Each architecture is described in its own terms along with a figure that provides a standard characterization of its structure. No attempts has been made to alter these figures to draw out their commonalities. For example, the SOAR figure explicitly shows learning mechanisms while the other two don't, other than to use a common color scheme for the components: brown for working memory, red for declarative memory, and blue for procedural memory, yellow for perception, and green for motor. The core work in identifying commonalities left to the standard model as described in the next section. ACTAR is constructed as a set of modules that run asynchronously in parallel around a central rule-based procedural model that provides global control. Processing is often highly parallel within models, but each yields only a single result per operation, which is placed in a module-specific working memory buffer, where it can be tested as a condition by the procedural module and transferred to the other buffers to trigger further activity in the corresponding modules. So the SOAR cognitive architecture model. SOAR is also comprised of a set of asynchronous internally parallel modules, including a rule-based procedural memory. SOAR is organized around a broader-based global working memory. It includes separate episodic and semantic declarative memories, in addition to visual spatial models and a motor module that controls robotic or virtual effectors. Sigma is a newer architecture that blends lessons from existing architectures such as ACTAR and SOAR with what has been learned separately about graphical models. It is less modularly architecturally, providing just a single long-term memory, which, along with the working memory and perceptual and motor components, is grounded in graphical models. It instead seeks to yield distinct functions provided by the other two modules by specializing aggregation above the architecture. Sigma's long-term memory, for example, subsumes a variety of both procedural and declarative functionalities, while also extending to core perceptual aspects and visual spatial imagery. All three architectures structure behavioral around a cognitive cycle that is driven by procedural memory, with complex behavior arising as a sequences of such cycles. In each cycle, procedural memory tests the contents of working memory and selects an action that modifies working memory. These modifications can lead to further actions retrieved from procedural memory, or they can initiate operations in other modules such as motor action, memory retrieval, or perceptual acquisition, whose results will in turn be deposited back in working memory. In the Sigma cognitive architecture, Section 4, the standard model. In this section, we present the standard model decomposed into structure and processing, memory and content, learning and perception, motor, or to use robotics term, action. This model represents our understanding of the consensus that was introduced skeletally at the AII symposium and fleshed out based on our understanding of the three architectures of concern in this article. While individuals, including the three of us, might disagree with specific aspects of what is presented here, consensus, after all, does not require unanimity. In our attempt at providing a coherent summary along with a broadly shared set of assumptions held in the field. Specific areas of disagreement plus open issues are discussed in the final section. Structure and processing. The structure of cognitive architecture defines how information and processing are organized into components and how information flows between components. The standard model posits that the mind is not an undifferentiated pool of information and processing, but is built off independent modules that have distinct functionalities. Figure 4 shows that the core components of the standard model, which include perception and motor, working memory, declarative long-term memory, and procedural long-term memory. At this granularity, not a great deal of progress can be seen compared to what might have appeared in the standard model several decades ago, aside from the distinction here between procedural and declarative long-term memory. However, as we shall see seen in the rest of the section summarized in section 5, table 1, there is substantial further progress when one looks deeper. Each of the modules in figure 4 can be seen as unitary or further decomposed into multiple modules or submodules such as multiple perceptual and motor modalities, multiple working memory buffers, semantic versus episodic declarative memory, and various stages of procedural matching, selection, and execution. Outside of direct connections between the perception and motor modules, working memory acts as the intercomponent communication buffer for components. It can be considered as unitary or consist of separate modality-specific memories that together constitute an aggregate working memory. Long-term declarative memory, perception, and motor modules are all restricted to assessing and modifying their associated working memory buffers, whereas procedural memory has access to all working memory but no direct access to the content of long-term declarative memory or itself. All long-term memories have one or more associated learning mechanisms that automatically store, modify, or tune information based on the architecture's processing. The heart of the standard model is the cognitive cycle. Procedural memory induces the processing required to select a single deliberate act per cycle. Each action can perform multiple modifications to working memory. Changes to working memory can correspond to a step in abstract reasoning or to the internal simulation of an external action, but they can also initiate the retrieval of knowledge from long-term declarative memory, initiate motor actions in an external environment, or provide top-down influence to perception. Complex behavior, both external and internal, arises from sequences of such cycles. In mapping to human behavior, cognitive cycles operate at roughly 50 milliseconds, corresponding to the deliberate act level in Newell's hierarchy, although the activities that they trigger can take significantly longer to execute. The restriction to selecting a single deliberate act per cycle yields a serial bottleneck in performance, although significant parallelism can occur during procedural memory's internal processing. Significant parallelism can also occur across components, each with its has its own time course and runs independently once initiated. The details of the internal processing of these components are not specified as part of the standard model, although they usually involve significant parallelism. The cognitive cycle that arises from procedural memory's interaction with working memory provides the seriality necessary for coherent thought in the face of a rampant parallelism within and across components. Although the expectation is that for a given system that can be additional perceptual and motor modules as part of the agent's embodiment and additional memory modules such as episodic memory, there is a strong commitment that no additional specialized architectural modules are necessary for performing complex cognitive activities such as planning, language processing, and theory of mind. Although architectural primitives specific to these activities, visual spatial imagery for planning, or the phonological loop for language processing can be included. All such activities arise from the composition of primitive acts, that is, through sequences of cognitive cycles. The existence of a cognitive cycle, along with the appropriate procedural memory to drive it, has become definitional for cognitive architecture. Memory and content. The memory components store, maintain, and retrieve content to support their specific functionalities. The core of this content is represented as relational over symbols. However, supplementing these relational structures is quantitative metadata that annotates instances of symbols and relations for the purpose of modulating decision-making, as well as the storage, retrieval, and learning of symbols and relations. Frequency information is a pervasive form of metadata, yielding a statistical aspect to the knowledge representation. Other examples of metadata include recency, co-occurrence, similarity, utility, and more general notions of activation. The inclusions of quantitative metadata resulting in tightly integrated hybrid symbolic, subsymbolic representations and processing is perhaps the most dramatic evolution from the early days of purely symbolic cognitive architectures. There is a strict distinction between domain data, symbols, and relations, and such metadata. The metadata only exists in support of the symbolic representations, and relations can be defined over quantitative metadata. The set of available metadata for symbols and relations and the associated mechanisms are fixed within the architecture. In a reflective architecture, there may be symbolic relations at a meta level that can be used to reason about the domain relations, but that is quite different from the architecturally maintained metadata described here and is not part of the current standard model. A brief summary of each of the three memory components follows. Working memory provides a temporary global space within with which symbol structures can be dynamically composed from the outputs of perception and long-term memories. It includes buffers for initiating retrievals from declarative memory and motor actions, as well as buffers for maintaining the results of perception and declared memory retrieval. It also includes temporary information necessary for behavioral production and problem solving, such as information about goals, intermediate results of a problem, and models of a task. All of working memory is available for inspection and modification by procedural memory. Procedural memory contains knowledge about actions, whether internal or external. This includes both how to select actions and how to queue for external actions or execute for internal actions, them yielding what can be characterized as skills and procedures. Arbitrary programs can be thought of as generically as a form of procedural memory, but they provide a rigid control structure for determining what to do next that is difficult to interpret, acquire, and modify. In the standard model, procedural memory is instead based on pattern-directed invocation of actions, typically cast in the form of rules with conditions and actions. Rule conditions specify symbolic patterns over the content of working memory, and rule actions modify working memory, including the buffers used for queuing declarative memory and motor actions. There is variation in how the knowledge from multiple matching rules is integrated together, but agreement that a single deliberate act is the result with metadata influencing the selection. Declarative memory is the long-term store for facts and concepts. It is structured as a persistent graph of symbolic relations with metadata selecting attributes such as recency and frequency and co-occurrence that are used in learning and retrieval. Retrieval is initiated by the creation of queue that designated buffer in working memory, with the result being deposited in that buffer. In addition to facts, declarative memory can also be a repository of the system's direct experience in the form of episodic knowledge. There is not yet a consensus concerning whether there is a single uniform declarative memory or whether there are two memories, one semantic and the other episodic. The distinction between those terms roughly maps to semantically abstract facts versus contextualized experiential knowledge, respectively, but its precise meaning is the subject of current debate. Learning. Learning involves the automatic creation of new symbol structures plus the tuning of metadata in long-term procedural and declarative memories. It also involves adaptation of non-symbolic content in the perception and motor skills. The standard model assumes that all types of long-term knowledge are learnable, including both symbol structures and associated metadata. All learning is incremental and takes place online over the experiences that arise during system behavior. What is learned is typically based on some form of backward flow of information through internal representation of these experiences. Learning over longer timescales is assumed to arise from the accumulation of learning over short-term experiences. These longer timescales can include explicit deliberation over past experiences. Learning mechanisms exist for long-term memory, and although they are not yet fully implemented in current architectures, they are also assumed to exist for the perception and motor modules. There are at least two independent learning mechanisms for procedural memory, one that creates new rules for the composition of rules firing in some form, and one that tunes the selection between competing deliberate acts via reinforcement learning. Declarative memory also involves at least two learning mechanisms, one to create new relations and one to tune the associated metadata. Perception and motor. Perception converts external signals into symbols and relations with associated metadata and places the result in specific buffers within working memory. There can be many different perception modules, each with input from different modality, vision, audition, and each with its own perceptual buffer. The standard model assumes an intentional bottleneck that constrains the amount of information that becomes available in working memory, but does not embody any commitments as the internal representation or processing of information within perceptual modules. Although it is assumed to be predominantly non-symbolic in nature and to include learning, information flows from working memory to perception is possible, providing expectations or possible hypotheses that can be used to influence perceptual classifications and learning. Motor converts the symbol structure and the metadata that have been stored in their buffers into external actions through control of whatever effectors are a part of the body of the system. As with perception, there can be multiple motor modules. Much is known about motor control from the robotics and neuroscience literature, but there is at present no consensus as to the form this should take in the standard model, largely due to a relative lack of focus on it in human-like architectures. Summary. Table 1 summarizes the key assumptions that underlie the standard model of the human-like minds proposed in this article. It is derived from the 2013 symposium session, plus an extensive post hoc discussion among the authors of this article centered on Actar, SOAR, and Sigma. In the table, the standard model has been decomposed into structure, processing, memory and content, learning, and perception motor system. Structure and processing. The purpose of the architectural processing is to support bounded rationality, not optimality. Processing is based on a small number of task-independent modules. There's a significant parallelism in architectural processing. Processing is parallel across modules, Actar, SOAR, asynchronous, Sigma, synchronous. Processing in parallel within modules, Actar, rule match, Sigma, graph solution, SOAR, rule firing. Behavior is driven by sequential action selection via cognitive cycle that runs at 50 milliseconds per cycle in human cognition. Complex behavior arises from a sequence of independent cognitive cycles that operate in their local context without a separate architectural module for global optimization or planning. Memory and content. Declarative and procedural long-term memories contain simple structures and associated quantitative and metadata. Actar chunks with activation and rules with utilities, Sigma predicates and conditionals with functions, SOAR triples with activation and rules with utilities. Global communication is provided by short-term working memory across all cognitive, perceptual, and motor modules. Global control is provided by procedural long-term memory, composed of rule-like conditions and action, exerts control by altering contents of working memory. Factual knowledge is provided by declarative long-term memory. Actar single declarative memory, Sigma unifies with procedural memory, SOAR semantic episodic memories. Learning. All forms of long-term memory content, whether simple structure or quantitative metadata, are learnable. Learning occurs online and incrementally as a side effect of performance and is often based on inversion of the flow of information from performance. Procedural learning involves at least reinforcement learning and procedural composition. Reinforcement learning yields weight over action selection. Procedural composition yields behavioral automation. Actar, rule composition, Sigma under development, SOAR chunking. Declarative learning involves the acquisition of facts and tuning of their metadata. More complex forms of learning involve combinations of the fixed set of simpler forms of learning. Perception and motor. Perception yields symbol structures with associated metadata in specific working memory buffers. There can be many different such perception modules, each with input of different modality and its own buffer. Perceptual learning requires new patterns and tunes existing ones, and attentional bottleneck constrains the amount of information that becomes available in working memory. Perception can be influenced by top-down information provided by working memory. Motor control converts symbolic relational structures in its buffers into external actions. As with perception, there can be multiple such motor modules. Motor learning requires new action patterns and tunes existing ones. Table 2 provides an analysis tabulated by the assumptions in Table 1 of the extent Actar, SOAR, and Sigma agree in theory with the standard model and implement the corresponding capability. Versions of Actar and SOAR from the early 90s have been included to show the evolution of these architectures in relation to the standard model. The convergence is striking, although there was significant disagreement or lack of theory, especially in the case of perception and motor in the early 1990s for both Actar and SOAR. Their current versions are in total agreement with the terms of theory and only substantially differ in the extent to which they implement perception and motor systems. Sigma is also in agreement on most of these assumptions as well. However, because it defines some of the standard models' capabilities not via specialized architectural modules, but via combinations of more primitive architectural mechanisms plus specialized forms of knowledge and skills, 3 cells are colored blue to indicate a partial disagreement, in particular with the strong architectural distinction between procedural and declarative memories and the complete architectural nature of reinforcement learning. This standard model reflects a very real consensus over the assumptions it includes, but it remains incomplete in a number of ways. It is silent, for example, concerning metacognition, emotion, mental imagery, direct communication, and learning across modules, the distinction between semantic and episodic memory, and mechanisms necessary for social cognition. However, even with these gaps, the standard model captures much more than did the predecessors, such as the model human processor, and much more than could have been agreed upon even 10 years ago. Thus reflects a significant point of convergence, consensus, and progress. The hope is that the presented model will yield a sound beginning upon which the field can be built by folding into the mix additional lessons from a broader set of architectures, such as the effort ideally should focus on architectures that are under active or recent development and use, have strong architectural commitments that yield a coherence of assumptions rather than just being a toolkit for a construction of intelligent systems, are concerned with human-like intelligence, and have been applied across the diverse domains of human endeavor. Architecture worth considering for this include, but are not limited to, Crest, Clarion, Companions, Epic, Icarus, Libra, Microsci, uh, MIDCA, and Spawn. Newell's 1973 warning about trying to approach full intelligence via pastiche of task-specific models applies not only to cognitive science and in particular psychology and AI, but also to any other discipline that ultimately seeks or depends on such comprehensive models of intelligent behavior, including notably neuroscience and robotics. A comprehensive standard model of the human mind could provide a blueprint for the development of robotic architectures that could act as a true human companion and teammates, as well as the high-level structure for efforts to build a biologically detailed computational reconstruction of the workings of the brain, such as the Blue Brain Project. The standard model could play an integrative role to guide research in related disciplines. For example, ACT-R is already being applied to modeling collections of brain regions and being integrated with neural models, and both ACT-R and SOAR have been used in robotics, and SOAR and Sigma in the sister discipline of virtual humans, but the existence of the standard model can enable more generalized results and guidance. Conversely, those disciplines can provide additional insight and constraints on the standard model, leading to further progress and convergence. In addition, the standard model potentially provides a platform for the integration of theoretical ideas without requiring realization in complete cognitive architectures. It is hoped that this attempt at a standard model, based as it is on extending the initial sketch from the symposium via focus of 3 human-like architectures, will grow over time to cover more data, applications, architectures, and researchers. This is partially a scientific process and partially a social process. The scientific side is driven by what is learned about human-like minds from studying both human minds and human-like artificial minds. The social side needs to be driven by spawning more and more of the community concerned with human-like cognitive architectures, and possibly even beyond this to other communities with related interests. This could happen incrementally by expanding to a single new architecture and proponent at a time, or in bursts via symposia or workshops at which multiples such come together to see what new consensus can be found. Community-wide surveys are also possible, but it is our sense that by sidestepping the hard part of working out the differences interactively, this would likely not yield what is desired. Rather, is our hope that the shared benefits of a standard model of mind will lead to a virtuous cycle of continuity, contributions, and incremental refinements. Okay, so God bless. Thank God I still got a minion here. So appreciate everyone tuned in. El Jim, Marshall, Affluent, Lauren, John, Oswald, Isle of Man, and others who are in the chat. So appreciate you tuning in, being active in the chat, like Mark, also Luke, Zero Infinity. Good to see you, Samish. John. So Samish, thank you for the Israel stuff. Appreciate your feedback, and definitely going to be more about the Israel stuff in the future. Stay tuned for me to do a complete overview of all of the major cognitive architectures. So there's about 50 major theories of cognitive architectures, and hopefully sometime relatively soon, or in the next few weeks, I will read through papers that will take almost the whole program for a review of all of the major cognitive architectures. And so it's deep, important stuff. So look forward to that. Hopefully the overview of the state of AI industry is interesting. I'm going to get back, hopefully relatively soon, to my review of theories of expertise and like skill acquisition and similar topics. The war in Israel is just dominating so much. So probably be covering that probably next week too, and further into the future as this war looks like it's continuing, and we'll see how much there's to cover or talk about. So hopefully, I saw that I had the most viewership for the talk about Israel, so we'll keep up with that. Shea Mendlowitz, God bless. I appreciate you being in my life. Jewish music has been an important part of my life, and you were just the spirit of Jewish music and friendship and camaraderie and fear of Hashem, love of Hashem, all these things. So God bless, rest in peace, Shea Mendlowitz. Blessings to your family and everything. Shimmy Bertrand, Shlomo Mayer, Jeff Solden, Shlomi Reich, all these various people. God bless. And Sam Wold also, God bless. And we'll keep the light at Interfaith alive. Pray for peace in Israel and Universal Brotherhood of Man. So with that, signing off. Not sure if I'll be involved in any streams, like maybe Stephen James, if he does a stream this week on the Israel conflict, will join with that. That had good viewership. And Sula, Adair Weinrob, if he does another call-in show, will try to join that. Maybe like History Speaks or Denying History, if they do another Twitter space. Defense Politics Asia, if Kevin reaches out and wants to stream again. So just follow my Discord or Twitter. Keep posted with that. And God bless. Have a good week. Stay safe. Pray for peace.